Live from Amplify Health by Bell and Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Good afternoon and welcome to Titletown's turn to host the 2025 NFL Draft, hosted by Amplify Health by Bell and Titletown.
Jade, we are about to kick off more than 6 hours of live TV coverage for you at this once-in-a-lifetime event, and we're right in the heart of Titletown. This is so much fun.
It's really gotten electric. We came down here early this morning, and now things are really picking up. It's super exciting to be here.
I love to see the fans here. Kind of seems like a Packers game day, right? You know, the weather's a little bit chilly, but you know what? This is pretty nice for what it could be this time of the year. You know, there could be snow on the ground right until May. So.
Absolutely. And our team has crews spread throughout the draft footprint, really, today to bring you live, complete coverage from every angle. We have Timothy Lachow bringing the draft into your living room from inside the draft footprint. Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn are bringing us all things Packers from Lambeau Field. Faustino shows us a bird's eye view from the Legacy Hotel. Cam Azair will be on the red carpet today, and then Caitlin Corbett rounds out the team at the Green Bay Distillery.
And that's not all, everybody. We have, this is for the next 6 hours. We're revisiting our exclusive sit-down interview with Packers President and CEO Mark Murphy. Plus, we have several guests, including Mayor Eric Genrich for the city of Green Bay, and the latest sports reports as we wind down closer to the draft. Well, as we're getting closer to the draft, too, you know, it took dozens and dozens of people to get this started and become a reality. Now, it's Titletown's turn.
Our Timothy Lachow, basically the king of all things NFL draft for our station, really joins us now with how the draft came here to Titletown. Hey, Tim.
Jade and Jordan, the day has finally arrived. Tens of thousands are set together here in Titletown for the draft. And while it might be Green Bay's first ever draft, it sure feels like there's no other place where the draft belongs. And fans are already running in here trying to get their spot in front of the stage. It's the biggest day that Green Bay has ever seen, and certainly one that no one is going to forget for a long time. That culminating moment when the first pick is announced is just hours away, and we'll continue to follow the build-up throughout. Back to you, Jade and Jordan.
Thank you so much, Timothy. This will certainly be a monumental event for these hopeful athletes preparing for a career in the NFL.
It's going to be great for them, absolutely. Let's check in live now with our sports reporter, Cameron Azair. He's down in the footprint right now. Cam, it was a little dull when I was there at 9 o'clock. What's it looking like now this afternoon?
Jay, Jordan, I know the Boston Marathon just happened, but I'll be honest, we just witnessed the Green Bay Sprint out here. The gates just opened, and a good 40, 50 fans running at full speed to try to be the first up to the stage and be as close as possible to see the draftees. And we'll have a cool opportunity in a couple of hours. That green and gold gate behind me over my left shoulder, we'll be making a mad dash toward that around 3 or 4 o'clock, making our way to the red carpet, which is inside of Lambeau Field, a really cool touch by the Packers this year. Of course, celebrating their first ever NFL draft. We'll be talking to all of the draft prospects. That's something to watch out for. And I think the beauty of being out in Green Bay, of course, is the community and the people that you're going to see. I was hanging out with my guys behind the camera, Blake and Nick. We look over to our left and we see former Packer AJ Hawk, a Super Bowl champ, the team's all-time leading tackler. Head over there, grab him for an interview, and yeah, that's going to be cool. We caught up with AJ Hawk earlier today, and you'll see that later on in the show. It's just a beautiful day, right? It's not raining, it's nice out, and there's a lot of excitement to come. Jade and Jordan, back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Cam. We will be checking in with you later. So we're here at Amplify Health by Bell and Health Titletown facility in the shadow of Lambeau Field.
Well, joining us now from Amplify Health, it's Randy Van Stratton. How you doing today, sir?
Doing great, doing great. What a great day.
Hey, are you staying warm, though? It's a little chilly out here.
It's not bad. I mean, look at this. The shadows of Lambeau Field we are in. We're so excited to be here at our Titletown Sports Medicine Clinic. You can't get any closer to the stadium.
Isn't that the best part about it? You can see the people walking by and everything like that.
Yeah, it's so great. You know, don't you just feel the energy just start to rise? I mean, And if it's only noon now, so it's
sure.
just going to get better and better as we go on.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So what's it like to have this building here so close to the stadium, right in the footprint, essentially?
Oh, yeah, it's great. You know, we have a walk-in injury clinic here. One of the things we do is we treat injuries, sports medicine, professionals to your everyday athlete, you know, and it's just wonderful. The other thing is, you know, having this building here, it's a bit of a trifecta, really, because not only we have the location here with the draft, but we also being a proud donor supporter of the NFL draft, and then the other piece being the official healthcare provider of the Green Bay Packers. All those three things coming together and being right here, and then having our community expo out here is just great. It's just great.
Yeah, and speaking of that, what can attendees look forward to coming to this expo?
Yeah, well, first of all, Packer greats are here from noon to 2. Jerry Kramer.
Oh, awesome.
Dave Robinson is here tomorrow from noon to 2, and then Nick Barnett is here on Saturday. So we'll have Packer player greats here every day for autographs, along with the YMCA is here, Big Brothers, Big Sisters is here, a lot of community programs that help really lift the community. And then lots of food vendors, food trucks, so it's great for folks to stop by.
You sure can smell it, right?
Yeah, it smells so good
I
here.
can't wait to get over there. All right, how long have you been preparing for this, and what's the preparation been like for the draft?
Oh, great question. You know, I had the opportunity to go to the Detroit draft with the Green Bay Packers and the other donor supporters. And I have to say, learning, observing, planning started basically that next week. So it's been a year in the planning to pull this all together. Also, you know, the other area is we are partnered with the Green Bay Fire and the NFL and our medical providers at Amplify Health by Bellin to make sure that everything's safe. And we got medical coverage throughout the whole theater, the experience. So that's all going on too.
And going back to the expo, what should people know if they do want to come on down and check out all you guys have to offer here?
Yeah. Open noon to 7 today, Friday noon to 7, Saturday 9 to 3. It's absolutely free. There's a lot of fun combine type related activities to do here. And like I said, like we talked about, great food. Great food also.
Well, thank you for being on the desk with us today.
Oh, it's
and
great
thank
to
you
be
for
here.
letting us use your beautiful building as our host site for this show and everything that we have
thanks for
here.
being here.
Thank you.
Well, our live team coverage continues now. We're going to go back to the draft coverage now, the draft footprint. What do we got next?
Yeah, we have Paul Stino, who's live with a bird's eye view from the Legacy Hotel. Paul, what is happening by you?
Hi, Jade and Jordan. Check out this epic view that we have of beautiful Lambeau Field from the 6th floor of the Legacy Hotel here in Ashwaubenon. Draft day, it's finally here after all the build-up. It is finally here, and people are excited. The party's going to be popping all afternoon here at the Legacy Hotel. And the best part is it's all for a good cause. Proceeds going to Children's Wisconsin. We're expecting appearances from Drew Brees, Antonio Freeman, the Gravedigger Gilbert Brown, as well as Carrington Valentine, who I actually saw yesterday at Light Park at the Draft City Music Festival. So that guy is definitely trying to make the most of the draft being here in Green Bay, as we all are. It's going to be an epic day here at the Legacy Hotel. Can't wait to share it with all of you, and I'm going to send it back now to you, Jade and Jordan.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that update. While the draft encompasses all 32 teams of the NFL, Jade, obviously we care about our very own green and gold, right?
Yeah, but we care about everyone else too. But yeah, for sure the green and gold. So for that, let's bring in Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn for some insight on how the Packers are preparing for the draft. Hey, guys.
Welcome inside Lambeau Field. I'm Lauren Helmbrecht, joined by Kyle Malzahn. They're setting up the red carpet behind us. But Kyle, we're talking about the draft. The Packers have 8 total picks, including the 23rd overall. You think Brian Gutekunst is going to stay there?
Well, he's had a history of moving up before. Now he's traded up 3 different times, Lauren. The first being his first draft in 2018 as the Packers general manager when he took Jair Alexander. The second when he took Darnell Savage in 2019, and then 2020, of course, when he traded up to get Jordan Love. So 3 out of his 7 drafts, he has moved up in the first round. He has 8 total picks, like you said. What's interesting about that is this will be his 8th draft. So they sit in a good spot because they have different needs where they can get a wide receiver, offensive lineman, a wide receiver. So at pick number 23, they should have a darling there. Now it gets interesting if they have one of the top draft picks on their board that they could trade up, but we'll have to find out.
And as we all know, we've heard it before, Brian Gutekunst's mentality, best available player.
Yeah.
Right now, the Packers have 8 total draft picks, including the 23rd overall. We'll have continued coverage from inside Lambeau Field throughout the rest of the show. But for now, for Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helbrecht reporting live at Lambeau Field for Local 5 Sports.
All right, thank you, Lauren and Kyle. We will check back in with you guys soon.
All right, there's plenty going on in the city of Green Bay. I'm not talking about the tailgaters that I'm looking at the
Yeah, right
driveway
there.
right there. Isn't that cool? But we have several parties going on at the Green Bay Distillery.
Yeah, that's where our Caitlin Corbett is to bring us some more details. What's happening there, Caitlin?
Yeah, hey, Jade and Jordan. Actually, there are quite a few tailgaters out here. I spoke to some of them earlier. You're going to hear from them in a little bit, but the main thing that's going on here today is we have several former Packers players here at the distillery signing some autographs. And I actually spoke to Dave Robinson. You might know him a little bit earlier. He said he can't believe what it looks like today. He never thought when he was drafted in 1963 that the NFL draft would be here in Green Bay, and he just can't wait to see what's in store. So I spoke with him. There's going to be several others. Jarrett Bush will be here, maybe a few other surprises. I'm not going to give it all away, but that's going on all day here. And then they also turned their beer garden into a vodka garden because, you know, it is the distillery. So plenty of lively things happening here today, and we're going to be here all day as well. So for now, I'll toss it back to you, Jaden Jordan, live at the distillery in Green Bay. I'm Caitlin Corbett for Local 5 News.
Thank you, Caitlin. We'll check in with you soon again. There's so much to do around Lambeau Field with the draft events officially starting at noon. So it's open now.
Yep, everyone can come on in, and we have so much more to share with you guys this afternoon. Be sure to stick around to see how one local cheesemaker in America's Dairyland is hoping to cash in on this draft. Your live coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues after the break.
There's a lot of noise out there. Everybody has their 2 cents on your abilities, what you can and can't do, and where you ultimately may end up. But my recommendation to all those future professional athletes, just keep your head down, keep working hard, have faith in the process, and that it will all work out for you.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend to me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's turn draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call. That's all.
Local 5's team coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues now.
We're bringing you coverage of this once-in-a-lifetime event from all angles.
Many businesses are hoping to cash in on the draft, but that includes farmers as well.
Our Melaine Wells has the scoop. Hey, Melaine.
Good afternoon, Jade and Jordan. As we welcome these thousands of visitors to Wisconsin, no doubt they're hoping to sample a little bit of our local culture and flavor, and we sure hope that that includes plenty of cheese. Wisconsin makes 600 different styles, types, and varieties of cheese. 90% of that actually leaves our state, destined for other states and countries. In Wisconsin, we have the only master cheesemaker program in the world outside of Switzerland, and this is the only state where you actually need a license to make cheese. So throughout our coverage, we are going to be taking you inside several local cheese plants to see just how they do it. We start off with Renard's Cheese in Door County. This is a long-standing, multi-generational business, and I put on a white coat to have the chance to take a tour of that plant with head cheesemaker, master cheesemaker, Chris Renard.
When I went into the master cheesemaker program, after making cheese for 20 years, I thought I knew a lot about making cheese. I realized how much I didn't know and how much more there was to learn.
Master cheesemaker Chris Renard continues to perfect his craft every day at his family business.
You can go on to get your master's in business or in the medical field. Why not do it in cheese?
The plant produces mozzarella, cheddar, Colby, Farmers, Munster, Brick, Marble, Monterey Jack, and more than 50 flavor-infused specialty cheeses.
From when the milk enters the vat until it's a cheese curd, you're looking at about 4 hours. Cheese is something you don't want to push time-wise. Higher quality cheese is going to take a little more time in the vats.
Each step carefully balances the unique properties a fresh load of milk brings to their plant.
What you were seeing is the cheddaring process. So what they're doing is they're stacking that cheese. It's expelling moisture and whey out. And it's knitting all those small little curds into one curd. Those slabs will run through the curd mill, and then that's when you get the fresh, squeaky cheese curds that you can get at our store. That's the first product out of it.
Chris takes pride in mentoring people in the industry.
We will train them, get them licensed. We have a wonderful staff right now. So our cheesemaker program takes about 2 years of training, and then we will get you licensed and then help you make high quality cheese as part of our team.
Team is the key word when it comes to culture at Renard's.
We've won many awards over the years, and we always celebrate our awards as a team. So when we enter a contest, it doesn't go as that cheesemaker who entered it. We enter everything as a team because we do realize that everybody working together, as it comes from our farms, to our milk haulers, to our cheesemakers, to our staff that's selling in our stores, office staff, our cut and wrap team, we all have to work together, and that's the only way we're going to grow as a company.
Chris says they are lucky to work with local family farms.
We wouldn't be able to make the high quality cheese we make if it wouldn't be for the quality of the milk we get from our farms. It's been a partnership for years with our farms. So we've been working with many of these farms for over 20 years. So the quality of the milk comes in, it's phenomenal. I don't care how good of a cheesemaker you are, if you don't have high quality milk, you can't make high quality cheese. So they're the backbone to keep us going.
A vision moved forward by 4 generations of Renards.
Our family business, we started in 1961. The business was founded by my grandfather and grandmother, Howard and Angela Renard. My dad and mom joined, Gary and Bonnie, in 1966. I came back to the business in 1995. My wife joined the business, and Ann and I now own and operate all of Renard's Cheese, and we're proud to say that our 4th generation, our daughter came back to the business 2 years ago, so we're proud to say that the family tradition will continue on.
The creation of a new retail space and bistro helped connect even more people with fresh cheese.
We put in the sampling table. That works wonderful. It gives us a lot of feedback on any of the new cheeses we're trying. But then also the bistro allows us to showcase our cheeses and different ways to use them. And then the playground. That gives mom and dad a chance to sit back, let the kids play, especially when you're coming up into Door County and making that drive. And they can do their shopping, get a bite to eat, make it an experience, not just a quick stop in.
To start and end their visit to Door County with a taste of the Renard's family recipes.
It's awesome to see the hard work you put into it and the smile on people's faces when they try it. So there is a lot of passion and pride that goes into what we do.
Stores across the United States and as far away as Dubai sell Renard's cheese, and they do have plans in the works to expand their current plant in Algoma. And Jordan and Jade, I don't know if it's the power of suggestion, but I can smell cheese curds right now.
All right, thank you, Melaine, for that perspective. We're going to be continuing our coverage from the NFL Draft.
Yep, after the break, we check in to see what's happening over at the Legacy Hotel.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart, efficient marketing.
We are back with more draft coverage. I'm Jade Henschel alongside Jordan Lamers, and we're coming to you live from the heart of Titletown.
Amplify Health by Bell in Titletown is hosting us all week long to bring us this exclusive draft content. So we say thank you to them, and it's coming right to your living room.
Yeah, our team coverage continues now with an update from Paul Stino.
All right, Paul, he's joining us from a very cool shot on the Legacy Hotel just outside the draft footprint. Paul, what's happening by you?
Hi, Jade and Jordan. Yeah, you definitely cannot beat the view of Lambeau Field from the 6th floor here at the Legacy Hotel. It's also a great place to people watch. We were actually down there with the fans just a few minutes ago, and we already met so many different interesting people from all over the country. We met a fan from Indianapolis who's a Colts fan. He said he's experiencing Lambeau for the first time. He told me that he loves the cheese curds here. We also met a Chargers fan from Pittsburgh. He dresses up for game days is known as Boltman. And then, of course, the Packers fans repping the green and gold. Cheese on their heads, eager to show off their city in Lambeau Field to everyone coming out to Titletown this week.
It's just going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be so much to do and see, and just with all the other people. And it doesn't matter what team you're a fan of. Like, everybody comes together as one for the draft. There's no good side or bad side. It's all one. It's all love.
You know, everybody thinks that we have nothing but cows here, and there's a lot. Green Bay has a lot more to offer than just cows. I mean, it's a really nice area. Just the whole state of Wisconsin. You have so many different kind of landscapes.
And Jade and Jordan, definitely not just cows here in Northeast Wisconsin. And speaking of Boltman, who you also heard in that soundbite, he actually gave me this wristband a few minutes ago. So definitely a cool new accessory to add to the draft day outfit here. For now, though, live from Ashwaubenon, Paul Stino, Local 5 News.
Thank you, Paul. We're live in the heart of Titletown with complete coverage of the NFL Draft. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
I'm Jordan Lamers alongside my wonderful co-anchor Jade Henschel from Local 5 this morning, and we are just scratching the surface of the 6.5-hour long TV broadcast coming to you live in your living room, man cave, garage from the NFL Draft.
Absolutely, and we have multiple live crews spread out across this draft footprint today and beyond to bring you live coverage from every angle.
So we're going to check in now with a reporter who has literally been living, eating, breathing NFL Draft content for months now.
And the best part is he's loved every second of it. Timothy Lateau joins us live from inside the draft footprint now with an update. Tim, how are things going?
Yeah, Jade and Jordan, fans really started coming in right at noon. They come running right up to the stage here. And some of those first fans to arrive, we've got Nicholas, Tony, AJ, and Jax, the first 4 fans that we found here. They got early, bright and early this morning. And first up, we've got Nicholas here. Nicholas, what do you think about the draft? Did you see it up close for the first time here?
Yeah, it's just really cool. Honestly, didn't think we'd end up being this close. Thought we'd be back a little further, but you know, got here around 8:20 this morning, and yeah, it's just really cool to be here. Really cool experience. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, Tony, you drove a long way. You came here early too. Tell me about that.
Yeah, woke up at 5 o'clock this morning. Got here at around 7. Camped out in the parking lot for a while. Did not think we were going to get this close, but it's super cool. I'm really excited.
AJ, you guys are Packers fans. What do you hope you see here at the draft?
I don't know, just some like a defensive end or a cornerback maybe.
Yeah, and then what do you think? What do you hope that you take away from the draft in your experience in your time here?
I just hope we have a lot of fun. This is an awesome experience. We sprinted from the gate all the way to get up to the front. We're super close. I don't know, it's gonna be an awesome experience.
All right, thanks for your time, Jack. Thanks for your time, everyone. Enjoy it. It's certainly a great time, and all 4 of them Packers fans, right here and early in Titletown. Back to you, Jade and Jordan.
Looks like fans are really gearing up for that first pick coming
absolutely.
up soon. Thanks, Tim.
Well, many Packers players are back for the draft here in Green Bay. Cam Azier has an exclusive interview with Packers Super Bowl champion AJ Hawk.
Here with former Packer AJ Hawk. AJ, this must be so cool to see a franchise that you spent so much time with putting on an event like this. What is this like?
Oh, it's awesome. I got in town last night, and yeah, it's always good to get back here. Actually, I was able to bring one of my kids here, my 12-year-old son's with me, so getting to see everything and then see the spectacle that is the draft, it's pretty cool, man. I'm excited for tonight.
What was your draft experience like?
My draft experience was great. I was actually back in Ohio watching with my family and everything, and got the call from the Green Bay Packers, which I was actually secretly hoping that they were going to pick me. I was always a Packers fan, loved watching them, so it was amazing. Then I flew up here to Green Bay that night right after the draft. I got to meet everybody and see everything, and then spent a great 9 years here.
For someone that spent almost a decade here, did you ever think something like this was feasible?
No, this is wild. I mean, what the NFL has been doing with the draft is really cool. I was in Detroit last year and got to see that, and then seeing how they've done it here in Green Bay. I can't wait to see all the people out here. I think they're going to be really excited from when I landed last night talking to people. They're pumped that the draft is here.
What do you think it says about Mark Murphy and what he's been able to do in this community in his last year, kind of leaving behind a legacy of, hey, we want this to be a community-first event. We want people to see what Green Bay's all about.
Yeah, I think it's the best part about it. I mean, that's what makes Green Bay so special is the people and how everyone is in this whole state, and especially around here. So the fact that they kind of get to showcase that to the rest of the world, it's huge. And for Mark Murphy, I think to kind of go out on that is, I'm sure he should be very proud.
You run into any of your former teammates?
I have not really. You've been texting with him, haven't run into him yet. Hopefully, I'll see a lot of him over the next couple hours, I think.
I'd be remiss not to ask you who you think the Packers are taking at 23.
Man, every time you figure out, like, they're taking different players every time you talk. I think maybe a receiver I heard. I don't know. I wish I knew. I think so much depends on what happens in front of them. We'll see. They'll be drafting a little bit later tonight, obviously, because they played pretty well. But I think the fans here, they'll support whoever they pick, I think.
Last one for you. You were in Detroit. You saw 775,000 people. You think Green Bay will be able to handle the mounds of people that are going to roll on it?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be able to handle it. I'll see how many are out here. I mean, braving the elements. It's going to be a little windy. I don't know if it's going to be rainy or not. But, I mean, I saw people at 9 o'clock this morning with their tailgates up and tailgates setting up and people parking in the yard. They have bars set up in their front yard. So, yeah, Green Bay people, they know how to do it. They know how to host people and how to have fun. So, yeah, they're ready.
Even a decade out of Lambeau, there will still be $100, $200 parking outside of Lambeau Field. That'll never change. That's former Packer A.J. Hawk ahead of the draft.
It's Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft, and Local 5 is your home for complete coverage.
Stay tuned. We have more live coverage right after this.
It's kind of hectic. It's wild because you don't want to just say yes to the first team that calls, although you can't leave them hanging. You want to know, are there other teams that are going to call? And within an hour, we had 3 teams that called, so I had to do a little bit of research. Which team did I really want to go to? And it's not just about who had the best record year before or what colors do you like. It's you got to look and see what team do I have the best chance of making that I can try and prolong my career with. And I felt like it was Pittsburgh at the time, and that's why I ended up picking them.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend to me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Local 5's live coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues now.
Fans from near and far have traveled up to Green Bay to see what this is all about. And our very own Melaine Wells is standing by. She found some mini fans to talk to. What's up, Melaine?
Well, the Fitzsimmons family has made it all the way here from Des Moines, and they caught my attention right away with their enthusiasm, but I really think it was probably the cape. First of all, I have to have you give us a full spin to take a look at this amazing Go Pack Go superhero cape. Introduce us to yourself. How old are you, friend?
9.
Okay, and what are you excited about at the draft?
I'm excited to see who the Packers get in the draft, and I think it's going to be fun.
Do you have any advice for them? What are you hoping they take?
Personally, I like the Iowa State Cyclones, so I hope they get one of the Cyclones this year.
Fantastic. All right, now we have brother down here. How old are you?
4.
You are 4. Okay, what are you excited to do here in Green Bay today? Eating cheese curds is an acceptable answer. Seeing famous football players. Having a good time with your family. That one got the thumbs up. I like it. So, Dad, why was this the event that you wanted to bring your family to?
Yeah, we've just been lifelong Packers fans, and always fun coming up to Lambeau, and the draft is something that we always watch as a family, and just thought it'd be really fun. About a 7-hour drive up here, and we're really excited to see what happens.
Okay, for fans who are watching at home and they're like on the fence, they're like, I don't know if we're going to battle the traffic and deal with the parking. How was your experience getting here?
It was really easy. I couldn't believe how smooth it was. We were talking about how easy it was to get here. We literally parked right in front of the stadium. Super easy. So if you're on the fence thinking about getting out here, I definitely recommend. It's nice weather, and it's going to be a great day.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys the news tip of the day. Jerry Kramer is in that tent right now, and he's signing autographs. All right, you want to go do that? I'm going to turn them loose so they can go experience all that is happening in this draft footprint. We are having so much fun here at Amplify, and Jordan and Jade, this is really just starting to feel like a game day, and it's just going to get bigger from here.
I couldn't agree more. They're going to remember that for their entire life.
For sure.
And this event right here in
You gotta love
Titletown,
it.
which is great. Bringing the draft to Titletown took lots of planning and collaboration with cities all across the state.
After the break, we'll hear from those local leaders who prepared for the draft to come to Titletown. Stay with us.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information, or call us today for your free estimate.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
It's Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft here in Green Bay, and Local 5 is your home for complete team coverage.
Now to the widespread impacts that Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft will have on our surrounding communities.
Local 5's Timothy Lateau hit the road earlier this year to find out what local leaders are doing throughout their region for their cities.
While the NFL Draft is set to ring in a new class of pro football's future stars, Wisconsin communities are already working to put their best on display for that last week in April.
For us, it's not really a financial benefit to the city organization. It's a major financial obligation that we're taking on. We're glad to do it because of the community benefits that I think are going to be accrued.
Additional municipal services needed for the NFL Draft fall on the city of Green Bay's shoulders. Smaller cities, like here in Wapaka, say that organizations planning the NFL Draft have done a good job keeping them in the loop, as they know that visitors will have to spread out far and wide for lodging.
The conversations have been regular, and it's easy to get information and reach out and hear what others are experiencing, and so that's been a great experience for us.
Shuttles for the hour and 15-minute drive from Wapaka are still being organized, as well as in Manitowoc, which is no stranger to big events, as it has hosted Whistling Straight spectators over the years. The Lakeshore City, 35 minutes from Lambeau, is placing its emphasis on restaurants rather than organizing separate community events.
We found out that they spend most of their day at the golf course, so they just want to go out and eat or do this. So, to have some big thing in Manitowoc really didn't make sense for PGA.
An hour to the north, the city of Marinette has already devised a plan to cover transportation expenses for hotels through a room tax and has $100,000 to dole out if needed.
If the hotels decide to use buses, we will reimburse them for that, so that people basically just come here, they stay here, and we take them down and bring them back.
And the bonus for tourists staying in cities further away from Green Bay is that lodging will be easier to find and afford.
I would think you'd find our hotels and accommodations here a little bit more economical, and yet still close enough.
Across northeast Wisconsin, Timothy Lateau, Local 5 News.
All right, thanks, Timothy. Green Bay Mayor Eric Genrich will be joining us at the top of our next hour here at our Amplify location. Stay tuned to hear his plans during this draft week.
We are live in the heart of Titletown with complete team coverage of the NFL Draft. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
I just wanted to get picked. And the first day was, I think, 2 or 3 rounds, and then it started off in the 4th. I knew I was not going to get picked the first day. I was hoping to get drafted early on Sunday, and as picks go off, I had some teammates at Wisconsin there. I had some family down in my apartment in Madison, and you just kept waiting and waiting. And I always tell people now, my advice is go do something, because it'll drive you nuts if you sit there and you let every pick go and you do it. So my experience was, it was awesome to get picked, and obviously to get drafted by the team that I grew up rooting for was great.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Hi,
Smart.
I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend to me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Our coverage continues this afternoon now that it's Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft.
Let's check in now with Caitlin Corbett, who is at the Green Bay Distillery. Hey, Caitlin.
I'm here outside of the distillery in the parking lot right now where there's a bunch of tailgaters, and I'm joined by Steve Michaels. Steve, where are you from?
We're from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
And so tell me, how long ago did you book this tailgate spot?
Probably about 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay, so it's been a while. It's been some time in the planning. And so what are you most excited about for the draft to be here in Green Bay?
Excited about seeing the different teams, their fans, and how they're going to react when they see Lambeau and the setup and everything else.
And now you mentioned you're from the area. You grew up here. I mean, did you ever think that this would come to reality?
No, and I was very excited when I heard about it. I bought a draft shirt last year in February when I was up here. So very excited about this event.
And so what do you hope that out-of-towners, people who are not from here, what do you hope they get to experience about Wisconsin when they come here?
I hope they experience the great people that live in this community. We're fun, we're exciting, and even the good cultural food and everything else that's here.
And where did the inspiration come to make these shirts that you all have on today?
This was from my wife's friend, nurse at the hospital, and she said, we got to have shirts, so she made them up.
And what are you hoping to see from the Packers today when they're finally on the clock?
Originally, I was saying trade out of the first round, but that would not be good, so I'm saying wide receiver.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great time today. I'm live at the distillery. Caitlin Corbett for Local 5 News.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Caitlin. You know, are you feeling a little chilly out here, Jade?
I am a little chilly. It's a little breezy.
You know, we're in the 50s. Yesterday it was close to 70 degrees here, and it seems like the sun wanted to poke out, but it just hasn't really gotten there yet. So we got plenty of clouds across our area right now. The good news is that we have not had a drop of rain yet. That rain is way down in the southwest corner of our area by Princeton, Germania, Montello, and Westfield. And what we're going to be seeing here in Green Bay basically is just cloud cover. I have our chances for rain at low to dry from now until about midnight tonight. Now, after that, it seems like our rain chances are going to be going up a little bit. Rain's going to be building in from west to east overnight tonight after the draft gets done. And as we go into the day tomorrow, we're going to have a pretty soaking first half of the day. You can see on the right side of those graphics, though, that those rain chances are starting to go down afternoon, and we know the second day of the draft coverage round 2 and 3 is Friday at in the afternoon. So hopefully that rain gets out of here and stays clear for the rest of the weekend.
That would be ideal. All right, thanks, Jordan. Well, Local 5 is your home for live coverage here in the heart of Titletown. Our coverage continues after the break, but before we go to break, take a look at this. Jerry Kramer signing autographs right here behind us.
The first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
This is Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft. I'm Jordan Lamers, joined by my co-anchor Jade Henschel, and we are live in the heart of Titletown.
Our station is bringing you more than 6 hours of live draft day coverage from the Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown facility.
We still have many hours before the 2025 NFL Draft opens up, and the Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Yeah, and the NFL has welcomed 15 projected top picks to celebrate the draft here in Green Bay, but every player, regardless of their round, is excited to potentially hear their name called.
Let's check in now with our sports reporters. We have Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn ready to go with an update from Lambeau Field. Hey, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, so obviously when you think of the Green Bay Packers, the first thing that probably comes to mind for football fans is Lambeau Field, and it looks like they're actually letting fans into the bowl of Lambeau Field to check that off their bucket list for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as Green Bay takes on the NFL Draft, Lauren.
And someone who's very familiar with Lambeau Field is a prospect in this draft. That is Wisconsin Badgers captain Hunter Wohler. Now, he might not hear his name called today, but he probably will during this 3-day event, and that's because he got invited to the NFL Combine. That's a good start and a good sign to hear your name called in the draft. Kyle, just think about how many things had to go right for Hunter Wohler for him to be in this position, potentially being drafted. And hey, the Packers have 8 picks over all the rounds.
Yeah, the excitement and nervousness probably the Wohler family is feeling, but here at Titletown, it's all excitement because the NFL Draft and those dreams of these prospects are going to come true sooner than later, Lauren. For Lauren Helmbrecht, I'm Kyle Malzahn. We'll send it back to you guys out there outside of Lambeau Field.
Thank you, Kyle and Lauren. We're going to be checking in with you guys in the next hour, so stay tuned.
All right, well, 1 hour down, many, many more to go as we bring you complete live coverage for this NFL Draft here in Green Bay. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Turn. Coverage continues live from Amplify Health by Bellin Health Titletown. Brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Good afternoon and welcome to Local 5's coverage of Green Bay hosting the NFL Draft. I'm Jordan Lamers.
And I'm Jade Henschel. We're bringing you live coverage of this truly once-in-a-lifetime event from the heart of Titletown.
For that, we're going to check in with our reporter who's been the forefront of our draft coverage for many months in a row.
Yeah, Timothy, what can you tell us about security for this draft event?
Jade and Jordan, the crowds have been poured in from these security gates since they opened at noon. This is both the largest crowd and also the largest temporary structure, the NFL draft stage, that the city has ever seen, both posing significant safety risks. But public safety officials tell me that they are prepared and have done their homework.
The concern then is the days of the event itself and the increased traffic, the number of fans that are coming into town. That will certainly slow things down quite a bit.
Last year, Detroit had to close their campus as a result of the overflow of fans. And while Green Bay's campus is larger, police tell me that there's still a very real possibility of having to turn fans away.
There are, believe it or not, density professionals out there that will watch that. And it's more than counting the number of people. It's really about space that groups of people take up.
Captain Allen says that overflow fans may be turned toward Lambeau Field or other areas inside the campus to watch the draft. But if the overflow is large enough, closing the campus may be the only option.
If that happens, there may be some temporary closures of the gates while we get that organized and get people going in the right direction. And if that becomes overcrowded, then absolutely we'll close the gates down.
Still, Captain Allen is looking at the situation with a positive lens and thinks there could be a chance the crowd will replicate that of a Packer game day, just not all fitting neatly into the Lambeau Field Bowl.
250,000 over the 3 days is, 83,000 a day, which is very similar to the size of the crowds we see for Packer games. Because of the space is so much bigger and, the staffing that we put out there, we can certainly handle more than that without a doubt.
The final days and hours of the draft will be going over plans, trainings, and checking in with other safety teams.
Thinking about all the contingency planning, doing some additional training internally, visiting the site regularly, meeting with our partners, both public safety, EMS, and our fire partners in this.
Captain Allen and the rest of the security team are ready to apply their knowledge to Northeast Wisconsin's next biggest event after they get through each round of the draft.
I think there's a lot out there that we can certainly tackle for events in our area. And we know that there'll be good outcomes with this event too. So, but I think we kind of wait and see for a little bit and kind of catch our breath after this one.
While law enforcement has a nonstop job to monitor safety, one of the taller and more dangerous tasks of public safety is already completed: the construction of the NFL draft stage.
Things that we're building are very complicated, but we make sure that every risk is assessed before we put somebody in a situation like that. And our crews that have been doing these big builds for 10 years now, since we left New York and went to Chicago.
Every day, every hour that the NFL draft construction crews are working, the Green Bay Metro Fire Department is watching.
Just because it's a temporary structure doesn't mean that it doesn't follow building codes.
The NFL draft stage and other elements are required to be permitted and follow building codes, which is ensured by the fire department throughout the build.
We're just primarily looking at how it's all being put together. So in the event that something were to go bad, we have at least a knowledge of construction and how we would pursue it from doing rescues if we need to get those done.
Even for firefighters who think they've seen it all, they just haven't.
Completely different than anything we've seen. We're talking about 1.2 acres under one roof. That's a temporary structure. So it's a massive structure.
This is going to be the biggest event that we're ever part of in our careers here in Green Bay. It's going to be bigger than a normal game day, which is something that we haven't seen, but it's not something that we can't adapt to.
For this testing build, the fire department is keeping a close eye on two things: the pace that the crew is working at, and also the wind.
The thing that we probably worry about the most is if they start to run behind schedule, and then people get in a rush, and that's where injuries can take place. That's where shortcuts get made and mistakes happen.
Fortunately, the fire department says none of that has occurred, and the crews have complied with all requirements so far. But Wisconsin weather isn't always so cooperative.
We've had issues over the last couple days with the wind being an issue just because those are high structures. They're temporary. They look like a big sail.
And even though it's been problematic at times, the NFL says the wind and other weather conditions did not cause major delays. They would simply shift their attention to other tasks on the ground. And as you've seen from our coverage, they managed to get everything completed on time. Back to you, Jade and Jordan.
Thank you, Timothy. We're going to check in with you in just a little bit again. Now, bringing this draft to Green Bay has taken years of preparation and collaboration to make this day a reality.
Yeah, and one of those key people to make this happen was Green Bay Mayor Eric Grenrick, who joins us now. Mayor, thank you for being here with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What is it like? It's finally here. It's NFL Draft Day in Green Bay.
Yeah, it's a little surreal. We've been talking about it for, upwards of multiple years, really, at this point. Because if you go all the way back, Aaron Popke and Brad Toll have talked about once it left New York back in, I think, 2015, there's a small group really started talking about it, thinking about it, planning for it, got the bid, I think a couple of years back now at this point. And it's hard to believe that we're at Draft Day itself, but had a really great experience downtown last night with fireworks and music. And I think people are just kind of abuzz. We're ready for it.
Yeah, and ever since that great announcement, the NFL has selected Green Bay, Wisconsin to host a draft. What has that process been like to get this place looking like it does right now?
It's really been a great process. It starts with public safety, like I've said all along, and we've got the best public safety team in the country with our police and fire teams, working in collaboration with the County Sheriff's Department and Village of Ashwaubenon, and they really have set us up for success. And of course, I've been in touch with former draft cities like Detroit and Kansas City and others, and as a result, I think have put together a really solid plan. The campus itself, which is of course credit to the NFL and the Packers, is just amazing. I was able to walk it a little bit this morning. I was kind of checking out the theater and the stadium, and as far as the campus is concerned, I don't think folks could ask for anything better.
Can you beat it? It's awesome.
Yeah,
right?
It's really phenomenal. And like I said, I was over in Detroit last year, had a great experience downtown Detroit. They put on a great show, but nobody has Lambeau, right? And that's a unique element. I don't think any other drafts, to my knowledge, have really incorporated the stadium, because it probably doesn't make sense in a lot of cases. But when you have Lambeau Field, you've got to make it part of the experience. And I think what's been set up here is really gonna be great for everybody concerned.
And I know we're just starting, so it's kind of silly to talk about the end of it, but what are the lasting effects of having the draft in Green Bay?
Yeah, I think we don't know quite yet, right?
Yeah.
But as far as what we're hoping for, we're hoping that everybody who comes here stays safe and has a great time, has a great experience meeting our residents, checking out our local businesses and different amenities that we have in town. But also, as many people have said, this is really a 3-day commercial for the city of Green Bay, the region, the state of Wisconsin. And so we would love for people who, for whom Green Bay wasn't on the radar, to take a look at us, come visit, maybe check out some jobs, look at the housing market, and recognize that it's a great place to live.
Hey, you guys had to do some fundraising, in order to get the draft here and everything. Do you think the investment was worth it at this point?
Yeah, as far as we know, as far as the expectations are concerned, right, with economic impact being in the neighborhood of $20 million for the metro region here, $96 million for the state of Wisconsin, significant investments on our part when it comes to public safety costs, which we've been in conversation with the state of Wisconsin about. But, some serious costs associated, as you said, the fundraising with the local organizing committee. But, you would never be able to pay for 51 million viewers or whatever the number is, right, over the course of 3 days. There's no way you'd be able to get this number of folks to the community to check us out in person. So, I think it's going to be a win for the community and for all of our residents.
And kind of big question here for you. Do you have time to be a fan here at the draft?
Like I said, I was able to just kind of walk around a little bit this morning, a little bit before the gates opened, and then as people started coming in, got some official responsibilities, but we're going to be out here enjoying it with folks as well.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Mayor Grenrick, for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your draft day and weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mayor. And that includes how our dairy product producers are hoping to cash in on the draft.
Our Elaine Wells brings us that scoop. Elaine?
Jade and Jordan, we produce 600 styles, types, and varieties of cheese here in Wisconsin, 2.8 billion pounds of it every single year. And when you are shopping, there's a really simple way to make sure that you're supporting our Wisconsin producers. You can look for the Proudly Wisconsin cheese badge to know that you're supporting our state. And when you're shopping for fluid milk, the kind that you drink, or butter or yogurt, you just look for the number 55 on the package, and that means that it was made right here in the dairy state. There is an all-female cheese plant in our area, and they are using milk directly from the farm on site to produce award-winning cheese. Here's a look inside of Ron's.
I grew up cooking a lot with my family growing up. I really loved recipes. I grew up with a lot of animals as well, so it kind of went hand in hand for me, and I always just love seeing the process of how things are done. And that's really what drew me into making cheese.
Haley Fry is the head cheesemaker at Ron's Wisconsin Cheese, one of 4 women who operate the plant.
I think the best thing for us here is that it's so fresh. I mean, when I tell people how fresh our milk is coming directly from the parlor to me, I think that is the biggest thing, that you cannot match that flavor. It's just so fresh and squeaky. The mozzarella whips have that great shred. I love it.
They produce farmstead cheese, which means it's made from milk exclusively sourced from the herd of animals raised on the same farm where the cheese is produced.
So usually from me pulling milk from the parlor to my finished product of cheese, I'm going to average between probably 7 to 8 hours, depending from finish, start to finish. So it's a very hands-on process, and it's very much using your senses of touch, smell, taste, feel. It's very, very complex, and every day it's a little bit different. Touching cheese, working with it, you never know what you're going to get, and you always have to listen to exactly what the cheese is telling you to do. That's how you get the best results.
She says happy, healthy cows do make better milk and cheese.
So I think we have a really great program here with Pagel's cropping, with our herd help. For our herd management, he really takes the time to make sure they're getting the quality rest, food, nutrition. They're monitored 24/7 with their collars. They also they're so comfortable. They're so well cared for, even all the way around. And I think that really adds to what our products have to offer customers.
The plant produces primarily curds, string cheese, and mozzarella whips, in addition to some block cheese like the award-winning snow cheddar.
We did take home the U.S. Dairy World Championship. We took home a first place for our whips. We have a few Wisconsin State Fair awards. And that's a big deal because, you really meet people all around the world, and you never realize how small of an operation you are to these large corporations all around the world. And it's such a humbling feeling knowing that this little piece is such a big part of it, and that's awesome.
Haley hopes that visitors get to experience the squeak of fresh Wisconsin cheese along with the warmth that it brings.
But I really hope people get to have the feeling of the Midwest, how welcoming people are, how fresh it is, how much we care about the dairy industry, how kind everyone is to one another. And it truly is, when you travel out to bigger cities and you get, the busy, fast life, and you come to Green Bay where everybody kind of knows everybody, and it's just a little piece of heart, and especially Lambeau Field. Lambeau Field is such a destination for fans all around the world. We're really known for the Packers, beer, cheese, and football. What's better than that?
Ron's Wisconsin Cheese has set up a mobile cheese store on the other side of Lambeau Field. They're in the parking lot of Badger State Brewing. And while you're there, pick up a new beer spread cheese collaboration between the two of those great businesses. They're hoping that a lot of people leave here with that proudly Wisconsin badge, maybe in their suitcase. As long as you don't have to travel too far, that cheese is going to make it home just fine, Jaden Jordan.
I'm sure that will. Thank you very much for that, Melaine. Now, a Wisconsin artist hopes his woodworking skills will be on display for the entire world tonight.
You'll meet him and hear the story of his unique art style that's brought the player walkway to life after this break.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
There's a lot of noise out there. Everybody has their 2 cents on your abilities, what you can and can't do, and where you ultimately may end up. But my recommendation to all those future professional athletes is just keep your head down, keep working hard, have faith in the process, and that it will all work out for you.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart. Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Our live Titletown's Turn coverage continues here in the heart of Titletown. One Milwaukee area artist's art is actually on display on the player walkway for the NFL draft here, and he's already made artwork for the Brewers and boxer Mike Tyson.
Local 5's Timothy Leteau explains how this woodworker literally nailed down his biggest project to date.
Things have a way of just falling or fitting into place for Ike Winter.
Honestly, it was just like the opportunity to repurpose wood from the side of the road. That's like what drove the curiosity to do this. It wasn't to sell art. It was merely just a hobby.
The artist's busy studio in the village of Butler is now home to 32 NFL logos after 40 days and 500 hours of work, and set to be displayed at the NFL draft in Green Bay.
They said they found my work online and said it might be a good fit for the draft this year for a project they had in mind. So all these pieces of art will line the player walkway as players get drafted.
Now, Ike's art will be on stage on an international level. One thing that's even hard for an artist to imagine.
It hasn't really hit me yet, and I don't really want to think about it until it happens. I very much live in the moment.
There's the saying that one person's trash is another's treasure. But for Ike, it was therapy too.
I was kind of going through some stuff and stress and mental challenges. So I just told myself, I was like, if I can sit in a studio and listen to music all day and cut wood, that's a pretty good therapeutic career for me.
8 years later, it would seem like a stressful responsibility to most. But to a master craftsman like Ike, it's a process as smooth as sanded wood.
I don't have a single paintbrush up here or a bucket of stain. So everything, we just had to get creative with like the furniture I picked up and then adapting it.
Ike enjoyed the challenge the most complicated logos of the Jaguars and Buccaneers brought to his cutting board, but it was really the one from Buffalo that touched him most.
My grandfather played for the Buffalo Bills. He got drafted by the Buffalo Bills in 1944.
His grandfather, Raymond Cuffle, passed before he was born, but Ike is still able to feel rooted to him through wood.
Somehow through my career of picking up wood on the side of the road and turning it into art, we're both tied into something together that we both get to experience 81 years apart. Like, who would have thought?
It's long odds, but the NFL has branched across generations, just like each of the 32 puzzles have that perfect way of fitting together. In Butler, Timothy Leteau, Local 5 News.
Thanks, Timothy. And skateboarder Tony Hawk and musicians Green Day and Kelly Clarkson are some of the people Winter hopes to make art for someday.
That's incredible. Well, Jade and I can agree, and I'm sure everybody here on the grounds can agree that It's good that we don't have snow today.
100%.
And it has stayed dry so far. The radar is showing that the rain is way down to the southwest of Appleton and west of Lake Winnebago in Oshkosh. And as we zoom out a little bit, we can see that there is more rain on the left side of your screen. You can see how that's kind of gathering by the Twin Cities in southern Minnesota. That is our rain for later tonight, and it's most likely to roll in here after midnight. So we're calling for isolated showers today, but right now, again, nothing actually making it to Titletown. Temperatures will be in the 50s today. Now it's going to get breezy tomorrow. Temperatures low 50s, so it's once again a day where you want the jacket on or a warm sweater, especially underneath that jacket. Saturday, though, looks beautiful. We may start off with a little cloud cover, but I think we burst out into the sunshine, and temperatures will make it back up to about 60 degrees. And Jade, we can't forget, we have a big concert at night on Saturday.
That's right.
The weather will be beautiful for Brad Paisley.
That's great. Well, Local 5 is here from the heart of Titletown with coverage on this once-in-a-lifetime event from every angle. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Titletown's turn coverage of the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5. We're taking a live look from the view of our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Love to see everyone starting to fill the streets there.
And thank you to you at home for sticking with Local 5 as we have live team coverage on the grounds here at Titletown. And as Titletown, it's turned to host the NFL Draft. I mean, people are excited here.
Yeah, thousands of people are expected to attend the draft over the next few days.
So we're going to go now to Cameron Ozair, who is live in the footprint of the draft.
Yeah, Cam, what are you seeing?
Jay Jordan, the draft footprint is as busy as expected, as hectic as we thought it would be. The fans getting the full Green Bay and Lambeau Field experience, of course, all leading up to the spectacle that is the first round of the NFL Draft. Now, a majority of the players that are going to be making the jump to the professional level, they understand that outside of the 32 that'll get their names called today, they're going to have to wait a little bit beyond Thursday, Friday, and maybe even Saturday. And that reigns true for one of our local products here from the Green Bay area. And he told me earlier in the week that he just wants an opportunity to prove himself at the next level.
It's been hard, but looking back, it's been very fulfilling. It's really every day waking up by yourself, deciding, I got to go give it 100% today.
Burning today. It's a dream on the verge of possibly becoming reality.
That's better. I'm not the first person who's tried to do it. Obviously, you know, we see Alec Ingold out there a ton, Cole Van Lanen, a couple other guys from the area that have done it, had success, and I would really love to follow in their footsteps.
Former Green Bay Southwest quarterback Nick Howard hopes to hear his name called when the NFL draft arrives in his hometown.
I know I'm a long shot, and I know this has been and will continue to be kind of a rocky, uncertain journey.
But it's one that Howard is not yet ready to see come to an end. After finishing as an all-conference QB at Southwest, Nick committed to South Dakota before Dartmouth popped up on his radar.
When the Ivy League opportunity came knocking, my parents were really the ones that pushed me to pursue it. You know, they understood better than I did what the Ivy League really could provide and how it would change my life.
5 years, a two-time team captain, and an Ivy League title later, the Green Bay native knew hanging up the cleats was going to be harder than anticipated.
Oh, I didn't have a workout plan. I wasn't working out with my teammates all of a sudden, and I missed it. And I was like, I want to do this as much as I can with the limited time that I'm going to have left.
Which led Howard to play a graduate year at Butler before a conversation with his dad, a former football coach at St. Norbert and Lawrence, determined there could be a next chapter on the gridiron.
He was super supportive and said, you have one shot for the rest of your life. Go all out, see where it lands, and then 2, 5, 10 years down the road, you're never going to have that regret of at least I tried.
So with Nick's hometown on the clock, hosting the draft for the first time ever, the time also slowly ticks toward the local product's dream, one he hopes turns into reality.
I believe if I can get that opportunity, I am a good enough player. So again, it just comes down to one person believing in me enough, and I'm feeling real positive right now.
Howard might be a long shot, but that hasn't stopped him from battling adversity to get to this point and maybe walk across that stage behind me. He went through ankle surgery at the end of his final season at Butler, and get this, he suffered the ankle injury just 3 weeks into the season, had to deal with it all throughout, but he just wants to embrace this moment with his city, one that his city is clearly embracing and one that he hopes to take part in over the next couple days. Jaden, Jordan, back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Cam. Keep having fun out there. Well, Jade, it smells like brisket. We got planes flying around with banners attached to them. We got a nice view of the big screen at the bowl of Lambeau Field. More live coverage after this.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
I actually didn't think there was a chance because they were really deep at receiver. They had just came off the Super Bowl. Just didn't see that as being an option for me. And when I got that call, it was a special moment. And me and my friend look back on it all the time because after the combine, I came home wearing a Packers t-shirt. I got t-shirts from every team in the NFL that I had met with, and that was a shirt that I chose to wear back because you could tell that it was just different there.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
5's team coverage of the NFL Draft is coming to you live from the heart of Titletown.
Our incredible engineers and production staff have transformed the Amplify Health by Bell in Titletown, a facility, into the live set you see here right on your screen.
It's just incredible.
And many of the fans that are here today are going to be able to partake in a fan favorite, tailgating in the parking lot.
You got to do it if you're in Green Bay, right? And Caitlin Corbett caught up with Green Bay Distillery's owner to see a look at what's going on there.
I'm here outside of the Green Bay Distillery, and I'm here with the owner, Mike McNerney. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, yes.
So first, I want to talk to you a little bit about what does it mean to have an event like the NFL Draft come here, especially for a local business like yours?
Yeah, pretty amazing. It showcases Green Bay, showcases our local restaurants, and we're happy to have everyone come from all over the nation.
And so you filled this whole lot up out here, but you have a lot of stuff that's going on today. Tell us about some of the events.
Yeah, we have a lot of things going on. We have a vodka garden, a beer vodka garden. We have a band from 3 to 6. We have some Packer player alumni signings. So a lot of action going on at Green Bay Distillery.
And so what about, can anybody come into this portion out here? And then what about inside? What are kind of the rules with that?
Yeah, most of the restaurant has been reserved. There's some walk-up tables available, but the whole beer garden's wide open today.
And so what would you say to somebody who's visiting, who's maybe not from here? What do you want them to know about Wisconsin and visiting?
Yeah, our menu features Wisconsin flavors. So yeah, try some new menu items, try some things you haven't tried before. A lot of cheese curds on our menu, and we're really proud of the stuff we make in Wisconsin.
Well, I'll let you get back to work because I know you're very busy today, but thank you for joining us. And again, I'm here outside of the Green Bay Distillery. I'm Caitlin Corbett for Local 5 News.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks,
That was
Caitlin.
awesome.
It's Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft, and Local 5 is your home for complete coverage. Stay tuned. We have more live coverage right after this.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart. Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Welcome back here live at Titletown. Timothy Lateau reporting. We've got some super fans of the Chiefs all the way from Springfield, Missouri. Taylor and Lori, good to have you guys. What have you thought about Green Bay so far?
Terrific. Fans are super welcoming. One of the better fan bases I've ever personally witnessed, other than the Chiefs myself, but they're right up there with them.
Amazing. Everybody's been super nice, and I'm loving all the super fans that are here.
Taylor, a lot of compliments so far on your outfit. We love the Super Bowl ring for your hat. A great Chiefs and Mizzou jersey as well. Tell us about your outfit.
Honestly, got the ring hat out of Houston, Texas. Got it signed by Patrick Mahomes and Clark Hunt. Just figured like a really cool really unique thing I could do. And as far as the half and half pro college uni with Nick Bolton from Mizzou, just figured it was a perfect thing to represent Missouri on draft day.
Lori, you're up, and Travis Kelce, a big fan, I'm sure?
I am. I'm a very big fan of him.
Now, how's the drive over? I heard 10.5 hours overnight. Is that right?
That is correct. It was pretty good. It went pretty fast, honestly.
That's good to hear. And you guys are in town for the day. What do you hope to see?
Honestly, just as many super fans as I can. As much as I would love to sit here and say I'm here to watch people get drafted, that's not my main focus here. I just love showing up once a year and getting to meet up with all the other teams' super duper fans, right? The ones that go above and beyond and just go out for fan engagement consistently. It's always fun to meet them.
Definitely. Well, Taylor and Lori, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy it here in Green Bay. Reporting now in Green Bay, Timothy Lateau, Local 5 News. Jade and Jordan, back to you.
What an outfit.
Right? I love it. Well, Brett Hensel of the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame is here with us now, and he brought us some pieces of history.
Brent, first of all, thank you for being here on this busy afternoon. And second of all, let's get to what you brought here. This is cool.
Well, thank you for having me. What I brought was some historical documents from the past with the draft. I brought some newspaper clips. So this is a newspaper clip from Russ Letlow, who was the first ever draft pick by the Green Bay Packers in 1936.
Oh, wow.
Earl Curly Lambeau discovered him on a barnstorming tour in California.
Wow.
Then, of course, we have to talk about the last time Wisconsin hosted the draft.
Was that in Milwaukee?
Yes. So over 85 years ago, December 9th, 1939. And the reason why at that time the team that was hosting the championship game, which the Packers played in the next day, they would also host the draft the day before or after.
Oh, wow. Very interesting.
What's on the next side there?
Yeah,
Jade?
let's see.
And then I also brought some scouting reports from the 50s and 60s. Of course, you have Ray Nitschke, who was part of the 1958 class. That was a great draft for the Packers. They had 3 Pro Football Hall of Famers, including Ray Nitschke. And of course, in the scouting report, it says he's really tough, mean player.
Turns out he was.
And then I also brought a scouting report from Herb Adderley. And Vince Lombardi helped select Adderley. He was really ahead of the game as far as like diversity. So he was drafting black players in the first round. Adderley was drafted in 1961, and then Dave Robinson in 1963.
Sure.
And then some more current, some like fan favorites. So Donald Driver.
Oh, yeah.
7th round, the last selection that the Packers had in the 1999 draft, 213th overall. Ron Wolf was a master as a general manager in finding Pro Bowlers in the mid to late rounds. And of course, Driver is the all-time leader in receptions and receiving yards.
Very cool.
Talk about the reception you get from people who come see this stuff. Packers fans just eat this up, don't they?
Oh, yeah. We can't get enough. We actually have right now in the Packers Hall of Fame a temporary exhibit that's devoted specifically to the draft. So there's stuff specific to the Green Bay Packers, and then there's even a timeline of the draft for NFL history overall.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much, Brent, for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your draft weekend.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, we have much more in store ahead. We're going to catch up with NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. That story is after the break.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get them on the phone now.
Coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5. We're taking a look at the view from our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Man, it's been great to see the streets fill up with people, isn't it?
They sure are filling up. Well, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell made a stop in Wisconsin today, but here's the twist. It wasn't for the NFL Draft. It was to make an impact off the field.
Very cool. Local 5's Daniel Schuster takes us to the Oneida Nation where football meets future.
Today is more than just football. It's about bridging the digital divide. Here at Oneida Nation, the NFL and the Packers are bringing technology, inspiration directly to the Oneida Nation youth.
Really excited to be able to come here to the Oneida Nation. We're making a donation along with the commissioner, the NFL Foundation, and the Packers. And it's really focused on helping bridge the digital divide.
The NFL Foundation and the Green Bay Packers are teaming up to give a $150,000 grant, providing nearly 500 devices to students in the Oneida School District.
Provides additional computer resources for our students. It provides us the opportunity to really build more opportunities in the area of technology.
While this may not be the main event of the NFL Draft, Commissioner Roger Goodell says Green Bay is already proving why it's a first-round pick.
I like our chances. I think this is going to be a great event. This community deserves it. The franchise deserves it. And I think it's going to be great for the NFL and this country.
Packers legend Scott Wells returned to see it all in action and to see how far Green Bay has come since being drafted here in 04.
Being drafted here in 04 and seeing how much it has grown over those 21 years, to come back and see an NFL event, all eyes on Green Bay, and the fact that the NFL stepped up and put that spotlight on this community is huge, and it makes me smile.
Today was a reminder that the NFL Draft isn't just about future stars, it's about creating opportunity for the next generation, both on and off the field. In Oneida, Daniel Schuster, Local 5 News.
Thanks, Daniel. We're live in the heart of Titletown with complete team coverage of this NFL Draft. Stay with us. We're back after the break.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
We are back with more live draft day coverage from the heart of Titletown.
We are bringing you live coverage from multiple angles today.
And one of those angles, some more fans. I thought they were going to be Packers fans, but Malena, it looks like you have some general NFL fans.
This is a bit like the red carpet here going to Lambeau Field because I'm just stopping everybody who has the best outfit on and saying, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter.
So introduce us a bit to this crew because I'd love to tell people where you're from, but the answer is all over.
We really are. So we have a couple of families here. Most of us are from the Massachusetts area, hence the Patriots attire, and we are definitely looking forward to that top 5 pick. And we also have some people also from Massachusetts, goes to school in South Carolina, some middle schoolers. We also have my children who are at the University of Colorado, so we're huge Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter fans. And we're just here and just enjoying the whole Green Bay hospitality and the vibe. It's our first draft ever.
What has been the best part about visiting Green Bay so far?
So far, it's the cheese curds. Okay. No, we haven't had the cheese curds, but the people here are truly have been some of the nicest, kindest people, from where we park to the people at the hotel to the people at the supermarket. I'm just blown away by how nice everybody in Wisconsin has been to all of us from Massachusetts and our Colorado, bringing our Colorado vibes.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I have to talk real briefly to you because we don't have enough time for all the fascinating stories here, but yours is pretty dang cool. You actually have a connection to hopefully someone who's going to be on this stage.
I do. So I work with the CU football team, and I had the opportunity to warm up Shador all last season during practices and games. So I was able to get really close to him and become like a really good friend with him, as well as Travis Hunter, since they kind of work in tandem there. But it was such a cool experience, and I'm really excited to see where they end up today.
So a bit of that success due to right here. Let me see him. I got to see it. She's been helping. All right. Thank you, family. Enjoy your time in Green Bay. Have fun at the draft. Jordan and Jade, I just love hearing everybody's story.
It's so much fun. Thank you, Malane. Now let's send things over to Lambeau Field. That's where Kyle Malzahn and Lauren Helmbrecht are for an update there. Hi, guys.
Hey, Jade and Jordan, a Go Pack Go chant is ringing out from the fans inside of Lambeau Field right now. And as we know, dozens, hundreds of kids and young men are about to hear their names called with the draft. They're going to start their NFL careers. But for one man in Green Bay, his NFL career is coming to a close. And that is, of course, outgoing Packers president Mark Murphy, who's responsible for all of this.
Yeah, his legacy will forever be felt here in Titletown, Lauren. I mean, just the success that the Packers have had under Murphy on the football field. 13 out of the 17 years that he's been in charge, the Packers have made the postseason. And then outside of the football field and the success that they've had, look at the Titletown expansion. Look at the expansions here inside of Lambeau Field. And the fact that the Packers are holding the second largest NFL event in the smallest market in the NFL, it's like a mic drop moment for Mark Murphy.
I'd say it's different than all the other drafts, too. Most of the other drafts are in big downtowns, separate from the stadium. And for us, you know, the Lambeau Field's pretty much front and center. And obviously, we're here in Titletown, and this is kind of a key part of it as well. I think we'll see. That'll be kind of the legacy is, you know, what this draft meant to the community. I think people will look at it and think, you know, Green Bay's not a bad place. Might want to might want to live or work there, and you know, vacation. It's I think a lot of people don't realize how special Wisconsin really is.
A few people who are experiencing just how special Green Bay is, those 15 projected first-round draft picks that are here, who are going to be on the red carpet behind us later today. And Kyle, you actually got to catch up with them.
It was cool. Yesterday they were playing football with some of these Special Olympic athletes here in Green Bay, and just to see how far that they have come and just kind of talking to them, you can just tell how special of a week this is for them, their families, and obviously one that's going to change their lives and probably their families' lives forever.
It's special. You know, I got some teammates that play on the team, so I was able to kind of connect with them and just kind of, you know, ask around and stuff like that. I mean, but it's awesome. Like, the stadium is huge. So just to be able to be here is a huge blessing with a bunch of these guys, so I'm just excited.
What I like most is it's super chill, not that many people outside, and this is my type of city. I like, not that many people outside, and it's very, very quiet.
Whenever you think of football, you think of Lambeau Stadium, so Lambeau Field. So whenever, have the opportunity to come up here, represent my, my school, my family, my community, it means everything to me.
Especially, watching Aaron Rodgers my whole life, what he did on this field. And I just think just being at a place like this where it's really the mecca, of football in terms of just like there's nothing to do but play football, I just think it's a big, responsibility to play here and a big responsibility just to be here in this atmosphere around good people. And so I'm just excited to be here and I'm happy to get it going.
So you just heard from Cam Ward there, who's projected to be the #1 draft pick tonight. But thankfully for the Packers, who pick at number 23, they don't need a quarterback because they have somebody named, Mr. Jordan Love.
And we're kind of projecting that Cam Ward will be #1 overall going to the Tennessee Titans. But keep an eye out for the 23rd overall pick because that is where the Packers' first pick is. They have 8 total draft picks over this weekend. For Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helbrecht reporting live at Lambeau Field for Local 5 Sports.
We appreciate you both. Thank you very much. Local 5 is your home for NFL draft coverage here in the heart of Titletown.
Our coverage continues after this break.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
It's Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft here in Green Bay, and Local 5 is your home for complete team coverage. While there's plenty going on inside the footprint and as outside, as you can see right there, you just never know who you're going to run into, Jordan.
And I'm kind of jealous of this one. Paul Sino got to meet up with former Bucks player Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Take a look.
Hi guys, not just football athletes, but basketball athletes also showing up at the NFL Draft. This is Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Wanted to make sure I say that right. Definitely an amazing name. Thanasis, can you kind of just talk about why you're here at the Legacy tonight?
First of all, it's amazing. I'm so happy the NFL Draft is here. Hopefully the NBA, draft is next in Milwaukee or here. Would love to have an NBA event as well in the state. Just feel like the state deserves so much, in having these great teams. Being the Bucks, Green Bay, the Packers, and the Brewers. Just having great teams in sports. We deserve to have events like this. I'm so happy. Just me doing my show, analysis show with kind of interviews. Did have Drew Brees. It's very, very exciting to have him on my show. But it was great, man. Just being to live live a little bit behind the scenes of the NBA, NBA, about the NFL draft.
Yeah, and today, we have people from all over the country, all over the world coming to Green Bay and Wisconsin potentially for the first time.
Yeah.
When you kind of came to Wisconsin for the first time, what did you kind of, learn about this, state, about the culture in this state that maybe people here today are, learning for the first time about Green Bay and Wisconsin?
I mean, obviously, just a joke. First thing, it was the weather. The first thing, just joking. But I think just the culture, man. Just really hardworking people, and they don't mind nobody's business and just like really do their work and they don't complain, and the camaraderie people have, like, the what you call it, Tony? What you call it? The tailgate? What you call it?
The tailgate party?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, there's a camaraderie behind the sports, and I'm just happy about that.
Yeah, and speaking of sports, the Bucks are in the playoffs right now. Confidence that there's still time to come back against the Pacers.
We just gotta do, we gotta do whatever we can do. Whatever, we gotta do our job, and hopefully we just need people to be out there tomorrow, Friday, and be loud. Just be loud. And
hey, I really appreciate you taking some time to talk with us on your busy day here. You're obviously a celebrity here. Lots of people want your time, so we
I don't know about
really
celebrity, but
appreciate
yeah,
it.
I got
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much. We're gonna send it back to you guys now.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sticking with us this afternoon, but we are just scratching the surface of what's in store for you.
Sure, a lot of fun, and we are bringing you along for the ride. Every sight, sound, and flavor of the NFL draft. And the best part, you don't even have to leave your living room.
Yeah.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Downturn. Coverage continues live from Amplify Health by Bell and Health Titletown. Brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
One, two, three, four. Oh man, how great
Wow.
was that?
If that doesn't pump you up, I don't know what will.
Oh my goodness. This is Local 5's team coverage of the NFL Draft here in Green Bay. I'm Jordan Lamers I'm Jade Henschel alongside Jordan Lamers. We're entering our third hour of coverage here in Titletown.
It's kind of loud here, as you can imagine. They're playing right behind us. And
Yeah.
we have multiple crews across the draft footprint and beyond for this once-in-a-lifetime event here in Titletown.
Truly just incredible. And one of those live crews is the man himself, Timothy Lateau. He's an expert. He's been covering all things draft for months now.
Tim, the draft is here. It's happening. And the event that we've been talking about for the last year is on right now. How is it going out there? And for you, what's the most exciting part so far?
Yeah, Jade and Jordan, we are actually in the draft campus right now. The NFL draft experience, so much to offer here, and a huge crowd of people all lining up to do so much. Over here, we've got the autograph stage over there. So many fan favorite players expected there. And also there is the draft stage to give fans the opportunity to get on stage in front of a big crowd. And there's also the Vince Lombardi Trophy behind closed doors, something that has a long line, probably the longest line of anything out here. A lot of fans out here excited to see us and waving. And also there's a market, an opportunity for people to shop and buy NFL favorite gear, things like that. Get the gear of your favorite team. A lot of people that we've met already today, some coming from Missouri, some fans even from California, some Chargers fans out there. And then there's also the Super Bowl rings, a Super Bowl ring from all 58 years, all the rings that are offered, and a lot of people able to find their team's favorite Super Bowl rings if they have in fact won a Super Bowl. Not every team has. But for those lucky ones, there's a lot of people lined up in line there. And we'll keep you updated throughout the day. A big crowd here and a lot of lines. We'll send it back to you, Jade and Jordan.
That is our NFL Draft MVP
Yeah.
right there. Thank you very much, Tim. We're hoping you keep enjoying yourself out there.
Absolutely. You can tell he is. Let's now bring in Caitlin Corbett. She's over at the Green Bay Distillery. Hey, Caitlin, how are things going?
funnel in toward that draft footprint. We have a great view of that right here. But I'll tell you a bit about what's going on at the distillery today. We've got a live event with several former Packers players here. They're signing autographs. You can come get your picture taken. And then they've actually got a whole thing that they're deeming the vodka tent because, of course, the distillery's specialty is vodka and hard liquor, not beer. So that's all going on here today. So if you want to come and stop by, that is open to the public out there. But yeah, we're starting to see these crowds pick up a lot right now as more and more people make their way over to that draft entry. We're, of course, excited. We're going to be here all day giving you these live reports. For right now, though, I'll send it back to you, Jade and Jordan.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. We'll check back with you in a little bit.
Well, Green Bay is hosting all 32 NFL teams here in Titletown. We're, of course, wondering what's going to happen with the Packers tonight. And for that, we're going to send it over to Lambeau Field with Kyle Malzahn and Lauren Helmbrecht.
Jaden Jordan, you've heard from us a few times already. The Packers have 8 overall picks in this draft, including the 23rd overall in the first round. And Kyle, Green Bay has been known to trade up sometimes, and they've also been known to trade back. It's really just based on who they have on their draft board. And Brian Gutekunst spoke to the media on Monday, reiterating a point he said many times: they want the best available player.
Yeah, and Brian Gutekunst even went as far as saying that he doesn't necessarily need his first-round draft pick to come into the NFL and contribute right away. Case in point is Jordan Morgan last year, who has suffered a lot of injuries, but nonetheless, the way that Green Bay set up with that draft and development. The bottom line is, though, this 3-day event of the draft, the Packers have to get better. They were 1-5 in their division last year. Brian Gutekunst likes where this team is at, considering they're the youngest team in the NFL, but nonetheless, this is a time where they need to get better and hone in as they get into another season of Green Bay Packer football.
I feel really good about our roster right now. I mean, I think that's one of the. It doesn't happen every year. I mean, every year is a little bit different, but if we had to go play next week, I feel really good about our roster and our ability to win and go compete. So, hopefully as this draft unfolds, we're able to just kind of sit back and select the best players that fall to us. I mean, that'll be, I think something we prepare ourselves to be in. So we take a lot of pride in the people that we bring into this locker room. The culture of your football team, comes from your players. And so that's a big part of what we're doing.
So we're inside of Lambeau Field. The NFL draft is getting going, and they've let fans behind us inside of the bowl at Lambeau Field, and we actually just heard a bunch of Go Pack Go chants. As you could probably hear, they're pretty rowdy thus far. But as far as the draft goes for the Packers tonight, I think they'll stay put at 23. They will get a wide receiver for the first time in draft one since 2002 in the first round. Lauren, what about you?
No. He's wrong. They're going to go defense in the first round. Earlier, I said they might go defensive line, but I've changed it. I think they're going to go in the secondary. I think they're going to take a cornerback. Because I think Packers fans remember they didn't take a cornerback last year in the first round of the draft, and that might have come back to bite them. So Packers have 8 picks, the 23rd overall. That's where they stand right now. We'll have continued coverage from inside Lambeau Field. But for now, for Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helmbrecht reporting for Local 5.
You know what they say, defense wins championships. Thank you, guys. Jade, as I look around, I see some people in shorts. There's a guy in shorts right there.
Yep, there he is.
Other people are in winter jackets.
Yeah, it's all kinds of people dressed for all kinds of, well, there's one weather right now, but it's, everything.
And the one weather thing that I'm looking at, the sky is just cloud cover. The rain has stayed southwest of Appleton, so it's sprinkling in places like Berlin, maybe up to Winneconne, and then down to Princeton. But right now, we are dry in Titletown, and I anticipate it staying dry for the remainder of the night tonight. We are looking at the chance of showers to be dry, if not low, up until midnight tonight. Now, as we move forward, looking past midnight, you can see all those rain chances are going up again. This is after the draft, so essentially, it's just going to be a little cloudy, a little chilly for a little bit, but we will start the day soggy tomorrow for the next round of the draft. That is 2 and 3 on Friday. It's looking dry again, Jade.
All right.
Well, it's Titletown's turn to host the NFL draft, and we're bringing you live coverage right to your living room.
Stay tuned because we have something very sweet lined up after the break. You're watching Local 5's broadcast of the NFL draft. And take a look at this, Jerry Kramer taking some photos with fans.
Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
I was at home with my family.
waiting on that name to be called. Some people can't be a first rounder. You feel me? Drop money. But now, it was a good experience though for sure. Being able to get my name called in the second round, coming to Green Bay and things that we was able to accomplish throughout these years. But it was definitely a good experience, one of the best experiences other than graduating. And enjoyed the moment.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call. That's all.
We're back with our continuing coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft. And anywhere you turn in Green Bay now, there's an event to help fans celebrate.
Now that includes the Kringle Combine happening in downtown Green Bay tomorrow. Joining us live now is our friends Melaine Wells and Lisa Malik and a very special guest. You guys, is that breakfast that I smell over there?
Leave it to Jordan. He's got his eyes on the food, but we need your help, and Jordan's too, for us to win that Kringle Combine and our first round French toast to take home the prize so that it can be sold at Uncle Mike's bakery locations across the area.
Yeah, while Local 5 Live is in it to win it, the real winner is the Salvation Army of Greater Green Bay. Nicole Hadley is here to talk about this fundraising event. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, the Kringle Combine. What is happening during the event?
Absolutely. So Friday morning from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. we are downtown Green Bay, down on Washington Street, as part of the larger event called the Booyah Battle. The Salvation Army of Greater Green Bay is partnering with Uncle Mike's. So if you are local, you are familiar with that amazing goodness that is Uncle Mike's Bakery. If you are not local, you got to try yourself some Uncle Mike's while you're in town here. But we are partnering with Uncle Mike's for what we're calling the Kringle Combine. So we sought out 5 local celebrities or groups of celebrities that were willing to dream up a never-before Kringle flavor. So things that have not been sold in the store before. And so we let people kind of get creative with it, and they came up with those flavors. And we're going to have them down at the Kringle Combine. So you'll donate $5 to the Salvation Army. You'll get to try a sample of each of those 5 Kringle flavors. And then you're going to draft your favorite pick or cast your vote for which one you like the best. And that'll be available then at Uncle Mike's for a period of time following the draft.
For our friends who are visiting, maybe you're watching us in a hotel room or your Airbnb getting ready for the draft, Let's describe what a kringle is, because this is a pretty Wisconsin delicacy.
Absolutely. So a kringle is actually the Wisconsin state pastry, if people didn't know that. So it's kind of the thing to try while you're here. But it's a Danish pastry, and it's made, the process for Uncle Mike's takes them 3 days for the entire process, and it's made with 36 layers of dough and butter. So there's a good amount of butter in there that makes things taste good, but obviously all the fillings and toppings make it taste good too.
If people are visiting, they've actually got a spot down here in the draft footprint. Where are they?
They do. So they will be located at the bar. They're at that tailgate party. If you stop by, you look for their tent there. You can try some kringle while you're there, and they have some other treats available too.
Or come to the Combine on Friday, downtown Green Bay. We do want to, acknowledge that there's some rain moving in. You guys have a plan, though.
We do. So we will have a tent over the Kringle Combine part, so your Kringle won't be getting wet. So that'll be good. You guys won't get wet. The Kringle won't get wet. So rain or shine, come down and see us. You'll be able to move through that Kringle tent, stop at the stations, visit with the people that created the Kringle, try the samples. But downtown Green Bay has also done a great job of securing some local businesses that are going to allow people to sit inside while they eat their Kringle and their booyah that day. So you don't have to stand out in the rain the whole day, but we're still kind of hoping those meteorologists might pull through and call for some clear weather for a little bit.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nicole, let's talk about the importance of a fundraiser like this for the work that you do year-round.
Right. So all the proceeds of this event will stay local here, right, with the Salvation Army of Greater Green Bay. We're operating programs and services year-round here. People might be familiar with things like our food pantry or our lunch program. We're good at feeding, and we make sure that people don't go hungry. We're actually excited to start a new mobile breakfast program that's about to roll out starting in May. So just making sure that people have what they need in our community. And we're excited to have just an awesome community-minded business like Uncle Mike's to support the work that we do here locally. And we're happy to introduce people to the Salvation Army and our work. And maybe you have a Salvation Army near your home or wherever you come from, and you can get involved with Salvation Army there too.
Do we need a ticket or anything, or can we just come down and then pay our money to vote?
No ticket for the event, so come down, check out the awesome booyah. There'll be 13 booyah chefs there. Like I said, it's a $5 donation to the Salvation Army to try all that crazy, awesome Kringle. There'll be a polka band there, which is also a Wisconsin tradition. So just come out and enjoy a taste of Wisconsin and kind of see what we're all about.
Booyah, by the way, if you're visiting, is a very Wisconsin thing, a very even Green Bay thing.
Yes.
And it's something you've got to try as well.
Well, we look forward to seeing you downtown tomorrow to try the first round French toast, maple icing, cinnamon toast crunch crumble. Jordan was there in the test kitchen, and I think he gave it 2 sticky thumbs up.
Indeed, I did. And I hope they're going to share with us right now,
I know,
too.
it looks pretty good.
And I've tried it. The
Hopefully
best
they
part of that Kringle, you open the box and it actually does smell like French toast. So I think it's going to be a
Gotta
winner.
check it out. All right. Well, we are live in the heart of Titletown with coverage of the NFL Draft. Stay with us.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart.
Coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5, and we're taking a view from the camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Good to see all those people out there,
I just
right?
love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sticking with Local 5 this afternoon. Can you believe it? We are not even to the middle of our coverage this afternoon. It's just awesome. We're going to now check in with our Paul Stino.
Paul is joining us from the Legacy Hotel just outside the draft footprint. What's it looking like by you, Paul?
Hotel so far this afternoon. Antonio Freeman, Thanasis Antetokounmpo, Sean Jones, who was on that epic Packers Super Bowl team back in the 90s. He was also part of the 100 sack club in the NFL. A bunch of these guys and other Packers are guests on a podcast being taped at the Legacy this week. It's $250 to get into the party here. Proceeds go to the Children's of Wisconsin Hospital. Hotel officials said they hope to have a great party and show people how nice Wisconsinites are.
It's exciting. Anytime you plan a party, you know how much goes into it. And when it finally comes to life, it energizes you. You just go, we did it. It's so much fun. It's so exciting. To be in this neighborhood and to be a part of it is unbelievable. We're thrilled.
And the hotel balcony, definitely also a great place to people watch. It's been really, really cool and epic to just kind of see the crowd get larger and larger here behind my shoulder. Live from Ashwaubenon, Paul Stino, Local 5 News.
Gosh, he has one of the best views, I think, of anyone here, man. That view of
Sure
Lambeau and that road there. Well, Local 5 is your home for live coverage here in the heart of Titletown.
And our coverage continues right after this.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
This is Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft. I'm Jordan Lammers, and this is my lovely co-anchor, Jade Henschel, and we're bringing you unparalleled team coverage of the NFL Draft.
Yeah, we're bringing you unique stories of this truly once-in-a-lifetime experience for us, no matter where it takes us.
All right, we're going to find out more from Melaine Wells, who talked to our farmers and how they're hoping to cash in on this NFL Draft being in town.
Yeah, what do you know, Melaine?
Hi, Jaden, Jordan. You know, every visitor I have talked with today said they were here for Wisconsin cheese. They have enjoyed sampling sampling it. They've ordered every meal with extra of it on it. And as a proud dairy farmer in this state myself, I'm happy to hear that because Wisconsin produces 600 different styles, types, and varieties. So even if you live here, chances are you haven't tried them all and you still have a little bit of work to do. 90% of the milk that is produced in our state is in fact used to make cheese, and 90% of that is shipped out of state. Wisconsin has such a rich history. We are the only place in the world outside of Switzerland where you can become a master cheesemaker, and we're the only place to require a license to do so. I did have a chance to stop at Scray's cheese plant that is in De Pere to see what they are bringing to the table. They used to pick up milk from local farms with horse and buggy, and now certainly they have a modern plant, but it is those family heritage recipes that are still at the root of this business.
They say that we're the only cheese company in the state of Wisconsin that has a drive-through window.
A quick curd run or a full fridge restock can happen at Scray's Cheese in De Pere.
So we make a cheddar, so cheddar curds and 40-pound blocks. So we do a variety of different flavors, like we do blueberry, we do fire-roasted red bell pepper, we do natural, we do a natural smoked, we do all sorts of flavors. And then we do a natural red wax Gouda and a natural red wax Fontina as well.
Will is one of 6 licensed cheesemakers at the plant.
I don't think most people understand how hands-on it is. It's very much an art and not a science. It's not, it's like baking. It's not a specific set recipe where everything works out exactly every single time. It's like you have to go by the feel and by the way that the cheese reacts because it is a live culture.
The Scray family has been making cheese for more than 100 years.
We do the same process. I have a picture up there where you can look at the viewing window and you can see that it's called matting the curd. They've been doing that this whole entire time, 100 years, and the process hasn't even changed.
But the business has grown. The 4th generation of Scrays added the retail space.
It's definitely very exciting to see customers come in. That's probably my favorite part, is being able to see a customer come in and see some of the cheeses that we make and talk about how much they love it or that our cheese curds are the best. And everything's very physical, very handmade here. So it's all small vats, small batches. So I have a lot of pride in the product, and it's very exciting to be able to see that and be able to work with the team that we have.
Everyone has their favorites.
I really like spicy. So we have a habanero block, and that has 3.5 pounds of habanero pepper flake in it.
Will loves the classic curd.
The biggest thing is people are surprised because we end up making 1,500 pounds per vat. So like out of one vat, we'll make 1,500 pounds, and we'll make at least 3 vats of that a day. So we'll end up making 4,500 pounds of cheese curds that get sold fresh every single day.
And well, Wisconsinites eat plenty once you get outside the Badger State border.
Most people have never had a cheese curd that squeaks, that's that fresh. Because when you're out of the state, it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks old. And here you can get it basically scooped right out of the vat.
So the biggest excitement for me is just introducing to these people out of state, like, what quality cheese is. Nobody knows that from a different state. They don't know, plus like all of the effort that goes into it, it's just really special.
Pride that shines through every step of the way.
It is like a little family, and you spend the majority of your time with the people you work with, so that really matters, and we really try to foster a culture here that's really special.
I think I should be wearing one of those Will Work for Cheese shirts. And even after 100 years, Scray's continues to innovate. Just last week, they made their first batches of string cheese and mozzarella whips. So another reason Jade Jordan to stop in.
Elaine, your reports keep making me hungry,
Yeah.
and I love it. Local 5 is your home for NFL draft coverage.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information, or call us today for your free estimate.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
From Bell and Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5. We're taking a look at the view from our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. We've been checking it out pretty much all afternoon, and there more and more people are showing up.
Looks like there's some ants walking around. Oh, those are people.
Oh my goodness,
Love
Jordan.
to see it fill up.
For sure. We're bringing you straight into the heart of Titletown, where the NFL Draft has pretty much taken over every inch of the Titletown district. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jade Henschel.
And I'm Jordan Lamers. Let's go back into the NFL footprint over there, where we have our very own Timothy Lateau standing by.
Timothy has been covering the draft before it's even come here for months now. It's the event we've been talking about for months. How are things going out there? What are you seeing so far?
Jade and Jordan, I think I found the hot spot here in the NFL Draft experience. This is the Packers Everywhere Draft House Dive Bar. Get out of the way so you can just see the long line of people here waiting to get inside. There's a very long line to get back to the bar area. There's a dance floor out here in the front, a DJ and MC, a lot going on here, and there are plenty of fans with their drinks, so bring your own drinks to the dive bar. Of course, you have to get them elsewhere here in the draft campus. But man, what a big party this is. Live DJ and MC, a lot of action and great music, and a lot of people in their costumes as well. It's really a big gathering of Packers and trying to show other fans too just what the Packers tailgating is all about. It's a great time out here, a lot of energy, and it only continues to build as we continue our coverage to the draft. For now, live in Green Bay, Timothy Lateau, Local 5 News. Back to you, Jaden Jordan.
Thank you, Tim. Man, that looks like fun down there. Don't get trampled by any people, that's for sure. Well, we are live in the heart of Titletown with complete team coverage of the NFL Draft.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Taking
Smart.
pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Titletown's Turn here at Local 5, our weekly series where you hear from those on the front lines of staging the NFL draft.
Now, we've explored everything from where people can stay to how they can get around and who are the top prospects in this year's draft class.
Tonight, our chance to hear from the person who was critical to bringing the biggest event in history to Green Bay.
We have none other than Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy with us tonight in the studio. Mark, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Oh, my pleasure. It's great to be here.
Much appreciated. Draft coming to Green Bay. You've been working on it for so long. We're so close. Has it sunk in? Has it hit you?
Yeah, it's been exciting. You know, it was something that was a number of years where we petitioned. You know, the league, I think around 2014 or 15, started taking the draft on the road to different NFL cities. Really with a focus on cities that would not host the Super Bowl.
Right.
And so we kind of raised our hand and said, you know, what about Green Bay? We thought it would be a great place with our history and tradition and Lambeau Field. There was just one little issue was the number of hotel rooms. Requirement was 40,000, and we have about 8,000. So
how did you get around that?
Well, we said, hey, when you're coming here, you're going to get, you got Appleton, you've got Milwaukee, you got Madison, you know, it's the whole state. But yeah, it was, you know, I think it was 2003 or 2023 when we finally got word from the league that they were going to have it here, and it's been exciting since then. It's really the league's event, but it's amazing what has become. It's just hard to believe, and you have a long time. I can bore you to death on my draft day story back in 1977, but changed quite a bit. I'll just say
we
that.
do want to hear. What do you think will be the biggest difference from that day?
Oh my gosh, I mean, nothing was on TV. Nobody knew what was going to happen.
Incredible.
To make a long story short, so I was a senior at Colgate University. Got a call from George Allen, head coach at the Washington Redskins.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame coach, great coach. He said, Mark, draft then was 12 rounds, held over 2 days. It was morning of the first day, I got a call, George Allen. Mark, really like you. We're going to fly you down. We're going to have a press conference to announce that we're drafting you. So I was in heaven. So went up to, drove up to Syracuse, New York, and they had a flight all set for me to fly down to Washington. So I thought like the first day, maybe I'd be drafted, but you know, nothing happened there. And so I got up early the second day of the draft, and they put me in a car, and they started driving me in. Now that was out of Dulles Airport, which is where their facility. It's pretty far outside of D.C. And they drove me into Washington D.C. and had lunch there and saw the Washington Monument and all the great buildings in D.C. But I kept thinking, you know, I'm going to get drafted. What's going on here? And the driver, they didn't have cell phones then, but the driver kept stopping and going to payphones and making calls. Well, finally, about 4 or 5 o'clock, drove out to the Redskins practice facility, and George Allen called me into his office, and he said, Mark, draft just ended. You weren't drafted. Here's a contract. Why don't you take a minute, read through it, and sign it? And then he turned to his assistant and said, if Mark doesn't sign this, let's get that safety from Oklahoma we like so much. So they had never had any intention of drafting me. They just hid me out. Meanwhile, I called back to my apartment where my girlfriend, who's my wife now, said, what the heck are you doing? Where? I said, what do you mean? Because all these teams are calling. Nobody can get in touch with you.
So you had options.
I did have options. I didn't like what George Allen did to me, but almost every other team wanted me to play linebacker. They wanted me to play safety. And I didn't like what he did, but he did show an interest in me. So I signed for a whopping $21,000 my first year, and I got $2,500 signing bonus. That ready.
I love these stories. I have never heard that before.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. So Bruce Allen, George's son, went on and had a great career in the NFL as a general manager, and was a general manager for Redskins, and then also for, I think, the Raiders. But anyway, just out of curiosity, when we were in the league together, I went up to him and I said, Bruce, did your father ever tell you what he did to me the first day of the draft? he looked at me, he said, quit complaining, it worked out all right.
It did. It did.
Yeah, no, well, George Allen, he didn't like rookies. Famous, he traded the same draft choice twice. He liked veterans, so he didn't really, not many rookies made the team, and he didn't have a lot of draft choices. So he had to be a little more creative, but I look back on it, I was very, very fortunate. And, George Allen was a brilliant defensive coach, probably one of the best defensive coaches. So for me, even though I only played for 1 year for George Allen, just how much I learned in that 1 year was invaluable.
And now the spectacle
of
the entree into the NFL. Did you ever imagine it would get this big?
No.
But
even when it was in New York, it was there was a lot of publicity, but I think it's a number of things. I think it's obviously the popularity of the NFL. I think it's also the popularity of college football and kind of bringing them together. And that it's great drama. And there's so many people that are fantasy football players that ties into it. And all the the trades and the people just love it, and we anticipate about 250,000 people will be there for the 3 days of the draft.
Mark, throughout this draft process, have you had a right-hand person coordinating information for you, or is there a committee?
Well, like I said, it's a league's event, and they've had a number of people that have come out and made numerous visits. For us, Gabrielle Dow, she's really been kind of the lead person, and we have an intern who we hired just for the draft. It was but we've got a lot of, and now that we're getting close, a lot of people within the organization are really focusing on this, and the league, they're going to start coming in and building the stage at the end of March.
Yes.
And we have a pretty good sense now of where everything's going to be in terms of the layout. And it's exciting. It's going to be it'll be the biggest event ever held in Green Bay.
And now the spectacle
of
the entree into the NFL. Did you ever imagine it would get this big?
No.
But
even when it was in New York, it was there was a lot of publicity, but I think it's a number of things. I think it's obviously the popularity of the NFL. I think it's also the popularity of college football and kind of bringing them together. And that it's great drama. And there's so many people that are fantasy football players that ties into it, and all the the trades and the people just love it. And we anticipate about 250,000 people will be there for the 3 days of the draft.
Mark, throughout this draft process, have you had a right-hand person coordinating information for you, or is there a committee?
Well, like I said, it's a league's event, and they've had a number of people that have come out and made numerous visits. For us, Gabrielle Dow, she's really been kind of the lead person, and we have an intern who we hired just for the draft. It was but we've got a lot of, and now that we're getting close, a lot of people within the organization are really focusing on this, and the league, they're going to start coming in and building the stage at the end of March.
Yes.
And we have a pretty good sense now of where everything's going to be in terms of the layout. And it's exciting. It's going to be. It'll be the biggest event ever held in Green Bay.
Green Bay,
yeah.
And have you any inclination if you'll have a special role, perhaps making any type of announcement during the NFL draft?
We'll see. One of the discussions is, well, what happens if we trade out in the first round and we don't have a pick?
Right. Which could happen.
It could, yeah. I mean, and Brian and I joked about it. Brian Gutekunst and I, but I said, Brian, if that's the best thing for us to do, do it.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Help Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Welcome back to Local 5's Titletown's Turn Draft Day coverage. We're revisiting our sit-down conversation with Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy on his legacy with the team.
Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy is with us here right now. Mark, so many remarkable achievements. We make it sound like it's easy to do. What was the biggest challenge, and how did you get over it?
In terms of my time with the Packers?
Yeah, with the Packers.
Well, first of all, it's a phenomenal organization, very unique in all of professional sports. You know, I was very fortunate. I followed and actually overlapped for a little while with Bob Harlan, and he was really helpful. Really, something's really interesting. I think the dates of this, the years on this is, so Bob Harlan was president of the Packers for 18 years. I will, when I retire, I will have been president for 18 years. And Ed Policy, who is replacing me, is 52. And if he goes till he's in, so we're kind of like Favre,
right? Exactly.
And Rodgers and Jordan Love. You have long term, but it's such a unique. You know, I think for me, probably well, first of all, the changes we've made to Lambeau Field. I think we've done it in a way where we haven't taken away what makes it really special, but it now has a lot of the modern amenities, you know, in terms of video boards, fans expect. Really proud of Titletown. I think that's been and I appreciate you calling this Titletown's Turn. The Titletown is something we're really proud of, but probably most importantly, obviously the Super Bowl championship was. But I think even more so than that is just the consistent success that we've had on the field. That's hard in the NFL. I think the NFL is really designed to, when you do well, you draft lower, and everything's designed to kind of push people to the middle. And we've had tremendous success, obviously, you know, with Mike McCarthy and now, you know, Matt LaFleur and our general managers, Ted Thompson and Brian Good. It's been fun to be a part of that.
We've had such success on the field, but major successes off the field with the development of the Titletown district. Yeah. And granted, these are all money-making endeavors, but it also seems
well. But Tom, there's no money on a football field in the middle of Titletown. But that's what makes it special. You know, the tubing hill is nice, but it's not a huge moneymaker. But these were things we wanted it to be really a community asset.
I was going to say that gets to my point of you wanted to give back to the community, not just the football stadium itself.
No, it's been great to see the way the community has really accepted and benefited from Titletown. Ed Policy, who's succeeding me, was instrumental in the development of that. So some of the housing we have there now, the apartments,
Yes.
and so it's really, we talk a lot about a place where people can live, play, and eat, do a lot of different things, and I think it's been a really nice addition.
Global branding, which is important. You want to try and have a revenue stream that always isn't dependent on how well the team is doing.
Yeah.
So how do you strike that balance so it doesn't become a distraction and the team does do well?
Well, you have to keep the main thing, and that's winning is the most important. But no, you're right. They're over time. As we talked about earlier, the league is designed that there'll be ups and downs. But we want, from a revenue standpoint, having something like Titletown and some of the other things that we do. I mean, Lambeau Field's now a year-round attraction. Our Hall of Fame, the restaurant, and some of the other things that people can do now year-round. The other thing, we want to make sure, right now the league is set up where revenues are shared and we're not really at a competitive disadvantage. But that could change over time, where it would be more, where the larger markets might have an advantage because they have either wealthy owners or and are able to generate revenue that we aren't. So that's kind of the balancing. And in terms of ticket revenue, we want to be right around the league average. To be at the league average, though, you have to,
Still
you have to be pretty, especially you have to be pretty aggressive in your pricing. But I think our fans understand that part of business within.
Right.
All right, that's a challenge, and you have a positive attitude. I guess that's why you've had the gig as long as you've had. We are talking with Packers President and CEO Mark Murphy. We'll be back with more.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Five's Titletown's turn draft day coverage. We're revisiting our sit-down conversation with Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy on his legacy with the team.
Wrap up our conversation with Mark Murphy of the Green Bay Packers. I don't want to wrap it up. You've got
Let's
so
keep going.
many
You
good
guys get an extra half
stories.
hour. Let's do it.
Well, I was curious. I don't want to, accelerate your departure because you are such a welcoming face most of the time. What do you have planned when you're in retirement? You'll still be on the board in
Yes,
an
I'll be in
emeritus
emeritus
position.
status.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and I, we'll stay in the area. Obviously, we have a we have a condo. We kind of downsized a little bit in Green Bay, but we have a place up in Door County, and we love Door County. We bought a golf course, Max Walton Braes, about a couple of years ago. So I think I'll be a little more involved in that. And it's an opportunity to probably travel. We've got 6 grandkids now, and spend some time to see them. And 3 grandkids are in Fish Creek. That's nice to be able to have them.
Yeah. As you look back, what will be 1 or 2 of your fondest memories about your accomplishments?
Yeah, obviously I think we'd start with this. It was kind of that, we were a 6 seed and kind of made it right in at the end and just caught fire. And obviously Aaron Rodgers and others really were playing well. So that was exciting to be part of that. And some of the things, I think that, with Lambeau Field, I think some of the changes that we've made there, really proud of that. And Titletown, I think, something that's going to be, I think, long term will be a tremendous asset to the community. So that's, and I think the consistent success we've had, as we talked about earlier, and hopefully, I think as a president, you want to leave the organization better than you found it. Hopefully, that's the case.
Yeah, when you think back, and what is your hope that when people talk about Mark Murphy, what's the story or what's the one thing you'd love to hear them always say?
Probably, he did. He did a good job for the Packers and represented them well, and was very helpful in terms of making sure that they had continued.
That's beautiful. But first, some long hours because the draft's coming up.
We got to
and you still have more work to do.
Question has come up so frequently now that we've got the draft. People are asking, well, why not the Super Bowl? Why or why not? Realistically, will Green Bay never or yes get a Super Bowl?
I did say the league loves snow, but
yeah.
I think
not
that's
that
for games on TV. But the Super Bowl is in February now, and the average temperature in Green Bay is about. So, we're going to do what we joked about is we're obviously hosting the draft, and we're going to host as many NFC Championship games. And that'll tell you that's 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, and some of those, I remember some of those games. I remember it was one of the very first games. I actually hadn't officially started yet. We hosted the NFC Championship game against the New York Giants, and I think it was kind of close to ice bowl temperature, but it was really cold. So we will never host a Super Bowl, but we'll host as many big games as we can, whether they be regular season or postseason.
And hey, we also have the draft.
Yes,
we do. Mark, it's been a pleasure. Thank
my
you
pleasure.
so much for taking your time with us.
Stay with us. More Titletown's Turn coverage is coming up after the break.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Titletown's turn. Coverage continues live from Amplify Health by Bell and Health Titletown. Brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining Local 5 for our Titletown's turn coverage of the NFL Draft. Hi, everybody. Tom Zalaski here, along with my co-anchor, Melaine Wells. What a day we have planned for you today. So excited to be out here smack in the middle of Titletown, Melaine.
It smells fantastic out here, and if you are from Green Bay, you know what I mean by that. The brats are going, the onions are boiling, people are ready for this great event. We're so thankful to Jade and Jordan for getting our extensive broadcast started this afternoon, and to our partners here at Amplify Health by Bell in Titletown. They have just a great facility. Our production team has been working hard to make sure we can bring all of this to you.
And that we are bringing everything to you. We've heard it so many times today, but this event is really a once-in-a-lifetime event for Northeast Wisconsin, for all of us here in Green Bay. And we've got so much in store for you this afternoon.
Our team has crews spread out across this entire footprint to bring you coverage from every angle. Our Timothy Leteau is bringing the draft to your living room from inside the footprint. Lauren Helmbrecht is bringing us all things Packers from Lambeau Field, and Paul Stino is giving us that bird's eye view at the Legacy Hotel.
Okay, so let's get things going now. First of all, let's go to Cam Uzair. He is at the draft footprint, and Caitlin Corbett, they're rounding out our team coverage at the distillery. Tim Leteau, our draft god reporter, is going to kick things off for us. Hiya, Tim.
Tom and Melaine, a lot of this weekend is celebrating the future of football. Certainly here on the turf in Titletown, this is a different kind of future. A lot of the younger kids are able to take the field, show off their skills in some of the NFL's clinics, the Play 60 clinic as well as the flag football clinic. They're able to play offense, defense, go out for passes, have their shot at quarterback as well. And the next clinic starts in about half an hour. So a lot of families are waiting to get their turn out here to see their kids take the turf. And it continues to build with that excitement. A lot of people excited to see the real stars later on tonight. But for now, it's the young kids who are the stars today. Back to you, Tom and Melaine.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. This is going to be a monumental event for so many of these young athletes who are preparing for their brand new career, their NFL career.
Yes, and we check in now with our Cam Uzair, who is near the red carpet tonight, dressed appropriately, looking good down there. Cam, what are you seeing?
Thanks so much, Melaine. Tom, if you want to talk to me right off the top, you could just say so. No, it's a great time to be here at the red carpet. Everyone's dressed to the nines. I'll tell you what, this is one of the first times where I'm all dressed up and I feel underdressed compared to everyone. There's 16 players that are confirmed to be coming down to the red carpet. Names that you know, like Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, they'll be sauntering through here in just a couple of moments. It'll be so cool to talk to them. Right before their dreams come true, they're going to make their way out of Lambeau, out of the red carpet, and into the draft footprint, ultimately in the green room, and then on that stage to shake Roger Goodell's hands. But it all starts right here on the red carpet, where again, we'll be talking to those 16 players, or as many as we can grab and take their time before they hear their names called, and maybe one of them could be a future Green Bay Packer, so you'll want to stick along for that. Here on the red carpet, Cameron Uzair for Titletown's turn. Tom, Melaine, back to you guys.
Thank you, Cam. We will check back in with you throughout our broadcast. And as mentioned, we are here at Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown District, and this is just beautiful in the shadow of Lambeau Field.
And joining us right now, brand manager for Amplify Health, Steve Wagner. Steve, thanks so much for being with us on what's got to be a very busy day for your company. Tell us what's been going on here at Amplify Health.
Yeah, well, first off, thanks so much for having me. We are thrilled to be in the heart of Titletown here, right in the shadow of Lambeau Field, for a little community expo. So obviously we're all together celebrating football, celebrating the draft, but above all else, we want to celebrate community. So we're here every day of the NFL draft. The first day, today, will be open until 7. Tomorrow we'll be here noon to 7. And then Saturday we'll be here 9 to 3.
And your team is used to serving the community year-round. I know we have taken advantage of the services in this building, the walk-in, limp-in clinic in our case for my son. Talk about what you do here.
Oh, I know. It is such a magnificent facility, and I think it being in the shadow of Lambeau like that, it really sets that expectation of you're going to get treated like an NFL star when you come here. It's all about that patient experience, the innovative care they offer, from our surgeons to the high tech that they have for any diagnostics. I mean, it's a start to finish, complete patient experience.
Yeah, earlier today, Lisa Malik was telling me that her daughter essentially lives here twice a week with some of the services
Cool.
that you provide. You're closed now for the draft, obviously. So where are your patients going for these
Yeah,
3 or 4
so
days?
obviously this clinic would be a little bit of a challenge to get to, but all of our other Amplify Health by Bellin locations are open to the public and still serving patients. We even extended some of our urgent care hours to accommodate the influx of people for the draft.
We mentioned a bit about what is going on here. That includes some incredible opportunities to meet NFL legends in the tent behind us.
Exactly. I mean, it wouldn't be a draft event without some NFL legends, right? So we had Jerry Kramer here today. He just finished signing autographs at a meet and greet a little bit ago. Tomorrow we'll have Dave Robinson, and then Saturday we'll have Nick Barnett. And each day it'll be Packers autographs and meet and greets noon to 2.
Well, again, Steve, we can't thank Amplify enough. The digs are pretty cool. For our control room, for our dining room, you've provided everything for us. Amplify has just been great.
Well, thank you. We love the partnership. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. All right, we continue on. Joining us, Mr. Steve Wagner, and he is going to finally get a little chance to enjoy the rest of this draft.
Well, our team coverage continues now with a look at what is happening just outside of the footprint.
And that's where Paul Stino is, and he's got a bird's eye view for us from the Legacy Hotel. Paul, what you got there?
Hey guys, not a Packers player, but in a town where we can all appreciate great quarterback play. I think there's a lot of appreciation for this guy, Mr. Drew Brees. Drew, thank you for joining us here today. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Green Bay, Wisconsin, draft day. Pretty exciting time for a lot of people.
Awesome. You had obviously a long career with the Saints, but you did play up here at Lambeau a fair amount. Do you have any, great memories up here in Northeast Wisconsin that you'd be willing to share?
Yeah, I was going to say this is the first time I've been able to come here and just be relaxed, and just be a fan. The other times we were getting ready to play a tough Packers team. 2006 was a big one. We ended up beating the Packers in the fourth quarter. Didn't start the game off very well, but that was kind of a magical run. That was that first year post-Katrina where the team really came together, made it to the NFC Championship game. 2011, we played in the opening game of the season here. You guys had just won the Super Bowl, and you guys stopped us on the goal line stand right at the end of the game. 2012 was a crazy game here. 2017, we had a big win here. So, yeah, there's been some good ones here.
People are coming to the draft from all over the country, all over the world. What do you think for the people that are coming to Wisconsin for the first time, experiencing Lambeau for the first time, what do you think they're going to learn about Northeast Wisconsin? What did you learn about Northeast Wisconsin when you visited here for the first time?
Yeah, well, I mean, it obviously has a reputation of being a football mecca. I think you look at not just the history of the stadium itself, but I think what's now being built up in and around the stadium to create a really cool football and fan experience, I think is awesome. Like I remember when Titletown was first built, I think it was 05 maybe, around that time. We came and played in a preseason game, and I had a chance to kind of walk in and around there. And obviously we're here in this beautiful Legacy Hotel, which is right next to the stadium, and a cool spot. I think that's become a gathering place for a lot of people this year and will be for years to come. So yeah, this is just everybody's having a chance to experience all the best that Green Bay and this area of Wisconsin has to offer.
And Drew, last question that I have for you, and I do really appreciate your time. What would be your advice to all the prospects tonight that are, anxiously awaiting to hear their name called?
Yeah, I think just relax, enjoy the moment. All the work and dedication and commitment has been put in up to this point to give you this opportunity. And what's always fun about the draft is, one pick of difference could mean the difference between ending up in, Miami or Seattle or, LA or Buffalo, or Green Bay or Houston, so it's amazing how just the fate of your career can change just within one pick. But at the end of the day, that's really exciting. And the team that you land on, it's meant, it's because that team really loves you and desires you and feels like you could be a big part of their team and their future. And so take advantage of that moment, be in the moment.
Drew Brees, we really, really appreciate your time here today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day or week here in Green Bay and in Titletown. Thank you so much for taking some time with us.
Thank you.
Kaylin and Tom, back to you guys.
Wow, Melaine, what a way to start our afternoon coverage.
An incredible group of former players, legends in the NFL, gathering at the Legacy this week. Talking with Sean Jones earlier, he said when he sent out the email to say, who wants to come hang out with us in Green Bay? He said the response was immediate. People were so thrilled to get a chance to be back in Green Bay. And for people like Drew Brees, certainly has played football here, but to get to experience it on a deeper level.
Exactly. What a great way to get things going. Paul Cena, we'll be checking with you later on in the broadcast.
Let's head over now to Lambeau Field, where our sports team has an update.
Kyle, is this heaven?
No, Lauren. It's Green Bay.
But it's the football mecca. Of course it's heaven. I mean, there's going to be over 250,000 people in Green Bay this weekend. Some fans who've watched the Packers for years always dreamed of coming to Titletown. Other people who've hated the Packers for years but still wanted to see Lambeau Field in person. There's some fans piling in behind us right now, probably for the first time ever.
Yeah, and I think for those who have lived in Wisconsin, myself included, and in Green Bay, you just kind of take this for granted. But for these fans, this is a bucket list item. This is maybe the only time that they can go to Lambeau Field. And so behind us, we hear the Go Lions chants, and then the Packers fans booing them, and then the Go Pack Go chants, and then the Lions fans booing them. This is what it's about. All these fan bases coming together, of course, in football heaven. That is Green Bay, Lauren.
And there are 15 probable first-round draft picks that are here to experience the draft in person. They get to be here in Lambeau as well. And then the Packers have 8 picks over the rounds this weekend, including the 23rd overall pick. And whomever gets called, they're going to make Titletown their home soon, too. So we'll continue to have coverage on who we think the Packers are going to take. We'll get some insight from some former players. That's a tease for later in the show. But for now, for Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helmbrecht reporting live in Lambeau Field.
All right, Lauren, Kyle, we thank you so much.
We send things over now to Caitlin Corbett, who is hanging out with tailgaters near the Green Bay Distillery. And that's what we mean, Caitlin. You can smell the excitement here in Titletown.
Yeah, hey, Tom and Melaine, I'm here at the Green Bay Distillery, and things are really picking up now. We've had a lot more people come into the crowd here, and the band just started, so you know that means things are really amping up here. We've had some former Packer legends here all day signing autographs for people who want to come up and chat with them, and it's been really cool to hear some of their stories about finally seeing a draft here in Green Bay. We're going to have some of that later for you, but for right now, we'll just give you a little look at this atmosphere here, and I'm sure that more and more people are going to come trickling in as we get closer to that 7 o'clock official draft start time. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Stand by.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. Boy, oh boy, right in the shadow of Lambeau Field. This is quite the spectacle here. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event.
A few shadows from the clouds today. Chief Meteorologist Luke Sampy joining us. It is crisp out here, but you know what? It is April in Wisconsin. It could have been a whole lot worse.
Oh, a whole lot worse. We're going to go with comfortable. It's very comfortable if you have a jacket on right now. It's obviously much cooler than what we've had over the past 24 hours. But that threat of rain, it's been close, but it is certainly not around here in and around Titletown and Lambeau and all of the draft campus. We have been dry. 58 degrees right now as you take a live look into the stadium district there. Some showers just off to our southwest. They have not gotten closer than 35 miles to the southwest of Lambeau. We're keeping an eye on those. There could be some sprinkles at worst as we head through this afternoon and into the evening. The bulk of the rain over in Minnesota and Iowa. That'll be getting in here later on tonight. Unfortunately, it does look like a wet Friday morning. So temperatures are holding seasonal in the upper 50s to around 60. It's that northeast wind that kicked in, and that is why we've had such a turn to the cooler, and it will be much cooler as we head through tonight and tomorrow. There's a look at your planner the rest of the way, though. You're going to be coming on down. It is looking pretty good. Just maybe a sprinkle, guys. We can handle a sprinkle. We're not going to melt.
We're good. Yeah, I love your Titletown shot.
Isn't that nice?
It's a beauty shot, and it makes us look big time.
Yeah, and it's gotten a lot busier.
It is. All right, Luke, thanks so much. All right, okay, so now we've gone around the horn with all of our live reporters and beyond.
And we're going to continue to take you throughout the draft experience, whether you're planning to come and join us down here in a few hours or you're enjoying it from home. Grab that snack. We'll continue our coverage after this.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart. From Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Local 5's coverage of the NFL Draft continues right now in the heart of Titletown. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Zaleski.
And I'm Melaine Wells. You know, bringing this event to Titletown, USA has been a project years in the making with work from multiple people and key organizations.
And joining us right now is the village manager of Ashwaubenon, Joel Gregashevsky. Joel, good to have you back again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Joel, when you first got word that you were getting the draft, what was first on your plate? What's the first thing you had to do?
Well, first thing we had to do is just kind of take a deep breath because I think we knew that it was going to be a huge undertaking for not only Ashwaubenon but the greater Green Bay community. So just take a deep breath and begin to prepare mentally.
So what has that process been like? Then what's step 2, 3, 4, 75?
Yeah, sure. I think the first step was we sent a group of 5 people from the village to Detroit last year, and I think that was really the first key step for us. We met with a variety of city officials from Detroit, the NFL, really kind of put our head around what a draft looks like. None of us had been to one before, so it was really important for us to not only see what it looks like from a fan, but also what it was like from behind the scenes and what was really going to be required of us as we began our planning efforts.
And now you've had to do a juggling act because you've got to run your village and you've also got to run a draft. I mean, how are you able to keep those balls in the air?
Yeah, we've been kind of joking around that we have day and night jobs because it's kind of been 2 jobs in one, right? Sure. Everything that we normally do on a day-to-day basis, coupled with the fact that we're planning for this huge, extraordinary event.
Let's talk about some of the lasting effects that you anticipate from the draft.
Yeah, we hope that the fans that clearly come to our community recognize that this is just a wonderful place. The people here in Ashwaubenon or the greater Green Bay community are just phenomenal people, very warm and welcoming. So we hope folks that come here recognize that, maybe want to move here, maybe want to do business here, or just simply come back and visit again and take in more than just the NFL draft.
Yeah, I would think what we're doing here would make people want to come back here.
Yeah. There's just, when we were walking the campus yesterday before our opening and just seeing all the aesthetics and the sight lines and just the experience that I think people are going to have are going to be pretty well received.
We know that the man hours were there, and we know that there was an investment too. Do you think that investment has been worth it?
I think so. I think at the end, when this is all said and done, the community is going to really recognize the value of having this large event here. The businesses should hopefully do really well with the influx of fans to our area. And, you know, to some degree, there's an opportunity of pride here where we can really showcase our community and take a great deal of pride of all the investments that we have made over the years.
So after all your work, you as village manager, are you going to get a chance to finally unwind and enjoy this?
Well, I hope on Sunday morning I can sleep in just a little bit. That's my first goal, and then I'll probably take some time off in June after everything kind of settles out.
You deserve it. All right, Joel Gregorzeski, thanks so much for joining us. Village manager here. You ought to be proud.
Thanks.
Well, as mentioned, we are live in the heart of Titletown with our complete coverage of the NFL Draft. Stick with us because we have so much more after the break.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
More than anything, just a culmination of all the emotions I've ever felt, working hard, growing to get to the point where I was, and I just couldn't do anything but thank, Jesus, bro. Thank God, bro, like, just because it's not usual that happens. It's something that's, divine. I mean, he put me in this position for a reason, and I feel like I got to utilize this platform for him, and I feel like it's nothing been crazier in my life, honestly.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Welcome back. Titletown's turn coverage of the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5. We are giving you a live look at the view from our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Great North Commons there as people explore all of the amenities that have been legacies in our community, Tom, and the new additions that we're going to enjoy for years to come.
That we are. That makes us look big time right there, doesn't it?
This makes me look big time, sitting right here next to the pinstripes.
That is just a great shot, and it's so great to work with you. And we've been laughing all week long because 20 years ago,
yes,
you came to our TV station as an intern.
As an intern, Tom, and it's such a pleasure to me to get to report on my hometown, the place that I've continued to call home, and to get to do it and have learned all these years from you. I also need to know what kind of wrinkle cream you use because I'm catching up faster than you are.
It's a lot of makeup, and it works. All right.
Well, we are bringing all of this right into your living room. Maybe you're getting dressed and you're still coming down here tonight. I'm going to suggest mittens, maybe even a hat.
Yes, yeah, it's a little windy right now. Local 5 is bringing you, of course, complete team coverage until the Tennessee Titans. They're first on the clock. Too bad for them.
Well,
it just means you were the worst last year.
Something to be said for improvement, right, Tom?
Exactly.
There are countless events in our area to celebrate the draft in Green Bay, and fans have the chance to explore decades of football history.
They do, and as Local 5's Timothy Leteau explains, there's a free ride back in time, and it is well worth the trip to a couple of counties west.
In Wausau, the Lee Yawkey Woodson Art Museum
stitches together a century of football history.
The jersey is made out of wool, the pants are made out of canvas, there is no helmet.
That's the jersey for the Tanks, a team from the 1920s in Ironton, Ohio. All the items are game-worn, straight off the field.
Larry Wilson's blood is still on his socks that we loaned.
Artifacts on loan from the Pro Football Hall of Fame make up the latest exhibit, Gridiron Garments, featuring jerseys, pads, cleats, and even the helmets made for cold weather.
And actually glycol, the liquid that's inside, is part of the ingredients in antifreeze.
The Art Museum has a clothing design theme right now. After planning an exhibit on kimonos, museum leaders got in touch with the NFL Hall of Fame for Gridiron Garments.
We at the museum believe that art is all around us, and a big part of that is design, whether it's furniture design or architecture or even the art of the clothes we wear.
The look of the football player has morphed over the years as the way fans engage with the sport has evolved.
The advent of games being played on television, and then most games being seen in color, and then fans wanting to wear jerseys of their favorite players as well.
And the goal of the jersey has been constant, woven throughout the years, as teams strive for a mix of style and success.
Design functions have changed not only for aesthetic purposes, but also for functional purposes for playing the game of football.
Although at times it might have been more trial and error before getting it right.
Shoes of longtime kicker and offensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns, Lou Groza. And on the right toe, because he was a kicker, it has a square toe. Kickers used to kick the ball straight on.
The innovative and flashy garments rope visitors from the museum's hardwood onto that turf from so long ago. In Wausau, Timothy Latow, Local 5 News.
Thank you, Tim. The Lee Yawkey Woodson Art Museum. It is always free, open to the public, and even though the draft wraps up on Saturday night, you can still see all those gridiron garments and the kimono exhibits until June the 1st.
Well, there was some outfits on display there and here as well. We are enjoying seeing what all of the fans are showing up here in the Titletown District as they prepare to see the NFL Draft. First round this evening, corn, strawberries, peas. We've got a whole salad bar here. We'll have more coming up.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart.
Live from Titletown. Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft, and there is one thing we sure know how to do here in Green Bay, and that is tailgate. even if it is draft day. Those are the folks from Amplify Health by Bellin at Titletown, and they're throwing a big party tonight. They're expecting about 500 people there. And wish we could join you. Looks good. All right. Hi, everybody. Tom Zalaski with Melaine Wells bringing you Titletown's coverage tonight.
The best part about those tables, Tom, this tent open to the public. You can stop by for autograph sessions throughout this event and enjoy just a little peace and quiet because there's some fantastic food being served up here.
That there is, yeah. We're going to head over right now to Lambeau Field and get a closer look at it all.
All right, Lauren, there's not many teams in the NFL that could trade away a 4-time MVP and still be Super Bowl contenders. The Packers are exactly that, and it's because of this weekend. It's because of the NFL draft and what Brian Gutekunst has done so well since they moved on from Aaron Rodgers.
And earlier in this coverage, we heard from Brian Gutekunst. He said that he feels like he could win with this team that the Packers have right now. And so though they do have 8 draft picks over the rounds this weekend, Goody says the team's built to win at this moment. And yesterday I caught up with the Packers legend, now on the other side of things, a media member, former Packers kicker Mason Crosby. And I asked him, what does he think? What are the Packers going to do?
I've been pushing for a couple weeks that I would love to see them actually trade up and go get the guy or the player that they're really excited about. Not traditionally the Packers way, so it's fine if they don't. My heart says I would love to see them get a wide receiver, kind of break that tradition, do it here in Green Bay in that spot. But I have a feeling they're gonna go grab one of those edge rushers, whoever's available, whether it's Shamar Stewart or if Michael Williams has kind of climbed the board, but he's almost been kind of faltering here. So if he gets to us, how they love those Georgia guys. So they might be going with Michael Williams if he's available.
So for those of you keeping track at home, that's another tally on my side for Mason thinking that the Packers are going to go defense at number 23.
Now, it's so interesting because I was talking to a former GM in the NFL, and he's like, yeah, it's crazy the NIL front for colleges. But as far as the NFL and the executives go for the Packers front office, it makes their job easier because some of the questions in the past were, how are these guys going to react when they make money? Well, now these players in college are already making money, so they have a better understanding of how they're going to go. The Packers have pick number 23 today. Will they stay? Will they move? Will they trade out of it? Who knows? Only time will tell, but we'll be here to break it all down. For Lauren Helmbrecht, I'm Kyle Malzahn reporting inside of Lambeau Field.
Thank you both. The NFL Draft, a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it has taken thousands and thousands of man and woman hours to put this thing together.
Much like our broadcast here from the heart of Titletown. So thank you to all of our team who has helped pull off this extensive coverage. Local 5 is back after a break.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Welcome back. Another segment of Local 5's Draft Day coverage here from the heart of Titletown.
Local 5 bringing you complete coverage all afternoon and into the evening as we await the first pick of the draft tonight at 7. And we have more complete team coverage. We're going to be joining now the guy who we've been calling our draft god reporter here. He has been eating and living and breathing this draft for months now.
At first, I thought we picked him just because he has the best hair on staff, Z excluded, but it truly is because he has a passion for covering all of the angles. And Timothy Lateau, what are you now seeing from the footprint?
Elaine and Tom, we are here at the NFL Draft Experience, really the heart of a lot of the activity right now, a lot of kids on the field. But here in the bleachers, I am joined by Zeth from Berlin. Zeth, how's the draft been so far?
It's been going great. I love it. It's a little chilly here, but it's still nice. I like it.
And you live in Berlin. You're from Wisconsin.
Yes, I grew up in Wisconsin. Yes, my whole life. I lived in Berlin, Wisconsin. So yeah, it's awesome.
Tell me why you're a Cowboys fan. You've got a family connection.
Yeah, my great-grandpa or grandfather of my dad's side, Lee Harris, played for the Dallas Cowboys, which was awesome. So it's a great experience. I've always been a Dallas Cowboys fan. I love the colors, and so yeah.
Cowboys picked 12th, I believe. What are you hoping with their pick?
I hope we get Ashton Jeanty. I know it's probably not going to happen, but we do need a running back or a left guard because Zach Martin retired. Great guard, but we need an old lineman or a running back for sure.
Being in Berlin, not too far, just a little bit, 50 minutes from Green Bay. What's it like being here in Titletown, such a great area, and really seeing the draft come together?
Honestly, I love it. I think it's an awesome experience for just the kids and the younger generation, to motivate and help people out and then just, help the world out, and everybody, figure out and know football. I love football. I've always grew up loving football, and I think it's an awesome sport, and I think everybody should learn how to play it.
Yeah, thanks for your time, Zeth. Zeth, the great high school football player himself. Back to you, Tom and Mullane.
All right, thank you, Timothy. There is so much to see inside the draft footprint that has truly taken over the Lambeau Field campus.
It has, and we are now going to check in with Cam Uzair. Get this, he is on the red carpet area. Cam, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Tom, Mullane, they call it the red carpet, but would it be Green Bay if it wasn't actually called the green carpet? Yes, that's a real thing. I'm not making that up. Everyone down here, the media, getting ready for 16 of the draft prospects that'll be making their way to the stage in just a couple hours. They're going to, take questions from the media, and we'll chat with them about what they're expecting and what they're hoping to anticipate. One of the biggest things that I'm looking out for, Kentucky cornerback Maxwell Hairston. He might be a Packer based off the fact that Green Bay needs a cornerback. Of course, the uncertainty of Jair Alexander. We spoke to him yesterday, and he said, I cannot wait to show everyone my suit game. He also had a blinged out chain that said Mad Max on it, said he deserved it after having 5 interceptions last season in college. So I can't wait. I might ask him for some suit tips. I think I'm doing okay, but he's definitely doing a lot better than me. So Maxwell Hairston, that's a name to watch out for. Tom, Mullane, back to you guys.
What a spectacle. I mean, it is hard to believe this is happening. Again, just a once-in-a-lifetime event here.
Looking forward to seeing all of the clothes there, but if people are still coming down tonight, Luke, they do need to pack maybe a few extra layers.
I would say at a minimum a sweatshirt, jacket, that'll get you through. It doesn't have to be a heavy, it doesn't have to be a parka. I think we can keep the umbrellas at home for now. Tomorrow is going to be a different story. Let's take you to a live look right now into the Stadium District, high atop the Legacy Hotel. And Armed Forces Drive certainly getting busier and busier. We are cloudy. It's 58, and that northeast wind that picked up here last night and into this morning has really begun to cool us off. Now, we're pretty seasonal. This is right where our average highs are, but we'll be cooling down even more for our Friday. Notice we've had rain showers try to work in, but they have fallen apart as they get closer to Green Bay and Lambeau and the draft campus. So some showers down south and over Lake Winnebago. Things are looking pretty quiet and clear, though, as we head through tonight. In terms of rain, now it will be raining tomorrow. We'll have more updates on that coming up in the next hour in our full forecast.
It's comfortable here.
It's very comfortable. Top-notch weather. This is Green Bay in April.
Can't complain. All right, we thank you, Luke.
You got it.
Well, our coverage continues here from Titletown as we bring you live coverage from really around the district.
And we are back with much more right after this.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart.
That is the Amplify Health by Bellin here at Titletown party that they've thrown for the public. Anybody can show up. Music, food, expecting about 450, 500 people on a little crispy, cool night with a little breeze coming through. But they invite you to come on down and enjoy. All right, from there, we are going to move on to the distillery. That's where our Caitlin Corbett's been hanging out.
And she had the chance to talk with former Packers tight end and Super Bowl champ Marv Fleming.
I'm here at the Green Bay Distillery, and right now I'm here with a special guest, Marv Fleming. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Caitlin.
So first I want to talk about, you did something pretty incredible with the Green Bay Packers. 4 Super Bowls, okay? What does this place mean for all of the fans coming here? What does it mean to come here and see the history in Green Bay?
Well, to me, it means just being a Green Bay Packer and celebrating with the people of Green Bay and Wisconsin, too. One reason I come back to Wisconsin because of the people here. I had a great time, had great coaches, and had a great coaching lesson from the great Vince Lombardi.
And you were a member of the draft class of 1963. When you think back to that day, did you ever think that a draft would eventually be held here?
Oh, Guy, no, never. But, you know, when I got drafted, it was 2 drafts, one for the AFL and one for the NFL. And I Colorado drafted me and never told me. I went on a week, and then I get a call a week after, and I am Marv Fleming. I said yes. He said, "This is Coach Lombardi," and I said, "Yeah, right." And he hands the phone to someone else. Marv, this is Bill Austin of the Green Bay Packers. I said, "Who was that who just called?" And he says, "I was Coach Lombardi." "The Coach Lombardi?" He said, "Yes." I said, "You tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend him like that." Tell him, he says, "Have you signed with Colorado?" I said, "Have they drafted me?" And I said, "Be sure to tell Mr. Lombardi I'm sorry. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I'm sorry!" There's no other team in the NFL like the Green Bay Packers, and no other team take care of their older guys. I'm older now, like the Green Bay Packers do.
All right, Marv Fleming, thank you so much for joining us today. And if you want to see him sometime today, you can stop by the distillery. For now, I'm in Green Bay, Caitlin Corbett for Local 5 News.
A truly incredible story, and we look to share more of those with you as you join us for the continuation of Titletown's Turn.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Welcome back. Along with Melaine Wells, I'm Tom Zalaski. We are located at one of the general admission gates here near Lambeau Field.
And it is the gateway to the full draft experience. And we are giving the full Wisconsin experience, you could say, to a lot of our guests. And that includes Andrew Martin, who is here in Green Bay for the draft.
Andrew, you've only been in town for a couple of days now, but your impressions, what have you been seeing out here?
Yeah, so Tom and Melaine, great to be with you. We all work for the same company. I just happen to be based on the other side of the country in Sacramento, California, but I've loved my stay so far in Green Bay. You guys have been fantastic. The city has been fantastic, and I'm a big fan of people who are passionate about what they do and about their sports teams. And seeing all the Green Bay green out here has been a real treat for me. So looking forward to a great draft over the next few days.
Andrew, have you been surprised at the footprint size? I mean, for those of us who are from the area, we know how far it is to get from Cabela's over to the other end where Badger State Brewing is. You've put on probably quite a few miles.
So, Melaine, I've really enjoyed what I've seen so far. We've had no issues on travel, on logistics, getting around. We haven't experienced any traffic, and there's been a lot of talk about Green Bay being the smallest NFL city, right? Population of the city here is about 107,000 people, as you guys know. You live here, you call it home. Even though they're expecting, 300,000 people here over the next few days, everybody has, everybody's been great. The security's been great. The traffic cops have been great. We've had no issues at all getting around this town. So I definitely want to stay longer, and I wouldn't mind coming back. And I bet you guys in person, being a part of your show has been a fantastic treat for me as well.
Andrew, you've been working with us, obviously, with our parent company, Nexstar, and you have been literally delivering reports about this draft and about Green Bay to the entire nation. Who are some of the cities that you're broadcasting to tonight?
Oh my gosh. So if I actually was able to, I would lift up all the microphone flags that I have. I think we're doing 65 live reports today for stations all over the country, Tom. It's a haul, but it's fun, and I feel privileged to be given this assignment.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining us here. And full disclosure, we were cracking up. He's only about 10 feet away from us. The magic of television can give you a lot of different angles, right?
All right. We continue on. Another guest is coming to our set in the heart of Titletown. Matt Ramage is going to be joining us here with as his radio broadcast.
How are you, Matt?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, we're pleased to have you on set. You have really grown an incredible audience in this region. Where did your passion for this team first begin?
I think I would say my mom. Like when I was a kid, we didn't have a choice. Like we were growing up in my house. You were Packers fans or you were watching football outside. So I would definitely say just growing up, my uncles and cousins, they'd all come over to Packer games, and it was kind of grew from there.
Matt, what are you most looking forward to?
Really just hanging out, meeting new people, like different fans. I mean, the draft is awesome and all that stuff, but like I don't know enough about otherwise I'd be working for the Packers. Right. So I just let them pick, and I'll have fun. But I think it's gonna be fun to see the different fan bases coming in. Like you see the outfits that they're wearing, the costumes, and I think that's one of my favorite parts.
Let's talk a bit about your platform. How do we listen, and what can we expect when we tune in?
It's the Matt Ramage Show. I basically I've had players on. It's not a regular thing where I have players on, but some of them are nice enough to come on. But it's just the average fan podcast. That's what I call it. I have cool people, like I have reporters and some people for the Packers come on, but mostly it's just a bunch of average fans having fun and talking about the Packers in the most amateur way possible.
I understand you have had a guy named Luke Sampe on your broadcast.
Yeah, he begged me. So I was like, all right, you can come on. No, but he is awesome. I had him on, got to talk to him, and I think he could be part of your sports team because I think he knows the stuff.
Talk a bit about bringing fans, welcoming them to this area. I think sometimes we forget what a gem we have in the Lambeau Field right behind us.
Oh yeah, I think even like for games and whatnot, I think anybody who's around here, they want the outsiders, Viking fans or whatever fan, to be welcomed and not feel like you're in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Like the opposite of that, where we welcome everyone and have fun. Like I make fun of like Vikings and Bear fans. Like we kind of go back and forth, have fun with each other on the internet. But like when we're here and we see each other, or even if I don't know them, it's always welcoming and just have a good time with each other.
All right, finally, Matt, how do we find you?
If you go to themattramage.com, you can find all my socials, but I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, Instagram, all the places that people do stuff. But themattramage.com has all that stuff right there for you.
All right, Matt, thanks so much.
We appreciate you joining us.
I think you're absolutely awesome. I've been watching you for years.
We thank too many years, right? All right, Matt.
Even
Not
close.
that many years.
Not even close.
Thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thank you.
We have more coverage from Titletown right after this. Stay with us.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
From Bell and Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
We officially welcome you back as it is now Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft.
And our Paul Stino, he's been hanging out at the Legacy Hotel all day, and he's been running into some celebrities.
And one of those is former Packers Super Bowl champion, Sean Jones.
Hey guys, we are so lucky to be here joined by Sean Jones, a 100 Sack Club member and also Super Bowl 31 champion. Sean, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh man, it's been a great week so far, and we've got a great host in the Legacy Hotel. I mean, it's just been a fantastic week. We're having a lot of fun.
Sean, what do you remember most about your time in Green Bay?
Oh, the people. I always say that. The people, the fans were great. They made it easy to play up here. And then we won, and we won it all, which is more important than anything else. And we brought a championship back to Green Bay, and because of that, and I don't think they would have loved us any less, or could love us any more, but it damn sure didn't hurt, So being able to come back here with the great fans, they're always so appreciative when we brought back Super Bowl 31, so that's a good memory.
Awesome. Sean, I really, really appreciate your time today. I know you're very, very busy and have lots of fans to meet and autographs to sign and your podcast to do here as well. Thank you so much for taking some time.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Sean Jones was on Local 5 Live earlier this week. He is a lawyer, he is a professor, and he's a dad who's sending his daughter to prom this weekend.
Oh my goodness.
He's busy.
Full day and a full week for him as well. This is just our first hour of coverage, and we are going to come back in just a few minutes. We actually started all this at noon today. 6-7 hours of coverage, and we've got much more to come. We got the governor coming your way in just a few minutes, so stay right there.
The first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Amplify Health by Bell and Health Titletown. Brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
And welcome back. We are bringing you live coverage of this once-in-a-lifetime event from Titletown. This is the beginning of 6.5 hours of broadcast that we are bringing to you.
I'm Elaine Wells alongside Tom Zalaski, bringing you this once-in-a-lifetime event. We have live crews that are spread out all across the draft footprint to bring you complete coverage.
Yep, we are going to hear from Caitlin Corbett, also Paul Stino. We have an update for you first from a reporter who has been covering this draft for months now.
And that is Timothy Leteau. He is bringing us an update from inside the footprint. Tim, tell our viewers at home what you see.
Elaine and Tom, there is so much going on inside of the footprint. Another flag football class just ended for the kids. A lot of families here, a lot of big crowds as well. There's no shortage of things to do for adults, for kids, anyone in between as well. There are so many great things that parents can attend as well while their kids are at these classes. There are the Super Bowl ring display, the Super Bowl trophy, a lot of excited fans walking, heading out. And a lot of people are eager to get to their spot in front of the draft stage. A lot of people are packing in. We saw them running in earlier today. People are lining up there at noon and just on a full-on sprint once those gates open, eager to get a front row spot to see just who the future of their team could be. Back to you, Melinda and Tom.
Love technology, right?
All right, we thank you, Tim. Elaine, take it away.
Well, we are turning now to an incredible opportunity, and that is to welcome Governor Tony Evers to our set. We appreciate you taking time out of a very busy day to spend a little bit with us.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's been a fun day. We were here even before they opened the gates this morning, and there are a lot of people here.
Yeah,
Simple
Governor,
as that.
what have you been doing since you arrived here?
Oh, we've looked at all the background stuff here and how important how they're going to pull this off. It's just the technology is amazing, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun for the people that are here. Obviously, it's going to be fun for the teams and the people that are going to be drafted. It's a great opportunity for the state of Wisconsin.
This is something that you have financially championed for a couple of years now. Talk a bit about that process.
Yeah, well, I knew when there was an opportunity, and we sent the letter in also on behalf of the Packers, and we heard it was going to happen. So we knew that this is going to be a big thing, and it is. It's about $90 million statewide, $20 million for Brown County. And it's going to take more people and obviously more security, and so we put some aside, and we're going to make sure everybody is whole on this. But it's just important for Green Bay and Green Bay area, and everybody in Wisconsin loves the Packers, so here we are.
This investment that you made and you were behind, how do you see it coming back to the state?
How do I see it?
How do you see it coming back to the state?
Yeah, well, just in the economics of it. Yep. We talk about tourism all the time, and this isn't necessarily tourism, but it's bringing a lot of people in a small area in a very short period of time. And so we have ways to collect the data on that, and we made some estimates, and frankly, I think the estimates we have are on the low side. There are a lot of people here today, and this is just the first day.
Talk about the investment and how it pays it forward when it brings people back to Wisconsin. Somebody relocates their business here.
Right, absolutely. And it's money that's made now, and it's going to impact the state for a long time. But it also sends a message that to others that might want to open a plant here in Wisconsin or a business, that we have to make sure it's something that not only does that impact the local, but it impacts the state, and the state should be a partner in this. And this is a no-brainer, frankly. This is something we have to support.
You've been walking around here. What do you think separates this draft from other drafts in other bigger cities?
It's the Packers.
Yeah.
As simple as that. Green Bay Packers, and there's such a, and like I said, everybody in Wisconsin loves the Packers, and it goes beyond Wisconsin. I hear about it a lot in other places too. So it is around the Packers, but it is around the people of Wisconsin. They care about their teams, and they support them, and people get it. There's something unique about it. And first of all, obviously it's one of the smallest towns that has a group like this. But I've lived in Wisconsin my entire life. I know when people in Wisconsin they're hardworking, they play hard, they watch the Packers, they get behind the Brewers and the Badgers. So it's a sports state, but at the end of the day, it's all about making sure that we're doing the right thing for the people of Wisconsin.
Governor Tony Evers, what a joy, what a privilege to have you here
Well, it's
today.
great to be here.
We hope you get a chance to be a bit of a fan today after years of hard work.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Do you
you.
think he needs a pass to get in?
You know,
He'll be all right.
I would imagine that you've got a few people who can help you out, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll be good.
Governor Evers, thanks again.
Thank you very
so
much.
very much. All right, we're going to head over now to the Green Bay Distillery. That's just outside the draft footprint, and that is where our Caitlin Corbett has been all day long.
Yeah, hey, Tom and Mullane. So I had a really cool experience today. I actually got to sit down with Packers legend Dave Robinson to talk about his draft class. That was way back in 1963. Now, he said at that point he could have never imagined seeing an NFL draft come to the city of Green Bay, but he's glad he's here to see it today.
Oh, anybody that doesn't know about this city, it shouldn't be playing football. This is the capital of football right here. I don't care what you say. We played in some of the toughest games and one-on-one. When I was here, I came in to Vince Lombardi and the whole Packer team. They had just won the last two championships, won Super Bowls then. They were 61 and 62, and I know it's coming to a top team. And it was like if you make it here, like you make it anywhere, as I just say.
All right, and tonight you're going to want to tune in at 10 because I'm actually going to show you an interview with another one of his draft class teammates, and that's going to be really cool. That'll be tonight at 10. But for now, I'm live at the distillery in Green Bay. Tom and Mullane, I'll send it back into you.
All right, now we've got Paul Stino, and he is over at the Legacy.
Paul, what is happening by you?
Hey guys, so the NFL draft, it's all about showcasing the state of Wisconsin as well as the city of Green Bay and Northeast Wisconsin in general. There's two people here at the Legacy Hotel that know a lot about highlighting and celebrating the state of Wisconsin. You may remember Anders and Davin Lindwall. They are the brother duo that created the movie Green and Gold, the movie that stars Craig T. Nelson, who plays a farmer who bet his farm on the Packers winning a Super Bowl. The brothers are here at the Legacy Hotel today for a showing of their movie, which they say shows off the state of Wisconsin, just like the draft is doing this week.
It's fun, it's buzzy, you know, it's like all of a sudden you have the whole world looking at Green Bay, which, you know, for us is like feels like part of our home, and so to be able to have the outside world look at it and celebrate with us here, I think is really special.
And the Green and Gold movie, you may remember, came out at the end of January. The Lindwall brothers said that it's been amazing and it's been truly touching to see the reception that they've gotten from Wisconsinites from the movie. For now, though, live from the Legacy Hotel, Paul Stino, Local 5 News.
Well, as part of a dairy farm family, we are so grateful to have a spotlight shine on that nationally. I know so many people have watched that movie.
We are. All right, we are back with much more. Play a little ball out there. Much more right after this.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call. That's all.
Welcome back as our live Titletown's Turn coverage continues here in the heart of Titletown.
Yeah, all of our incredible engineers, our production people, everybody has worked so hard to put this area around Amplify to make it this beautiful broadcast facility that we've been using throughout the afternoon, this live set you see on your screen right now. Our draft coverage now continues with a stop at Lambeau Field.
It's the dynamic duo Kyle Malzahn and Lauren Helmbrecht are standing by with much more.
Dynamic duo. Thank you so much for that compliment, Lauren. I mean, talking about the NFL draft and the Packers specifically, being 27 years old, I can't remember one draft that really shocked me other than Jordan Love being picked. And then, of course, with Aaron Rodgers already in-house. But with the pick number 23 today in the first round right now, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I don't think we'll see much of a shock, but he could get, Gutekunst could trade up or trade down.
And that Jordan Love selection has the chance of being franchise altering. It
For
seems
sure.
like the Packers have their next franchise quarterback. But I caught up with Packers historian Cliff Crystal a few months ago and asked him what the most impactful drafts were in Packers history. And he said it all started back in the 1950s. Again, that was Packers historian Cliff Crystal talking about the most impactful drafts in the franchise's history. Could 2025 be the next one?
Yeah, I think for the Packers, my pick for them tonight will be wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. Now you're probably saying, Kyle, that's probably not right. They're not going to go wide receiver. They haven't since 2002 when they drafted Javon Walker. But I'm gonna say this is the year, Lauren, that they finally go wide receiver. Because if you want Jordan Love to grow, you're gonna have to get him a bona fide weapon, and I think that's what Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State gives the Packers if they were to draft him.
I'm going secondary. I'm going cornerback Maxwell Harrison coming out of Kentucky. He and Carrington Valentine know each other from school.
They do.
I think he could fit right into the Packers defense right now. And since Jair Alexander's future with this team is still up in the air, why not bolster yourself in the secondary with someone in that first round? The Packers have 8 draft picks this weekend, including the 23rd overall pick. We'll have continued coverage from inside Lambeau Field throughout the rest of the evening. But for Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helmbrecht reporting live for Local 5 Sports.
Lauren and Kyle, we thank you. Well, the NFL draft has taken over Titletown, and we are bringing it all into your living rooms, and we have much more to come right after this.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
When you're down south, it's a little bit different. But here, everybody high-fives you. I mean, they do stuff together, and it's just, that's why I play for one team, because of the fans. That's why I love the Lambeau Leap, because the Lambeau Leap is just not me doing some weird dance. It's really me with the fans.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
All right, there is so much to see here at this draft footprint over on the Lambeau Field campus. Look, it is tailgate time, Elaine.
Absolutely. Those grills are fired up, and it is excitement in the air because we are hearing the prospects are starting to arrive on that red carpet.
Yeah, we've got Cam is there, and he is over on the red carpet, and things are starting to happen. Cam, who are you seeing? What's going on?
Tom, Mullane, it's so special, right? Having the red, or what they call the green carpet, inside Lambeau Field. Actually, the first time that's ever happened where they've put the carpet inside the stadium. Now, I want to pan down a little bit and just see the theatrics that are going on right now. Players are starting to walk down. Shamar Stewart is one of them. He's making his way down this way. Same with Mason Graham. And as I bring you back toward this way, I was just wondering, why is it in Lambeau Field? Obviously, you're making history with the draft being in Green Bay, but it's so cool to have this event where it is. So I asked the NFL just that.
We really work to incorporate the city that is our host into all the things that we do for the draft, and we don't copy and paste any specific draft. And with Lambeau being as iconic as it is, we really wanted to create an opportunity to build out the red carpet on the field. You don't often get the opportunity to be on the field, and so it's a really great experience for our players, the prospects, and the fans, as you can see behind me.
Speaking of those fans, you can see a whole lot of them in green and gold and a lot of different jerseys. We were told by the NFL they're expecting about 2,000 fans. I would bargain there are a lot more than that. These players are going to continue coming down on the green carpet. You can hear the PA announcer getting ready to announce Jalen Milroe. And these fans getting excited, a lot of excitement here on the red, or what they're calling the green carpet. Tom and Mullane, wow, this atmosphere is electric.
Well, we look forward to hearing from all of those prospects as they make their way past Cam, no doubt sharing their thoughts and excitement.
It feels like the Academy Awards.
It does a whole lot less clothes than I wear to Lambeau Field most days.
Well, we are going to check in on our forecast, the all-important forecast for tonight. Luke, you've been good to us so far. Take it away.
Oh, awfully lucky. We've had rain showers close as 35 miles away. Those have pretty much fizzled out or drifted just south of Ashwaubenon, Titletown, the draft campus, Green Bay, and surrounding areas. It's cloudy. It's cool. Let's take you to a live picture right now. This is our newest camera, which is affixed high top, the Legacy Hotel. We're looking back to the west down Armed Forces Drive, and you can just see the increase in activity. Folks walking around, enjoying themselves. Yes, you will need a sweatshirt and a jacket. It's comfortable if you do that, but overall, things are looking really, really quiet in terms of our near-term weather. 58 degrees right now officially here in Titletown. So I was talking about those rain showers. Notice as we take a look back over the past hour or so, there's just this narrow little band just down to the south of Green Bay and the Fox Cities. That has been weakening in time, and then steadier rain showers continue to form us just off to our west, and that is what's going to be moving in later tonight. So what this is shaping up to be is just a cool evening with rain showers moving in, especially after the midnight hour, lasting all the way into tomorrow morning. It will be a wet Friday morning and rather chilly as well. Temperatures right now all over the place, varying from the 40s near the water to the upper 50s to near 60. And really, this is pretty typical type of air and temperatures for this portion of April. And we are looking at that east to northeast wind, which has been the reason for the big cool down. You may recall we hit 70 for the first time since early November yesterday. Obviously, we can't keep that. Very rare that you get 2 days the same around here in this portion of the calendar. So this is what we're anticipating. Early evening, maybe a stray sprinkle, but certainly no heavy rain. 55 degrees down to 51 at 7 o'clock for the first round as that begins. And then late evening, cloud cover and cool will be in the upper 40s. Cloudy and cool with a stray shower this evening, leading off the weather headlines. Plan on rain Friday morning and into midday, and then we'll be clearing out for the last day of the 2025 NFL Draft here in Green Bay. That will be a pretty nice Saturday as temperatures get back up to around 60 degrees. 75 down in Chicago. Can't partake in that with a northeast wind. 58 here so far, and we'll continue to bring in a little bit of a chill. Expecting today to be into the 50s, but do expect as we head through tomorrow, only the lower 50s with some morning and midday showers, and then clearing out on Saturday with sunshine and right around 59 degrees. So let's take this through you hour by hour for your evening. And notice 7 o'clock, everything off to our north and west. Now this is 2 o'clock in the morning. Rain showers across central and northern Wisconsin. Plan on rain early tomorrow morning. There you are, 8 o'clock, all the way through the noon hour. Wet weather expected. Now as the draft campus opens back up for late afternoon and early evening, we're just back to cloud cover. It's going to be wet and damp, of course, and Saturday we're anticipating a decent amount of clearing, and we should have some sunshine certainly by the afternoon. So your forecast for tonight, cloudy and cool. Showers will be developing, but more so after midnight, lower 40s, and then for tomorrow expect cloudy skies. The wet weather's preferring the morning, windy and chilly with highs right around 50 degrees. All right, your 7-day planner. Saturday, finally turning into some sunshine, 59, 62 on Sunday, and then we work all the way up close to 70, in fact, by early next week, and we'll have to watch the potential for some stronger storms then, but by that point, the draft will be concluded and folks will be out of town.
Yeah, we were smart, took your advice yesterday. A little layer up a little action today.
You do. You need the jacket. Yep. You just do. You need the sweatshirt and the jacket, but this is very typical for April. It honestly is.
Still a nice night out there, really is. All right. Thank you, Luke.
You got it, guys.
Well, 2 hours and 35 minutes until the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and we're taking you right up to that kickoff of the draft here in Titletown. More to come after the break.
The first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Channel 5's coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues tonight. This is a live look, great view from our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. We have been using this shot all week long. It is just so impressive, and there you can see the crowds beginning to build for this NFL Draft in Titletown.
And there are little parties and watch events happening all across this district, so we're taking you to all of them because Local 5 has team coverage of this event.
Yep, once-in-a-lifetime event that we are bringing to you from all angles tonight.
And as mentioned, we are now just 2 hours and 32 minutes away. That very handy clock counting us down as it has been doing for the last few months. We are joined now by Titletown event coordinator Jessica Dickott to talk a little bit about what is going on in the heart of this district. Nice to see you, Jessica.
Nice to see you as well.
Well, no doubt your team has also been planning for quite a while for this event. What was that like?
Yes, so it was definitely a long planning process, that is for sure, but it was definitely a team effort from everyone in this organization. You know, you cannot understate all of the hands that went into this job. And of course, it is an NFL event, so our team has been so supportive of the NFL, putting all of these pieces together. And if you've been out here, you can see it is a lot of pieces.
Yeah, so Jessica, yesterday we talked to you, and things were fairly quiet. What do you think?
Oh my goodness. You know, I came in really early this morning and it was the calm before the storm, and it's a good storm, let me tell you. The buzz and the energy around here is electric. Just the excitement from all of the fans, whether you're a Packers fan or an away team. It has been a highly exciting time in this area for sure.
There's some big obvious things. We see the draft stage. We see some of those giant signs, but what are some of those nuances that you want to make sure people take in?
For sure. So, you know, one of my fan favorites has to be the gallery or the memorabilia. So we have all 59 Super Bowl rings here on display. So you can see 1 through 59, even the ones that we won as well. Another personal fan favorite are the NFL legends and the current player appearances. We saw Donald Driver driving through the Titletown area, and there are so many great players, both current and legends, here signing autographs and doing photos.
And have you seen out-of-towners coming in, looking around?
Oh, most definitely. Yep. Let me tell you something. The excitement that they walk into our footprint, both whether it's Titletown or the larger campus, is just awe and just amazement at how big our space is. All of the amenities that we have here, you know, so many of them say, wow, this is so cool, I've never seen this before, and what a great experience they've had. Let me tell you something, I think they'll be coming back for some games in the future.
Jessica, we thank you so much for joining us and for the work that your team has put into making this event happen.
Of course.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy. All right. Our coverage continues on this draft day with a reporter who's got his finger on the pulse and has had it for a few months now.
And that is Timothy Leteau. He joins us live from inside the footprint with an update. Tim, what are you seeing now?
Hey, Melaine and Tom, we've got a group of Packers fans here. They've been waiting all day for the draft to start, and the festivities have certainly begun. Group of Packers fans from Bellevue, you guys met in high school. What do you guys think about the draft so far?
Oh, it's been incredible so far, man. I mean, the atmosphere that we have around here, this is just insane. We've never had a situation where we have such a mass population here, but we're so happy to be hosting this year, and we're just here for a good time, man. What he said.
Yeah, you guys have certainly been to Lambeau Field and seen it. What's it like seeing the giant draft stage here, though?
It's more than we've seen before. I mean, like this, we've been to games before. I mean, he has season tickets, so I mean, being here and seeing all these people is bigger than game day.
What do you guys hope the Packers do with their draft picks?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. We need a wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
Or pass rusher.
Or pass rusher. I just want them to take their time, and whoever we draft, he's going to be phenomenal.
We need a wide receiver. Need a wide receiver.
That too.
Wide receiver. We'll see about that. Well, yeah, thanks so much for your time, guys. Hope you enjoy the draft. Back to you, Tom and Elaine.
Go Pack, go.
Go Pack, go.
All right, Tim, we thank you. Let's go now to Paul Stino. He's over at the Legacy Hotel, which is just outside the draft footprint.
Paul, what are you seeing there?
Hey guys, yeah, live above the Legacy Hotel on the 6th floor of the Legacy Hotel, Packers fans and fans of the NFL in general just having an amazing time as they continue to wait till 7 o'clock when the picks start coming in. You're looking right now at some footage that we shot from the balcony here of the crowds, people mingling with friends, enjoying some music, partying a little bit, maybe enjoying a drink or two, just having some fun here in Titletown ahead of the draft. We were about 3 hours away from the start of picks, so we decided to ask Packers fans who they think the Packers should pick, and here's what one of them had to say.
I'm a defense guy. I mean, I got my Woodson jersey in my pocket. I always put it on. I always respect the secondary. I love more defense. I would love to see a receiver, but we're never going to pick it. We need that fifth-year option. I would love to see linemen. If Packers fans, you might not like that, but you know how we get good? We run the ball. We have a good line.
And guys, you can probably see the crowd there behind me. It's getting bigger and bigger. People starting to head that way towards Lambeau Field, towards the draft stage as we get closer and closer to the pick starting to come in. For now, though, live from the Legacy Hotel, Paul Stino, Local 5 News.
Thank you, Paul. Local 5 giving you unparalleled coverage tonight of the NFL Draft coming to Titletown.
I wonder if the Packers are watching our coverage because they just got some great advice from a bunch of shareholders and fans, right?
Yes.
All right, we will see you after a short break with much more from Bellin Health Amplify here in Titletown.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
I just wanted to get picked. And the first day was, I think, 2 or 3 rounds, and then it started off in the 4th. I knew I was not going to get picked the first day. I was hoping to get drafted early on Sunday, and as picks go off, I had some teammates at Wisconsin there. I had some family down in my apartment in Madison, and you just kept waiting and waiting. And I always tell people now, my advice is go do something, because it'll drive you nuts if you sit there and you let every pick go and you do it. So my experience was, it was awesome to get picked, and obviously to get drafted by the team that I grew up rooting for was great.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart, efficient marketing. Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
We are back with more live draft day coverage from the heart of Titletown. You know that saying, many hands make light work? Well, in this case, many hands did a whole heck of a lot of work, Tom, to pull off all of our coverage, and this is just a glimpse at some of them.
Yeah, now there you see the two of us, which you have been looking at all afternoon, but what you just saw there on camera is what Melaine and I have been looking at all afternoon. Our entire crew that put this whole show together. Boy, we thank them so much because they are fabulous at what they do. We thank you all. Local 5 continuing our coverage now of the NFL Draft, and we're going to head over to the dispensary. It is just outside the draft footprint.
And Caitlin Corbett had a chance to talk to the owner of this establishment about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I'm here at the Dispensaries Draft Day event, and I'm here with owner Will Nothing. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for stopping in and seeing us.
Of course. And so there's a lot going on here today, but first I just want to ask, with the NFL Draft coming to Green Bay, what does it mean for a business like yours to have all of these people, outsiders, coming in?
I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show people like not only what Green Bay has to offer, but the traditions of like even Lambeau, the frozen tundra, and everything we're going through. Having an opportunity to host something that hasn't been hosted here before is just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we don't know if we'll see again. You know, with the NFL, they make a lot of different types of decisions, but I think it's really beneficial for communities to be involved in these type of events, and it really brings a collaboration of local businesses and national businesses to come together and have opportunities to do things along with the NFL.
Absolutely. And so you have a few things going on here today for the dispensary. Behind us right now, there are a few familiar faces, some former Packer players. What's going on here today?
Well, today, actually all 3 days that we're here, we have an opportunity to mingle, get autographs, and purchase merchandise and spend some time with gentlemen who have played in the league and have Super Bowl rings, Hall of Famers, and have an opportunity to mingle with them and see some of the viewpoints of what they have as well during draft times, right? At one point in time, these guys were up on those blocks, on those draft stanchions, like, when are we getting picked? And having them here at a party, asking them how they feel about the drafts, and who do they think is going to be number one? Who's the first pick of the draft? Trying to find that out. What does that bring? It's a lot of fun to have their insights as well. People should check us out because our lineup for the next 3 days of NFL players is a fantastic thing.
And give me the address for this.
2145 South Oneida Street, and that is Ashwaubenon, but also Green Bay, Wisconsin.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us again. That's the address if you want to come and stop by the Dispensaries NFL Draft event. For now, though, live in Ashwaubenon, I'm Caitlin Corbett for Local 5 News.
All right, Caitlin, we thank you so much, and please stay right there. We have complete coverage of all your draft activity. We're back right after this break.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Our live coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues this afternoon from our set at the Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown facility. And we now welcome another guest to our set here in the heart of Titletown.
Yeah, none other than Trevor Thomas. He is with the Inside Wisconsin show. Boy, good to have you
Good to
here.
have me here.
Hey.
Thanks for having me here. I'm really, really grateful.
Just before we went on, you told us you've been inside. What's inside there? We haven't seen any of it.
It's not like a Packer game day. It is a sea of sprawling people spread out where cars usually park for a Packer game day.
Yeah.
and it's as far as you can see. And as far as you can see all the way through Titletown. As they were building it, living in the community like we do, you saw the tents from the outside and went, oh, the bunch of white tents. No, it's a city in there. There are restaurants in there. There are bars in there. And a whole bunch of people from all of the different teams. It's really neat to see.
Well, we thank you for taking us inside there, but you take us inside Wisconsin all the time on your podcast and vlogging. Talk a bit about that passion for you.
Myself and John Anderson of SportsCenter and ESPN fame. We interview the state's most recognizable people in podcast, YouTube, TV type form to try to tell their story. Not so much about what they did or how they did it, we all know that, but who they are and how we help shape them or how they help shape us. Sports, culture, entertainment, business. We've done 107 episodes just over the last 4 years, and it's been really incredible to see how when you focus on unity, community, positivity, and joy, and not on negative or division, especially on the internet, it's amazing how people go, hey, you know what? I want to get involved with that. That's really neat.
Yeah. What are you most looking forward to?
What am I most looking forward to in the weekend? It's interesting to see all of the teams here and their fans here all at once. Usually on a Packer weekend, we're used to other teams coming in with their fans, and we invite them in with open arms, and everybody says we're all the nicest in the Midwest, right? Not everybody else is like that. And so all of the teams and all their fans are here at once. So I'm most looking forward to seeing just how everybody interacts with each other and how everybody mingles, and I guess how Midwest nice we invite everybody in. It's really neat to see such a different array of fans.
Are you going to be doing any interviewing? Are you hoping to catch a couple of the prospects?
Not so much the prospects, but really the fans. I mean, part of what the Inside Wisconsin show is all about is not so much the players and the X's and O's on the field, but all the things that Wisconsin provides people like that off the field. So we'll be doing some interviews on the radio. I'm filling in on a statewide radio program called The Game, 9 different radio stations across the state. Really grateful for that opportunity to help explain what Inside Wisconsin does, but also talk about that angle of sports. It's not so much the plays, right? It's not the X's and O's, it's the people.
Yeah. Do you think out-of-towners are going to be surprised at what we've done here in little old Green Bay?
Yeah, if they've ever been to a Packer game, this doesn't look like a Packer game. I'd like to think that they're surprised. Obviously, a lot of work went into this. I'm surprised. I have a kid that goes to school literally just a block or two away from Lambeau, and we watched the whole thing get built, and they didn't have school this week because they couldn't get to and from school, right? They had virtual learning. And so, yeah, it's a pretty big surprise to just see how sprawling this campus is. It's really cool.
How do we keep track of what you are doing? I enjoyed thoroughly watching some of your videos because you ask people questions that make me jealous. On TV, I kind of keep it a little bit. You go there and you just ask them, and Mark Murphy was like, what? You know, I love the reactions you get out of your guests.
I think the question you're referring to is, I had heard rumor that somebody wanted to rename the Lombardi Trophy.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I'd asked Mark Murphy, have you ever been in the room where somebody wanted to rename our Super Bowl trophy, and did you smack them? And he said, well, if they ever did that and I was in the room, I would smack them. That was pretty funny. Oh. No, the best way to follow us is on all the social platforms. If you go on YouTube, search the Inside Wisconsin Show. That's where all of our full episodes live and all of our clips, but everything from X to Facebook and all the different meta platforms to LinkedIn, I mean, we're all there. We try to post videos numerous times per week just to help people smile. The idea of Inside Wisconsin is belly up and get lost in the people, the stories, and the patriotism of Wisconsin.
That sounds like fun. Belly up and get lost. All right, Trevor, Thomas, thank you so much.
Good to see you.
We appreciate you being here. All right, speaking of that Wisconsin experience, we are now looking forward to bringing in Andrew Martin, who is in Green Bay for the draft.
Yeah, Andrew's only been in our city for just a few days now, so he's just kind of getting an idea of what's happening. Andrew, your first impressions now that we've finally gotten things underway.
Oof, my first impressions. Well, how much time do you have, Tom and Melaine? Great to be with you guys. I love the city of Green Bay. I am a big fan of passionate fan bases. I grew up in New Jersey myself. I've lived in 5 different states, and the one thing that you never can replicate is being a part of the community. And the smaller the community you go to, the more you realize how much people really embrace where they're from, what they do, and what they're passionate about. And I can tell you firsthand that the Packer fan base is unmatched. I'm loving seeing everybody really get behind an event where, let's face it, it's not about the wins and losses for an event like this, and some of these prospects don't work out. You could take a guy and the Packers have the 23rd 23rd overall pick in the first round. They could take a guy and he could flame out and not do anything in the NFL, but fans don't care because they get to be here and experience this in person. So for me, being able to witness that has been a real treat.
All right, it is ironic. You're standing about 8 feet away from us, but due to all of the things that are happening here in the Titletown district, we're struggling to hear you a bit. So I'm sorry if you've already asked and answered this question, but what have you enjoyed eating while you're in Wisconsin? Because we are surrounded by it in this parking lot.
You know something, Melaine? It's funny that you bring that up because, yeah, we're so close to each other physically. It's tough for the viewers at home to see that. I've actually been having trouble hearing you guys as well, too, but it's all part of live TV. To answer your specific question, I had to try the cheese curds, and I have had it. It is fantastic. I've had them before, but not in Wisconsin. So really, really a thrill for me to be able to enjoy cheese curds in Wisconsin. So I have had that. Back to you guys, Tom and Melaine.
Andrew Martin, great to have you in town with us. We thank you so much, my friend.
Local 5's coverage of the NFL Draft returns in just a moment.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
From Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
You are watching Local 5's continuing coverage of Draft Day here in the shadow of Lambeau Field. I am Melaine Wells.
And I'm Tom Zalaski, and we have gone back in time. And what we discovered is this is not the first time that Wisconsin has held a draft.
It turns out it was hosted in Milwaukee nearly 8 decades ago, and you can still go see the building that it was held in. So Local 5's Timothy Leteau went to check it out.
Jeff Stewart doesn't just work with history.
Every day.
He works inside of it.
This entrance, these steps, this is as it was 1939.
At 270 feet and 25 stories tall, the Hilton sign is one of the first things you'll see when getting off the highway. It's the largest hotel in Milwaukee, and its general manager says it's also the most historic.
Yes, it is the most historic hotel in our opinion. Obviously, we have the Pfister as well, which is a historic landmark within Milwaukee.
The Marcus Corporation now owns the Hilton Milwaukee, formerly known as the Hotel Schrader. Built in 1927, the most prominent event it hosted came just 12 years later, the 1940 NFL Draft in the Empire Ballroom.
In this very room, the legends gathered. Curly Lambeau, Art Rooney, George Halas, they were all right in this room, kind of as you see it today.
It was only the 5th draft held, hosted by the team hosting the championship. The Packers welcomed the New York Giants in December 1939 to the Wisconsin State Fair Park in West Allis, instead of City Stadium in Green Bay. Deemed too small, the draft took place the day before.
10 teams gathered. There were 200 picks. Dance floor was put down with each team had their own table on the dance floor.
Much was different about Wisconsin's only draft in the league back then, but the one thing that's still the same, the Empire Room's beauty.
We've got the original chandeliers, the gold leaf decorations throughout, and the 16-foot windows are still the same as they were back then.
The hotel is undergoing a $40 million renovation, replacing the carpet and paint in the Empire Room, while most of the budget is going towards upgrades to more than 550 guest rooms.
Fridges, safes, upgraded Wi-Fi, bedside charging.
So even though time has a way of catching up to things,
the original owner spared no expense.
Others have too much beauty to lose. In Milwaukee, Timothy Leteau, Local 5 News.
Thank you, Tim. And back in 1940, it was not only the NFL execs who visited that hotel, but also that hotel has played host to several presidents and also none other than the King of Norway.
It is beautiful. I can see why they picked it.
Yeah.
We are enjoying the sights, the sounds, and of course the smells of the Titletown district. That is because there is food trucks scattered throughout, including right here at Amplify Health by Bella. The next couple of days, you'll be able to take that in as well and enjoy some great eats, and even, Tom, a place to sit down and enjoy them.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yes.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Our Titletown's Turn coverage of the NFL Draft continues right now on Local 5. We are taking a look at the view from our camera on top of the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Things are starting to fill up. What a beautiful shot that is.
Fans are coming by the bus full. We are the drop-off point. This bus keeps coming, and more people get off, and they're more excited and ready to go into that big draft event.
Thousands of people excited over these next few days to see the draft. We're going to check in now with our reporter who's been covering this draft seemingly for like 3 or 4 months now, Tim Leteau.
And he is inside the draft, bringing you that experience at home. What is happening in there?
Yeah, Mullane and Tom, we've got everything here. We've got the crowd, we've got the stage. The only thing missing so far is the players. They'll take the stage in just over 2 hours. As you can see, the crowd is growing by the minute here, though. So many people gathered here at the stage, and there is such a big crowd. People of all teams represented, a lot of Packers fans, certainly. People are taking their time to come down to the stage, some at a quicker pace than others. A lot of people want to hit those NFL draft experience tents. Meanwhile, other people just want to get the best spot that they can. We know that some people got here at noon on the dot. They wanted to make sure that they were first in line at the stage. They haven't left all day to give up their spot. So it's all coming together, just over 2 hours until those prospects are on stage, and it will certainly be an exciting moment when they do. Back to you, Tom and Mullane.
Tim, it sure is fun to see everything filling in behind you as the excitement continues to build there inside the NFL draft. Now we're just about 2 hours and 2 minutes away from the big start.
Yeah, Mullane and I, though, we are still on the clock for another 2 hours, like Mullane said. You at home, stay right there. We have much more to come, so please stay with us. We'll have more after the break.
Titletown's turn. Coverage continues live from Amplify Health by Bellin Health Titletown. Brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Good evening, and thank you for joining Local 5's Titletown's Turn coverage of the NFL Draft. I'm Tom Zaleski, along with Mullane Wells. Tonight, we are live at the Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown.
And we are still going strong. Our coverage on Local 5 began at noon. Jade and Jordan kicked that off for us, and now we are going to be with you for the next duration up until the NFL draft gets underway in Titletown, and we have crews spread out all across the footprint, and we are excited to get to check in with a few of them tonight. First, though, we want to turn to the reporter who has been talking about this for months and months leading up to the draft.
Tim Latoe, he's inside the draft footprint, right in the middle of all the excitement, and he's bringing it to your living room. Timothy, what's happening there?
Tom and Mullane, T-minus 2 hours. There's an incredible excitement in the air, and the fans are really packing in here in Titletown. I'll just give you a quick look at the sea of people that have really packed in here. A lot of excited fans. They're packing in. There's still room down here at the stage. People need to be quick and get their spots, though. They've got 2 hours to do that. Some people are coming at different paces, trying to wrap up their time in the NFL draft experience. It's been a lot of fun so far today, and the real fun will get started in just under 2 hours. Back to you, Tom and Mullane.
Thank you, Timothy.
All right, let's go now to Paul Stino. He is over at the Legacy Hotel.
Paul, what is happening there?
Hey guys, it's always fun to be able to people watch out here at Lambeau, but it's especially fun to people watch here today because there's so many different colors, so many different outfits, people of fans from all 32 teams out here at Lambeau Field converging on Titletown to celebrate football and the state of Wisconsin for the NFL draft, and the excitement is definitely building here as we get closer to the first picks coming in. You're looking at some footage right now of the bird's eye view we have from the 6th floor balcony here at the Legacy Hotel. The crowd getting larger and larger, people milling around, enjoying some music and having a drink or two. We spoke to one Packers fan from the Chicago suburbs who took a party bus up to Green Bay to experience the draft.
We took a party bus from Milwaukee because everything was sold out. This place was crazy. I couldn't get a hotel room anywhere near. I brought Bears fans, Packers fans. We're staying in Milwaukee. The bars in Milwaukee, awesome. Discover Green Bay. They did a great job of advertising to tell us we could get a ride here and back. We could drink, have a great time, drink our Miller Lights, and enjoy the draft.
And I asked Andy who he would like to see the Packers select tonight for their first round draft pick. He said he has a Charles Woodson jersey in his pocket, and he wants to see the Pack take somebody on the defensive side of the ball. We will see in a couple hours here. For now, though, live from the Legacy Hotel, Paul Stino, Local 5 News.
Paul, we thank you. We'll check in with you shortly.
You know, certainly some athletes will have their lives changed forever tonight, and we're getting a very first look and introduction to some of them as they are walking the red carpet, and that is where we find Local 5's Cam Azair.
Here with the guy that knows how to get after the quarterback, Texas A&M DN Shamar Stewart. Shamar, first off, you've been asked it before, but you're rocking green, you're in Green Bay. Coincidence or not?
Very coincidental. I got to call off a car.
Yeah.
Very coincidental.
You have your mom and your pops behind you. How surreal is this moment to share it with your family?
Man, it's crazy. You know, they went through a lot to get me to this point. They support me every step of the way, no matter what I did. So I'm happy for them to be here with me, and we're just gonna enjoy the moment together.
Walk me through your emotions when you shake Roger Goodell's hand.
I'm shaking his hand with confidence, because I know I put the work in to get to that point. You know, I work my tail off to get here, and I think I earned this moment.
And you look the part too. Love the chain, love the grill. You got it all going. Awesome. Thanks, Shamar. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, man.
Yep, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Good luck.
Well, thank you, Cam. We appreciate looking at all that bling up close. Z, I think your suit fits right in.
It does with that, yes.
You may not be the sharpest dressed man in Green Bay for once.
For one day, all
For
right.
one day.
I'll
We
give
are
it up.
so excited to welcome an artist here with us now, Ike Winter. Thank you for taking time to join us.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Ike, talk a bit about your role in this draft. It has been an unconventional but very important one.
Yeah, kind of unconventional. It's I make wood art for a living, and a few months ago the NFL emailed me and asked if I could do a whole project for the player walkway. So as the players get drafted tonight, as they're walking out to stage, it's my art kind of lining the walls. So it's a big honor.
We had you on our show earlier this week on our newscasts.
Yep.
How did you start this? Because it's fabulous art.
I'm just self-taught. I literally just started picking up wood on the side of the road one day and cutting it, and it somehow turned into my career. Yeah.
So were there logos that were harder than others? Were there some teams that you're like, God dang that?
I don't use the word harder. I
Okay.
actually prefer harder ones or more challenging. The Jaguars and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took the longest. Yep.
All right. There's one logo that's special to you.
There is. The Buffalo Bills. My grandfather was drafted to them in 1944. So this was the closest I've ever felt to him, and a project that's tied to him and a person I've never met before, but I've always looked up to my whole life.
Talk a little bit about what it is going to be like to see the work you have been pouring your heart and soul into now on this kind of a stage.
I don't really know the feeling yet. My heart's kind of been pounding. I got to walk down the hallway yesterday and see it for the first time in person, and it was pretty surreal. I think that's the only word to use.
What do you hope to come away with after this is over?
I'm excited for the players. You know, this is their moment, their life-changing moment. I hope that this is the pinnacle dream of, moment of their career. and whatever comes of it in my own world, like I'm excited for, but I'm a very day-by-day person. I'm grateful I woke up today and I get to pursue life today.
As kids are looking up to these athletes, I hope they look up to a woodworker as well, showing the importance of learning some of these crafts.
I'm a kid from Milwaukee who just started cutting wood one day, and somehow now the NFL emailed me. So, like, for a kid who was not an artist growing up, I think it's kind of cool and inspirational, if you will. But yeah, I mean, it's not just sports and the NFL here. It is art, it's culture, it's Wisconsin.
What a great story, Ike Winter. Thanks so much for being here today.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, we have been telling there is so much happening all around Titletown, and as mentioned, we do have crews all over the footprint.
That we do, and we are not finished yet. We have much more to come right after this, so please stay with us.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Welcome back. We are so proud to continue bringing you coverage from the draft zone here as it is Titletown's turn.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of people have traveled to come to this draft. There you see all filling up around Titletown. This great stadium in the background, the KI Convention Center, the Rush Center, I mean. Everybody wants to know, of course, coming into town, what about the weather?
Chief Meteorologist Luke Sampe is also down here in the draft zone with a look ahead.
Thank you so much, Melaine and Tom. It is certainly an April day here in Wisconsin. At least the rain has held off, but we've had the clouds. That northeast wind that kicked in late last night took away our warmth, and we're back down into the 50s. But again, very typical for April. You're going to need the sweatshirt and jacket, certainly, as we head through tonight, and especially for tomorrow. Probably have to add the umbrella. Live look right now into Titletown Stadium District, atop the Legacy Hotel. Things are buzzing around here. Certainly, you can see that. Much more activity just in terms of the past 12 to 14 hours or so. Everybody's starting to fill into the draft campus. Now, what about the rain? The rain's going to hold off to our west. Notice we do have some showers out in Waushare County, into Portage County, and far southwestern Wapaka County. Everything very light. Now, we could have a sprinkle move through here as we head through these evening hours, but organized rain and steady rain is not looking at all likely until we get past midnight and then in through the overnight hours. So you can see that rain near Eau Claire, Rochester, and the Twin Cities. That becomes our rainy, wet, and damp Friday morning. Right now it's 57 in Green Bay, matching Appleton, 61 in Wapaka, and cooler Lakeside, 40s and to around 50 right near the water. Winds out of the east and northeast at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. For this evening, we're expecting that sprinkle chance, but I'm not expecting any sort of really organized rain or heavy rain. 54 degrees, early evening, 7 o'clock with that first round beginning 51, and then right around 48 degrees as we get toward the end of round one. So cloudy and cool with a stray shower this evening. Plan on rain for Friday morning and midday, and then finally clearing back out as we get into the weekend. Looking really nice on Saturday with highs back up to around 60. In fact, we're just 2 degrees off of that today. The warmth from yesterday pushed down to the south, 75 in Chicago. We keep that east and northeast wind, so tomorrow a high of 50, meaning most of your day is spent in the 40s, and we are expecting rain showers. So do plan for wet conditions in the morning and midday. As the draft campus opens back up tomorrow afternoon, we are expecting drying conditions. So some good news there. So your Friday, wet and 50, clearing back out closer to 60 degrees by Saturday. Here's how it looks on Futurecast. Again, the rain chances really ramp up after 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. For the morning commute tomorrow, if you're not heading down to Lambeau in the draft, we're expecting wet conditions area-wide, and then the clouds will be stubborn and slow to clear as we head into Saturday morning, but they will indeed do that. Forecast for tonight, cloudy and cool. Showers develop after midnight, looking mainly dry for the rest of the time. And then for tomorrow, cloudy with showers likely and a high of only 50 degrees. Temperatures running about 10 degrees underneath seasonal averages, close to 60 with clearing skies on Saturday, Sunday 63, and we'll be watching Monday actually for a chance for some showers and thunderstorms. Some of those could be strong. We're getting to that time of the year where we could get some rough weather. Thankfully, nothing like that for the draft time frame, but we will be dealing with some rain tomorrow. Just kind of get mentally prepared. You're going to need the jackets and the umbrellas.
Yeah, everybody seems to have taken your advice, though, with a little extra clothing here. Nobody's complaining. It's nice
Well,
out.
it's April in Wisconsin. Everybody knows what to do.
Got to expect it. All right, we thank you.
You got it.
We will continue our reports live from the heart of Titletown after a short break.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
Draft is always, a roller coaster of emotions, I guess you could say. I just got a call from Green Bay. I didn't know anything about Wisconsin. I've never been to the Midwest, so it was just exciting. I had a house full of people, and when you get the call, we just partied and, had a good time after.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend to me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
And now,
Local 5's live coverage of the NFL Draft continues from right here in the heart of Titletown. Hi, everyone. I'm Tom Zaleski.
And I'm Elaine Wells, and while many are focused on who the top overall picks will be, people are also wondering what the Packers front office will do.
Yeah, we're going to head over to Lambeau Field now with our sports experts. We've got Kyle Malzahn and Lauren Helmbrecht standing by. Hiya, folks.
Hey, Tom and Elaine. So on Monday, Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, spoke to the media, and he compared how he's feeling about this draft to back in high school. He said in high school, if he was going to bed before a test that he hadn't prepared for, he could barely sleep. He was way too stressed. But if he had studied, if he had prepped, if he was all ready, well, he slept like a baby before a big test. Today is that big test. Gutekunst and his scout team, they were sleeping well last night because they feel totally prepared for their 8 draft picks in this draft.
The biggest thing that I learned from that press conference with Brian Gutekunst is he said that the Packers would like to have more than 8 picks. Now, in an ideal world, they would like to have around 15, but that's not always the case. For the Packers, they said that they were okay with moving out of, some of these picks to gather more, but they're not going to shy away if a premier player is there. The one thing that the Packers have done so well is make decisions that is for the better of the Green Bay Packers, and that's been going on for decades. So Ted Thompson won a Super Bowl here in Green Bay, and it's time for Brian Gutekunst to bring that title back to Titletown.
And I know Packers fans here at the draft this weekend hope that 1 or 2 or maybe all of the Packers players that join the team out of Green Bay's 8 picks are on a Super Bowl roster here in Green Bay very soon. The Packers have 8 picks, including the 23rd overall tonight when the draft kicks off. For Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helmbrecht reporting live in Lambeau Field.
What an incredible trip down memory lane. Our sports team has truly done an exceptional job leading up to the draft. And we turn now to the reporter that we are calling our local expert on all things draft.
And our Timothy Leteau, there he is, all things draft, as Mullane just said, standing by inside the draft footprint. Tim, what are you seeing?
The NFL Network, a lot of fans cheering and booing when they see favorite players or maybe see their rival fans, they'll boo those fans. So a lot of passionate fans from out of town as well. We drove a long way to get here. Just happy to finally be here in the moment, just over an hour and a half away. For now, live in Green Bay, Timothy Leteau, Local 5 News. Back to you, Tom and Mullane.
All right, Tim, we thank you. We are live in the heart of Titletown with complete coverage of the NFL Draft. Stay with us. We're back with more right after this.
I'm Omar Villafranca in Green Bay, Wisconsin, home of the Packers. And when this pro football mecca pitched to host the NFL Draft, the question was not why Green Bay, but why not Green Bay? That story in tonight's Eye on America.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart, efficient. From Bell and Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It is officially Titletown's turn, and Local 5 has been with you every step of the way, and we continue that coverage here tonight.
And we are going to take you back to the distillery where our Caitlin Corbett is standing by. Caitlin, take it away.
Yeah, hey, Tom and Melaine, I'm still here at the distillery, and earlier today I got a chance to talk to Packers legend Dave Robinson. He was drafted to the Packers in 1963. He's back here today, and I talked to him about what it means to see the draft come to Green Bay.
Being drafted by Green Bay, I knew I had a great opportunity. And then I got here and I started looking at the guys, and it wasn't so much the physical ability, but what way Vince trained. Everybody was an expert at the position. Everybody knew everything, and that's it. And I knew right then there it's going to be a challenge.
And I'll have more on his story about being drafted to the Packers way back when, coming up tonight at 10. For now, Tom and Melaine, I'll send it back into you.
All right, thank you, Caitlin, and we appreciate all of our crews who've been working hard. This broadcast started at noon. I was on at 9 o'clock this morning, and I think we maybe have earned at least, a sandwich, a cup of coffee by now.
Exactly, and speaking of food, you've got some food news we
I
need to
do.
pass on.
Tomorrow morning, we are hoping that you all join us downtown Green Bay. It is the Booyah Battle and the Kringle Combine. Local 5 was asked to create a flavor for this special event. It's a fundraiser for the Salvation Army for $5. You'll get to taste our Kringle, hopefully the winner, and several others. Ours is first round French toast. Got a little maple icing on the top, crumbled up Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal. We hope to see you downtown Green Bay. There will be a tent because, as Luke mentioned, could be a little wet.
Yeah, a few showers, but still ought to be okay. And we've got more live coverage. You can go to our live stream, and that's where our Burt Griffin has his Burks breakdown. He breaks down all the Packers draft needs.
Well, we appreciate you joining us for this preliminary broadcast of Titletown's Turn. Tom and I will be back after the CBS Evening News.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
All righty, thank you for joining in at wearegreenbay.com. You are looking live, as the infamous Brent Musburger would say, at the Stadium District from our Legacy Tower Cam over the day one, about, 90 minutes before the draft begins here in Titletown. It is getting packed. It is crowded over there. Thanks for joining us here live on the web. Once again, we are at wearegreenbay.com. If you're tuning in, we're going to be talking about the draft, not only as it pertains to the Green Bay Packers, but those top 16 or 17 guys who are here in Green Bay, who are just finishing up their college careers and waiting to walk across that stage over at Lambeau Field and get a big old bro hug from Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the league. Now, this will be a life-changing moment for 32 players tonight. There will be trades probably. The Green Bay Packers might be part of that. There are some reports out there that they are definitely open to a trade. Now, whether that means moving up or moving down, that remains to be seen. But the Packers right now, obviously with the 23rd pick in the draft, that should probably happen somewhere between as early as 9:15, but maybe as late as around 10:15 in that range, that time frame. So we will have all of that coming up later tonight on our 10 p.m. newscast. But if you've been tuning into our on-the-air station, WFRV TV here in Green Bay, we've been live since noon, all the way up until this point, till 5:30. We will resume our broadcast from 6 to 7 p.m., literally right up until kickoff of that opening pick of the draft. So first and foremost, let's talk about the Green Bay Packers and what they may or may not need. Now, everyone has an opinion, and a lot of them are the same when it comes to this year's team. Clearly, they do not need a quarterback. Their offensive line seems pretty set. They also picked up another safety in free agency, but a place they could probably improve is pass rush. Now, they were tied, I believe, for 8th in the league with 45 quarterback sacks last season. However, as much money as Rashawn Gary is making at that position, and when you invest in a first-round pick like Lucas Van Ness, they'd like to get a little bit more pressure on the quarterback. So edge rusher could be a place where they could go with that 23rd spot. Now, as far as the other needs, let's stick on that defensive side of the ball. Cover corner, that could be a possibility. Nobody knows for sure what the fate of Jair Alexander will be. Look, when healthy the first 4 or 5 years of his career, he was one of the best in the league. That's why he got paid that huge, huge contract. However, you can't pay top money for a guy who's only been out there half the time. That's just part of the deal in today's salary cap in the NFL. Safety, they look to be pretty set. Great free agent pickup last year with Xavier McKinney, and they've added to that spot. But as we know in this league, it is a pass-happy league where you have to have guys who can cover. They're definitely it's a premier position. When every GM talks about left tackle, quarterback, corner, and edge rusher, those are guys who can make or break your game for sure. Now, on the other side of the football, wide receiver could be a concern. They haven't drafted a guy in the first round since Javon Walker back in 2002 in that first round. However, the second and third rounds, they've done very well. Like Jaden Reed, even Christian Watson, who will not be part of the team this year, maybe at all. I mean, if they make it to the playoffs, he could come back, but you never want to rush an ACL for a guy who is a distance, basically a game breaker who can take the top off of any defense just with his pure 4.3 speed and his height. I mean, he's a game changer. So it's really unfortunate that he finished his season with that ACL injury, especially after everything he's come back with the hamstring and the knee. So Jaden Reed, Jordy Nelson, Greg Jennings, James Jones, the list goes on and on and on of productive wide receivers that have played here in Green Bay, but weren't taken in that first round. However, if a certain player falls to that spot and Brian Gutekunst likes him, he's probably going to go wide receiver at that position. Another spot, too, would possibly be on the interior defensive line. Kenny Clark has been a stud for a very long time. Pro Bowl caliber player. Devontae Wyatt was starting to come into his own last season, but they did lose TJ Slayton, who in the last year or two had become a run stuffer, kind of a, for the old school fans out there, kind of a Gilbert Brown type. I mean, you could not move him. He was such a big body, but he's out of the mix now too. So interior defensive line might be a spot they might go. We saw the emergence of Edgerrin Cooper last year as a rookie at linebacker. I still think for as many not so smart plays that Quay Walker has made, there's still a big upside to Quay Walker down the road. And they did hang on to Isaiah McDuffie. Eric Wilson is gone. He was a serviceable veteran, but he's getting a little long in the tooth, as they say, 7-8 years into the league. And they drafted Isaiah just recently, not too long ago. So he was tendered as a free agent. So I think they're pretty set at linebacker, but I would expect D-line, corner, and then tight end, they're good. Offensive line, they're solid. Quarterback, we know what we have with Jordan Love. Hopefully, he will eventually take it to that next level. And we'll talk more about him later on in the show here. But I think those are your main 4 spots: edge rusher, cover corner, wide receiver, and then possibly another big wide body there in the middle. Joining me now is our producer for our digital content. He's the man, the myth, the legend. You probably read his stuff on the website. Devin, how you doing? Devin Willems.
Good.
Did I take up too much time there?
No, actually, we're moving along just fine. It's NFL Draft Day. It's the first day of the NFL Draft here in Green Bay, and there is no shortage of anticipation, not only from fans but from teams. So it's going to be very curious to see how it unfolds and who is picked in what order and what the Packers do at 23. I'm sure there's going to be probably the pick of the night based on the crowd.
Yeah, and it's starting to fill up over there pretty quickly. And we've seen it trickle in all day. Yesterday it was a little bit quiet, but it was the first time where you really felt like the draft was here. Mm-hmm. You saw the construction. Anybody who's driven through Green Bay or even that Stadium District in Ashwaubenon, you see the barriers and the banners and the signs and the tents. And as we reported all day long here at WFRV TV Local 5, food, vendors, it's got the atmosphere of a Packer game, but it's got a different feel because you have representatives of all 32 teams here in Green Bay. I mean, the Cleveland Browns bus came, and you've got people like one of our former employees is walking around there, Justin Razavi, with a Matthew Stafford jersey because he's a Rams fan. And his girlfriend's a Lions fan. What's he thinking? Come on. Anyway, my point is there's representatives from all 32 teams in the NFL, not only the fan bases, but personnel staff, and it's completely shut down, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And next, we'll kind of touch on some of the atmosphere of the draft right when we come back from this break. So stay with us, and we will be back right after these messages.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
All right, welcome back to WeAreGreenBay.com, the website for WFRV television here in Green Bay. You are looking at the Stadium District. That is our Legacy Hotel Cam. Beautiful day for the most part. Hopefully the rain stays away and the crowd continues to build and get bigger. In the Stadium District, you've got the Hudson Center on the left, the Resch Center and Resch Expo on the right, and off in the distance, of course, the legendary Lambeau Field. Along with Devin Willems, our producer here in digital content. I am Burke Griffin, our main sports director, anchoring our coverage here on the, what are we calling this? Our pre-draft green and gold special something?
This is your show. This is Burke's Breakdown. You know, I'm just here for the ride and see where we're going.
Somehow I think I'm going to probably have to do more of these at some point. All right, well, welcome back to the show. We covered a lot of the Packers' needs in that first segment of the show here. We're going to look ahead to a couple different things on a broader NFL scale. Now, some of the players that came to the draft, and we've talked to a handful of these guys already over there during our on-the-air broadcast at WFRV Local 5 TV here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, all of Northeast Wisconsin, from Fond du Lac to the UP and somewhere and some other places. Cam Ward, generally considered the number one pick overall, going to Tennessee. We shall see, but it would make sense that they take the quarterback out of Miami because he seems to be the most polished guy at the position. Now, after that, it's really anybody's guess. I mean, there's been years past where all of us could sit down. Devin, you and I have talked about this. We could name the top five almost exactly. I don't even know 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are they going to go with this? Is it going to be Ashton Genty, you know, the running back who was a stud out of Boise State, Travis Hunter, the Swiss Army knife, wide receiver, corner, do-it-all guy from Colorado? Give me your top five.
Well, I think the draft is really going to hinge on if there's any trades amongst the top two, because it feels like Ward is heavily favored to be the first overall pick. I think he's like minus 2,000, if not like 20,000. So it seems like that's going to be the first overall pick is Cam Ward, who is in attendance, and he will be on the stage. But after that, you know, if the Browns move out, you could see anybody from Travis Hunter to Abdul Carter.
Right.
And then the Giants.
Defensive lineman out of Penn State.
Yep. Yeah, he's a great edge rusher. I mean, if you see some of the, you know, if you copy Philadelphia's success, they have a really good defensive line, and that's the way that they could go. And he looks like to be a pretty blue chip talent that teams are excited about. And whether one moves up to get him is to be seen.
Well, and I think what the Eagles did prove, they kind of, along with Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, bully ball is back in business. I mean, yes, the 4 and 5 wide receiver sets are still a thing. Everyone loves offense, but the Eagles proved this year that if you run the football and you stop the run first, everything else might just take care of itself. So, I mean, Ashton Genty might go higher. Running backs are now a thing again. Not as highly paid as I think they should be because there's such an abundance of great ones. But you're right. After Cam Ward, I could not predict the next five. And the one guy who isn't here, Deion Sanders' son, Shadur Sanders. He said at the Combine he was not going to make the trip to Green Bay. And you know what? I think it's unfortunate because Cam Ward yesterday made a great point where he said, you know what? Green Bay is the mecca of football, of professional football. He goes, I feel honored to be here. So you know what? Yeah, Shador can have his own party somewhere else, and we'll celebrate the guys like, you know, the offensive tackle out of LSU, Will Campbell. You mentioned Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter. The list goes on and on. Mason Graham, Will Johnson, Jalen Milroe, who Badger fans know who that is. I mean, we saw what he could do at Alabama this year. Clearly, the Packers would not be drafting him, but Malachi Starks, another Georgia guy. And we've got a lot of those guys on our roster.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked with Malachi Starks, who said that, you know, he has a couple of former teammates who play for Green Bay, and they kind of give him a little bit of the lay of the land. And Mullane was actually able to, earlier today, stop with a family and talk. And they were from the East Coast, but one of their kids went to Colorado, or is going to Colorado, and actually was on the sideline and helped Shadur warm up. So there was kind of it's crazy to see a melting pot of people who, you know, maybe born or root for a certain team, but have ties and connections to not necessarily teams or colleges, but players involved in this draft, and seeing the support for that, not only here, you know, in Green Bay, but just across the country.
Yeah. Well, Cam interviewed, I think it was Cam interviewed one of the guys who was a Steelers fan growing up, and he was like 6 years old when the Packers beat the Steelers in Super Bowl 45 in Dallas. So he's kind of going full circle for him. And by the way, I think it was Shamar Stewart that had the green suit on.
Yep.
I thought that was interesting because they caught up with him earlier today, all decked out in gear. So maybe he knows something already that we don't.
I think that was Cam's first question. Is it a coincidence you're wearing green on the green carpet in here in Green Bay? And he said he did say it was a coincidence, but we'll see. And I'd pick 23 if it is a coincidence, or maybe it falls the way that it is.
Well, I've been covering the team now. This will be my 30th draft, and next fall will be my 31st season. So I've traveled to every single NFL town and NFL city. Maybe I'm spoiled a bit. For you and anybody in your age and generation, what does the scope of this event mean for you? It means something a little different for me.
Yep.
I think it's cool. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. It's amazing for the city. But how do you view it? Because I remember the days when they had telephones and they were sitting in a hotel lobby, and Paul Tagliabue, I mean, they would make the picks. And when I remember our former sports director, Larry McCarron, and another guy, John Mino, who I worked with for years, they both told me in 84, they put a little card on the wall, and they literally wrote it on black magic marker and just put the name up there. That was it.
Yeah, it's, Green Bay kind of has, I'll probably say Wisconsin as a general has that notation of, not a whole lot to do, but being able to have hundreds of thousands of people come to Green Bay, Wisconsin, area code 920, and have them experience what life like is here, even if it's just for a couple days. The food, the routes, how close these stadiums or these houses are next to the stadium. I mean, my great grandma had a house now that's no longer here, and it's a parking spot for real parking lawn, if you will, for Lambeau. It's just the evolution of Lambeau Field is something that I wish people who are here for the first time could see what it was like, in the early 90s, mid 90s, when some of these houses next door aren't really what they are now, and it's just the development. And there used to be a Kmart where the legacy is, and there's
my parents used to park their trailer there because they would let people camp in their parking lot for a Packer game.
And now there's still some remnants of that. Red Lobster, which was mentioned by Reggie White in the 30 for 30, where he talked about Mike Holmgren brought him in there and said this is where this is what it's like. We're not in this big metropolitan city, and I think the NFL and Green Bay and Ashwaubenon and Brown County has done a good job to highlight that. Whether that's the supper club, taste of the draft, or you have the dive bar inside the camp or inside the footprint that people can explore. So it's certainly cool to be featured on such a wide and broad stage. But I will give you the question. Like I said, you've covered this area for a while. But for anybody who's watching who's out of first time being in this area, what are some spots people need to try? Eateries, cool parks, whatever it may be. Give me 3 that you think people need to do.
Boy, you're going to limit it to 3? And these aren't.
We could be here forever.
Hey, and this is not a paid advertisement for anybody, but if Devin and I stop there later tonight, you're going to be right next to the stadium. You got to try Kroll's. Kroll's is a legendary place. You walk in, it feels like a 1960s diner in some ways. The hinterland, I mean, that whole Titletown district is pretty amazing. I can go through the D2, the bar, and Doozies, you name it all. There's so many great spots right there. But if you're making the trip up tomorrow, Friday or Saturday, Bay Beach, they opened it up. Now, it might be a little rainy and a little cold, but it's one of the most unique, cool places you could ever take your kids. And it doesn't cost much. No offense to some of the big theme parks out there, but they're super expensive. They've got one of the greatest kids roller coasters, the Zip and Pippin, that used to be at Graceland at Elvis Presley's mansion. And that was one of the best things our mayor ever did, was buy that and bring it here. Plenty of rides. The Green Bay itself is pretty amazing, just to drive around the bay. If you want to take an hour drive up to Door County. Check that out in the middle of the day. So there's so many great things to do here in Northeast Wisconsin. And with the draft being here, if you haven't been here before, try to experience them all.
And we will be right back after these messages.
With the first first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
All right, welcome back to WeAreGreenBay.com, the website for all your draft coverage. WFRV TV, Local 5 here in Northeast Wisconsin. That is the Stadium District. We are an hour and 10 minutes away from round one of the draft, and in the background you see Lambeau Field off to the far right. Can't really see it, but the stage is set and ready to go for all of those first-round draft picks that will be making their way there. I'm Sports Director Burt Griffin. Devin Willems is our digital producer today. Just talking all things draft. I mean, some notables: Amon Green, Mason Crosby, James Jones, Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson, Hall of Famers Dave Robinson and Jerry Kramer from the Lombardi era, Marv Fleming. We've had interviews with all of these guys. Just go to our website at wearegreenbay.com to check all of them out by the end of the day. Even guys like Joe Thomas, the highest draft pick ever to hail from the state of Wisconsin, taken third overall by the Cleveland Browns. And if he was to be taken this year, he'd probably still be fishing on a boat on Lake Michigan with his dad and family instead of being in Green Bay. Although if it was in Green Bay, I bet you Big Joe would be here. Just saying.
I mean, it's nice weather. You know, it's not too cold, and you know, plenty of boats on the water these days.
Former Bayport star and Badger and pro football fullback Alec Ingold will be here to announce some names. So a lot of notable people. Dan Patrick, Frank Caliendo. There are stars that aren't even from Green Bay, that are not exactly sports related, that are in town for the draft. Now let's talk a little bit about this year and how this draft will impact these guys. Matt LaFleur, Brian Gutekunst, they've been a pretty darn good tandem so far, beside the one losing season and Aaron Rodgers last year where they went 8-9. They've been to the playoffs the last two seasons. Got a win against the Cowboys the year before and took the San Francisco 49ers to the rope last year. Maybe a little bit of a disappointment because we didn't see the team. They were 10-7, so they had one more win, but didn't take that next step into the playoffs. So this could be a make or break draft 2 years from now. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but we'll know where these three classes group when all is said and done. And I think Jordan Love in year three, Devin, wouldn't you agree this is where we need to see him take that next step?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Eagles game, end of the season last year, there was some hesitancies, if you will, or not only hesitancies, but necessarily highlighted the fact that, Jordan Love is a great player, but he did not have a lot of weapons around him at the end of the year. Obviously Christian Watson got hurt. There's a lot of injuries in that game against Philadelphia. So I wonder if tonight is the day, or, obviously they could still address the position tomorrow, but if the first round, for the first time since Javon Walker, we've heard it for the last 6 hours here on WFRV, it's a great point, but is this the year? 23 years?
23 years ago.
Yeah, 23 years ago was the last time the Packers picked a receiver in the first round. Is this the year? It seems like some of the draft boards have a receiver kind of falling to that round, and whether it's Matthew Golden or even somebody else. But Matthew Golden is some of the more common picks that mock drafts, on all of the sites are having.
Yeah, and I also think, Jordan last year, he had 25 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. Now, when you look at the second half of the year before, there was a tale of the first 7 to 8 games and the last 8 to 9 games, completely different story. The dude was on fire in 2023 at the end of the season. Last year, they were dealing with a bunch of different things that went on because every team is different. Your roster is built differently, and you've got different things to deal with. If you remember, so Romeo Doubs, he had a couple of concussion neck things going on or whatever it was. And then Jaden Reed screws up his shoulder. By the end of that game, they didn't have anybody hardly out there. I mean, this is zero disrespect to Malik Heath and Bo Melton. Love those guys. But what I'm saying is when you're missing all 3 of your top receivers, that's going to change how you have to play the game. And then they could load up in the box and stop the run. Because as good as Josh Jacobs was, he can't do it all himself. They say it takes 3 years. 2018, Brian Gutekunst, Jair. First pick he ever made. Pretty good, but we've already talked about him. 2019, 2 solid selections. Rashawn Gary, Elton Jenkins. Darnell Savage was okay, started for a little while, but he's already got out the door. 2020, Jordan Love, obviously the top pick. And then John Runyon Jr., he was pretty solid, but they let him go as well. Same thing with A.J. Dillon. They were one contract guys. 2021, Eric Stokes, Josh Myers, same deal. They played here last year. They both were starters. They are gone, so they obviously felt they were disposable. Isaiah McDuffie's the only guy left from that round. Wow. And then right now, 2022 was obviously Goody's best draft class. Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt, Christian Watson, Sean Ryan, Romeo Doubs, Zach Tom, and Rasheed Walker. There's a lot of starts, not to mention Kingsley and Igbari, who gives you a little bit of pass rush off the edge. So these last 2 classes, we'll have to wait a little while to see how they do, but should be interesting to see where they Phil, what is it, need or want?
Yeah.
And I know they say best player available, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, I wonder, how it's going to break out this year. I think, picking at 23, you kind of have to see how the board develops, and maybe if they think there's a spot they can jump up and grab somebody they really like, they do that. Or if, can they move down and acquire a little bit more capital and still get a player that they want. So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Burke, as we wrap up. Who do you think they will pick? I guess I'll start so I can get it out of the way quick. I think it's going to be best player available, and I think it's just going to be a corner, Maxwell Harrison. I think the Jair kind of question mark. Does he get traded this weekend? Or does he get on a different team? But I think it's just going to be best available, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's an offensive lineman, defensive back, wide receiver. But whoever they have is the best. I think they're going to take.
I would say this: who do you think's going to trade for Jair? Okay, there's a little David Bakhtiari thing there where if you can't count on him now, what are you really going to get for him in return? I do like the idea of corner, but I'm still going to go. I said this 3 weeks ago on one of our draft specials on Title's Hound's Turn. Mykel Williams, defensive end out of Georgia, 6'5", 260, long, lean, kind of a Micah Parsons type where he can pretty much do it all and fast enough to beat the big guys, but big enough to hang with the big guys at the defensive edge rusher spot. I feel if he falls to 23, you got to go in that route.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in about 1 minute, we're going to jump right back into our live coverage here at 6 o'clock. But before we do, I think this is going to be one of a kind of event. And as you can tell by our coverage, we've been live since noon. We're going to be live until 7, and we will jump back in at 10, which, Burke, I'm sure you'll hopefully have a little bit more intel on who the Packers decided to do.
Well, I hope they don't trade down. That would be the biggest bummer for me, sitting here getting ready to do the 10 o'clock news. But we'll have rounds 2 and 3 all weekend long at WFRV.com.
Live from Amplify Health by Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is brought to you by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Good evening and welcome to the heart of Titletown, USA, where the NFL Draft is less than an hour away from starting. Hi, everybody. Tom Zalaski here with my co-host, Melaine Wells.
For those of us who are joining in now, good evening. For those of you who've been with us since noon, my goodness, we are happy you are still hanging out with us as we bring you the sights, the sounds, the flavors of the NFL Draft now that it has arrived here in Titletown.
We've got a whole lot of people covering this for us.
We sure do. Our team has crews spread out across the footprint to bring you complete coverage from every angle. And that includes Timothy Leteau, who is bringing the draft right into your living room inside the footprint. Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn are bringing us all things Packers from Lambeau Field. Paul Steno's giving us that bird's eye view from the Legacy Hotel.
Yeah, and then we've got Cam Izaire. He was over at the red carpet earlier today. Caitlin Corbett, she rounds out our team over at the Green Bay Distillery. And kicking off our coverage is Timothy Leteau. Hiya, Tim.
Hey, Tom and Melaine, such a great day here, all culminating in just about an hour when those draft prospects will take the stage and the picks are in. It is such a great day, such a great festival. We have all these fans. I'll get out of the way so you can see all the fans here. Mostly Packers fans, but so many from all across the country. A lot of divisional rival fans in here, a lot of booing, all good-natured. The fans are very passionate. They want to see a great outcome for their teams. The futures of their teams will be decided. This is a great celebration of football, the Packers, of course, as well, and Wisconsin culture. The NFL Draft experience has so many great elements to it that really feature Wisconsin. We've been showcasing them all throughout the day in generation of fans, from young fans to old fans, all here in Titletown. It is such a great day. We have this giant draft stage. It is certainly the biggest day in Green Bay history. Never seen anything like it. Because even on Packer game days, even on those biggest of game days, even in the playoffs, there's nothing quite like the NFL Draft. And it all gets underway in less than an hour.
All right, go Pack, go. What a crowd.
Hearing that chant in neighborhoods and in parking lots and all across the district tonight.
Over. It's like a game day, yeah. This is going to be a monumental event for all those hopeful athletes who are preparing for a brand new career in the NFL.
Now we say go Cam, go, as we check in with Cam Izaire, who has been filling us in, rubbing elbows on the red carpet.
Tom, Melaine, I'm amidst the craziness. The fans, this is a sight to see. I wish I could pan to my left and show you the mountains and hordes of people in the draft theater. This is a spectacle in and of itself. I can understand why Mark Murphy wanted to bring the draft to Green Bay. We just left the red carpet, which was over in Lambeau Field, and a few things stuck out. First off, Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State, he was wearing bedazzled Crocs. I'm not kidding. Crocs bedazzled. You can almost see his toes. On top of that, Will Campbell, the LSU O-lineman, was rocking a green suit. Same with Shamar Stewart, the D-end out of Texas A&M. I asked both of them, are you wearing green because you're in Green Bay? It's very apropos. And they said, no, we just like the color. There's plenty more to come here on the show from the red carpet, including a one-on-one interview with Penn State D-end Abdul Carter. He's expected to be a top 5 pick, and these fans, they're sure to go crazy for him. Tom and Melaine.
Well, Cam, we appreciate the preview, taking us inside where very few of us got to go. And there is certainly a lot to see happening all around the NFL footprint here, and that includes a lot of parties taking place.
That's for sure. And our Paul Steno, he is live over at the Legacy Hotel with a bird's eye view of all of this. Paul, take it away.
Hey guys, what an epic afternoon here at the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon. Not only do we have this amazing view of beautiful Lambeau Field, but we've spent the whole afternoon just getting to hang out with all the awesome Packers fans. There's also been some celebrity appearances, Sean Jones, Antonio Freeman, Drew Brees here as well. And really kind of the crazy thing about all of this, Tom and Melaine, is that the picks have not even started. So the most fun part of the day might still be ahead of us, which is crazy to think about considering how much fun we've already had so far today on day 1 of this 3-day draft. I'll send it back to you guys. I'm live here at the Legacy in Ashwaubenon.
We are going to head over to Lambeau Field now, where our sports team has an update on what is going on there.
Yeah, we got Kyle Malzahn and Lauren Helmbrecht. Take it away, folks.
Tom and Melaine, the red carpet has wrapped up here at Lambeau Field, but there are still some fans sitting in the stands eager to watch the draft kick off from inside the field. Not a bad place to be. Draft is in less than an hour. The Tennessee Titans officially on the clock. Right now, the Packers have the 23rd overall pick. Kyle, are they going to keep it?
I don't know. You don't know. Brian Gutekunst doesn't even know. This thing can shake out so many ways, Lauren. But for the Packers, they need to be aggressive. Look, they've made the playoffs with the youngest team in the NFL the last 2 years. They need to capitalize and get back to the playoffs and make a further run than they have and bring a title back to Titletown.
They have 8 picks over this weekend, the first being the 23rd overall. We have to wait and see if Brian Gutekunst and co. trade up, trade out, or stick with it.
Yeah.
For now, for Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn, we're live at Lambeau Field for Local 5 Sports.
And thank you to both of you. We'll be sure to check in with you in just a little bit.
Okay, now we're going to check in with Caitlin Corbett. She is over at the distillery. Caitlin, what's happening in your neck?
Yeah, hey, Tom and Melaine. As you can probably hear and see, it's really picked up here at the distillery. We've got people all along behind us. We've got the band, they're still going, but the distillery itself has filled up inside, and then you can still see swarms of people heading towards those NFL draft entrances. Now, less than an draft when Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to pick it up. We have some people waving with us out here on the patio, but we're less than an hour away. That moment is finally here, and I think there's going to be a ton of people gathering by that stage. But for now, I think everybody enjoying themselves, partying, tailgating, is having a great time. So that's what's going on here. Right now, I'll send it back into you, Tom and Melaine.
Okay, thanks, Caitlin. Okay, we've made it around the horn. 5 live crews, some inside the footprint, some just on the outside.
And the excitement is just getting started here in Titletown as we are now under 1 hour to the NFL draft, something that we have all looked forward to for a lot of months, and we will continue to bring you inside our coverage on Local 5.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. It was a great time of uncertainty, not knowing where you're going. But yeah, like you said, the COVID obviously impacted the draft, so was at my house. But I got the call from the Packers, and it was one of the best days of my life.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Bell & Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Welcome back to Local 5 as we take a live look through our Legacy Hotel Sky View camera. It is a skyline town that has changed quite a bit in the last few months as we get ready for the draft. Some of those structures temporary, like the big stage, some of them permanent, like the Great North Commons, that we will continue to enjoy what the draft has brought to Green Bay for years to come.
That we will. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back along with Melaine Wells. I'm Tom Zalaski.
It is so good to see all of you enjoying the draft at home and all of us here enjoying it in person. We're happy to bring you all the sights and sounds of it. And there is so much to see inside the draft footprint that has truly taken over this Lambeau Field campus.
Yep, there is. And much like the Academy Awards, we have a red carpet here, and that's where our Cam Muzier has been all day long. Hi, Cam.
Tom, Mullane, I'm glad that you guys are in the safe and friendly confines of Amplify. It is a madhouse here, a circus, but isn't that exactly what it was supposed to be? The entire parking lot is completely filled up. We can't show you because of regulations and restrictions that say that we can't show the draft theater a couple hours before the draft officially starts. But I will be your eyes and ears, I promise. Maybe not your ears. It's a bit loud here. So many people in all different types of jerseys. I'll give it up to Packers fans, though. Clearly, the green and the gold, they're taking over. I've seen a Titans jersey. They're the #1 pick. I've seen a bunch of jerseys pass by, even some college jerseys. It's clear that these fans are excited. Now, just a couple minutes ago, I was over in the red carpet at Lambeau Field, the first time that an NFL stadium has ever hosted the red carpet event. A lot of star-studded players walking by, one of which is a possible top 5 pick, Abdul Carter, the D-end out of Penn State. And boy, does this guy have a lot of confidence, and he was rocking a fresh fit, too. Here with Packers D-end Abdul Carter. Abdul, many think you'll be a top 5 pick. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's a blessing. It's a great opportunity to be here. I want to take full advantage of it.
There was a recruiting source when you got to Penn State that called you elite. Why do you feel like you can bring your elite play to the NFL?
Just all the work I put in, just knowing what it takes, and just trusting my coaching, trusting my dad, trusting my people around me. Just keep putting the work in.
So many people around you have gotten you to this point, to Lambeau Field, to Green Bay. What does it mean that your dream most likely come true so soon?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here without them. Just a blessing to be here. Just want to really celebrate this moment with my family.
What does the chain say and what does it mean?
It says incredible is my nickname. Doing everything at the most incredible level. Yeah, it's my nickname.
When did that become your nickname?
My dad gave it to me like a couple years ago when I was in high school, and it kind of just stuck, and we just ran with it.
How have you been able to embody being incredible? And I always feel like you have the utmost confidence in yourself.
Yeah, just knowing my training, just knowing myself, having confidence in myself, always believing that anything is possible.
Is the NFL ready for Abdul Carter?
It better be. Sure.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. I'll let you, the viewers, be the judges of whether I should get a chain like that says incredible across the chest. I don't have enough money to bling it out that much, but it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? There was just music playing over the loudspeakers. I mentioned I'd be your eyes to this event because we can't show you the draft theater a couple hours before the draft. Travis Hunter in an all hot pink suit dancing in front of the drums to the music that was playing over the loudspeakers. This is a party. Whenever you're in Green Bay and there's an event like this and it's near Lambeau Field, it's always a party. But that was really cool to see a guy that might be the #1 pick, might be the #2 pick, Travis Hunter, the cornerback wide receiver combo. We'll see where he gets picked in about an hour or so. This is going to be interesting, folks. It's a lot of fun out here. It's vibrant. The energy is all there. Tom and Mullane, you could probably hear a little better than me, so I'll send it back to you guys.
I'm sitting next to who most people would consider the best dressed man in Green Bay, and I'm fearing, Tom, the hot pink suit may be topping the pinstripes
Yeah,
tonight.
I may have to get one for tomorrow.
I will look forward to it. All right, we are looking forward to sharing more of the NFL Draft with you at home as we bring you complete coverage here on Local 5 as it is officially Titletown's turn.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
It is Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft. I'm Tom Zaleski along with Melaine Wells, and we are here right smack in the middle of Titletown.
This is our field desk at the Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown facility, something that has come together thanks to the work of a lot of people at our station and at Amplify as well. It is time to get a check on the forecast for the start of the draft tonight.
Yep, and Storm Team 5 Chief Meteorologist Luke Sampe is out in the field. He's not out in the field. He's 2 feet away from me.
Tom, I'm right here.
I can touch him. Hi, Luke.
Hi, Tom and Melaine and everyone joining us here this evening. Been watching the radar closely. We have some sprinkles. I know that's not a big deal usually, but when you have several tens of thousands of people gathered, you want to kind of keep an eye on everything. It does look like we have some sprinkles on the way. Take you to a live picture right now. Still dry here in Ashwaubenon, Titletown, and the draft campus. It's 54 degrees. A northeast wind has been cool all day, and we've had an overcast sky. Certainly not a lot of rain, though. And what's coming in, I don't want to oversell it, but I just want to mention we do have some sprinkles coming in. You can see those drying up right over to Pier, Ledgeview, and Bellevue. Likely some sprinkles for the draft goers later on here in probably the next 15 or 20 minutes. Steadier rain off to our west, and that gets in here late tonight and for tomorrow. So a mixture of 40s and 50s at this hour. We've cooled off considerably over the past 24 hours because of this wind shift out of the northeast, and it stays rather chilly here now going into our Friday. 52 degrees now, or into the early portion of the evening, 51 for the start of the draft at 7 o'clock, and then 48 with cloud cover as everyone's heading home. So cloudy and cool with a stray shower here for this evening. Otherwise, plan on wet weather really for Friday morning and into the midday hours before we clear out for the weekend. Officially, 58 degrees our high today. That's nailing pretty much our seasonal averages as well. 75 down in Chicago. All of that warmth we had yesterday is pushed down to our south because of this northeasterly breeze. Plan on rain for morning and midday hours on your Friday. 50 your high. That is it. Most of the day spent in the 40s. You're going to need the sweatshirts and jackets and even the umbrella for the first portion of the day. 50 your high on Friday, and then we're clearing out nicely on Saturday. We are expecting 59 degrees as we get sunshine back. So just stepping through Futurecast here quickly and briefly. It does look like those showers stay off to our west until we get into the overnight hours. Wet weather all the way straight through and into the early portions of what we have for your Friday, and then clearing out as we head into the start of the weekend. So your forecast tonight, do expect cloudy and cool conditions. Rain develops, especially after midnight, lower 40s, and then for tomorrow, cloudy with showers likely, windy and chilly, a high of only 50 degrees. There's your 7-day. It does get better, though, as we head into the early portion of the upcoming weekend. on Saturday and Sunday.
All right, thanks for making that long trek from out in the field to come be with us
You guys say I'm out of breath.
Much appreciated.
My husband is actually out in a field working the farmland right now.
Right, yeah,
that's the
that's
true story.
true.
We appreciate your forecast too, Luke.
You got it.
Thank you, Luke.
Yep.
We are in the heart of Titletown for the NFL Draft. More complete coverage right after this.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program. Smart,
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
Our live coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues tonight from our set here at the Amplify Health by Bellin Titletown.
Everyone's certainly excited about those top prospects tonight, Tom, but people are also very interested to see what the Packers front office will do.
That's for sure. And we are going to check with our folks, because they know everything about Packers. They've been on this all week long. Let's head over to Lambeau for that closer look.
Tom, Mullane, Kyle, I've spent all day trying to convince you that the Packers are going to take a defender with their first pick, the 23rd overall pick in the first round. Brian Gutekunst has taken 7 defenders of his last 9 first-round picks, and yet, Kyle, you still think that it's going to be an offensive player.
The last 2 have come with Jordan Morgan last year, the offensive lineman, and of course the controversial Jordan Love in 2020. So where does this offense stack up, and why do I keep on thinking that I have a hunch that they're going to go offense? Well, here's where the Packers sit right now. Look, the Packers wide receivers led the NFC in drop passes. It's time for Brian Gutekunst to go out and get a first-round draft pick for a wide receiver.
I still think they're going to go defense in the first round, but that was pretty convincing. The Packers have the 23rd overall pick in the draft. For Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helbrecht reporting live at Lambeau Field.
Well, as we have been bringing the NFL Draft into your homes, our colleague Andrew Martin has been doing the same for thousands of viewers all across the country. He has been doing live interview after live interview, talking to all of our affiliates around the country.
And Andrew has not been to our city before. And so, Andrew, we're interested now after a few days. Your impressions of Green Bay?
Well, Tom, I'm jealous that you get to live here because it's been a fantastic city. You talk about all the live reports that I've been doing for our company across the country. I have packets of research. I've done NFL team research. I've done draft prospect research. And I've done the city of Green Bay and the draft research. And that's been the most fun for me to learn more about being a cheesehead. And I don't know if you guys will adopt me into that lexicon, but I'm happy to be here. And even though I get to be a small part of draft coverage, it's been a real thrill for me to see the passionate fan base of the Packers. I grew up on the East Coast, and so I know what passionate sports fans are, but you really get a sense of what this team means to this community. So that's been a thrill for me.
We always love to find out if you're enjoying the local delicacies. Yeah, absolutely. We love to find out what you've been eating while you have been here. Have you taken in the squeaky cheese curds?
Yeah, that's a great question, Melaine. I have had cheese curds already since I've been here. I plan to have it again tonight. Definitely want to maximize, the amount of local cuisine and local delicacies that we have before we leave town, because you can't come here without actually enjoying what this place has to offer. And should I wave to you guys, by the way, because this is the magic of live TV. Hello, that's the camera that I'm looking at right now. We happen to be just about maybe 20 feet away from each other. We're talking to each other, beaming a satellite through space. So, great to be with you guys. Thanks for letting me be a part of your coverage. And I've been watching what you guys have been doing while I've been doing my reports. Outstanding job. So 2 thumbs up to you guys as well, too.
There you go, Andrew. You gave it away. This is how close we are. And there's Luke. All right.
All right. Well, we appreciate him joining us. We appreciate you joining us as well for this once-in-a-lifetime event that had truly been years in the making, taking countless hours and hands to pull off.
We are back with much more right after this.
And now, Draft Day Memories, brought to you by the True North Convenience Stores.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty unsure. You know, I was kind of in that day 3 range, so just kind of unsure of where I was going to land. And it was like early that morning, I got a call from, Green Bay. Or I just saw the Green Bay area code. And, you don't want to jump to any conclusions because it could just be them calling, just to say what's up. But when they said it was, the general manager was on the phone, I was, I freaked out a little bit. And that's just, a moment I'll remember forever.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend to me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Krall.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Medicine and Orthopedics. Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call. That's all.
We are back live from draft day coverage here in the heart of Titletown with a developing story, Tom.
Yeah, believe it or not, breaking news here about this draft. We've just learned that the NFL has paused general admission because we've hit the maximum capacity. We are working to learn more. When we do, we'll let you know. But again, NFL says draft campus at capacity general admission temporarily paused due to draft campus being full. So keep that in mind.
And we know you've all downloaded that NFL One Pass. You've got the QR code. So if you are in the district or planning to head down here, hang tight. We'll watch for updates. We know the NFL will be continuing to update you on that app as well, because as people come and go, certainly that situation may change.
And we'll keep you posted.
Well, of course, getting this event ready to go took dozens of people to make it a reality, and it is officially our turn to enjoy it.
And Tim Latow now with how the draft came to our town.
I describe myself on the field as a fierce competitor. I'm one of the most dominant players, good teammate. Some of you
Tom and Mullane, the day has finally arrived. There are tens of thousands of fans with me here in Titletown with less than half an hour to go on that countdown clock. And even though this is Green Bay's first ever draft, it sure feels like there's no place where the draft belongs. It is certainly the biggest day Green Bay has ever seen. That culminating moment when the first pick is announced, now just hours away. It'll be something that no one here will ever forget. Back to you, Tom and Mullane.
And that's how we got it. Now you know. Thank you, Tim. Okay, we've got Paul Stino live now at the Legacy Hotel. He's got that bird's eye view. Hiya, Paul.
Hey guys, so the draft, it's also all about the fans, so I thought we'd interview one of the fans that I'm hanging out here with at the Legacy Hotel here in Ashwaubenon. This is Andrew. Andrew, how are we feeling so far today?
We're feeling good, Paul. Awesome to be here, long time wait, and yeah, draft day is finally upon us.
Yeah, to kind of, we've both been around a lot of Packers games days, a lot of Packers games, seeing the atmosphere. But when you look out on day one of the NFL draft, look out at this beautiful view behind me. How does it make you feel, or what do you see?
You know, it's absolutely incredible. It finally feels real after so long. So many conversations, so many news stories. Here we are. It's not raining. They're getting ready to start the first round. Like, it doesn't get any better than that, right?
And there's lots of people that are experiencing Northeast Wisconsin for the first time. What do you think that they're going to learn about cheeseheads and Packer culture and Green Bay people?
Well, they're going to learn about Midwestern hospitality, and they're going to want to come back for more. And that's the coolest thing about Green Bay and about this state is when people come to visit us, we roll out the red carpet. We try to treat them well. We try to treat them like our brothers and sisters and friends and family, and I think that's the coolest thing about who we are and where we are. So can't wait to see them again in fall for football season, right?
Andrew, we cannot wait till football season after this amazing, epic NFL draft. Thank you so much for stopping by to talk with me for a little bit.
Thanks for having me on.
Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Tom and Mullane, I'll go back to you now.
Truly a beautiful view up there. We have so much more in store for you today with plenty of live coverage still coming your way.
Titletown's turn to cover the NFL draft right after this. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Channel 5's coverage of Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft continues tonight. We are taking a live look at our camera atop the Legacy Hotel in Ashwaubenon, right smack in the middle of all the activity here in Titletown.
Clearing out just a little bit, Tom, and everyone, as we've seen, has filtered into the draft zone. We heard the NFL has temporarily paused admission as they assess if they can, in fact, fit more fans. There are so many spots around this district, though. Right here where we are at Amplify Health by Bellin, there are televisions set up. So if you're waiting on that announcement, come join us here. There's
Right.
TVs everywhere.
Who'd have thought they'd have to close
You know
things
what?
down?
We kind of all had an idea that this is a pretty special place.
Wow, yes. Okay, we are bringing you complete team coverage until the Titans make their first pick in about 45 minutes from right now. So we're going to head over to the Green Bay Distillery that is just outside of this draft footprint, and that's where Caitlin Corbett has been stationed all day.
Another great spot to watch, Caitlin, if fans are waiting to find out if they can get into the draft yet tonight.
Yeah, hey, Tom and Melaine, that's exactly right. If you're waiting for that pause and waiting to see if you can actually get into the draft, you might want to come over to the distillery. There have been some former Packers legends here all day. I spoke to some of them earlier, specifically Dave Robinson, who talked about when he was drafted by the Packers back in '63. He had a pretty unique experience, and he tells us what he loves about coming back to Green Bay.
I was drafted in 1963. It was entirely different. They didn't bring the ball players into the draft room or nothing. I was at Penn State. I said, hey, you had a phone call. And he said, yeah, you got to call this number. It was a Green Bay number. I didn't even recognize that area code. And I called Green Bay, and they said, yeah, and they asked me some questions, like, did I have a favorite team and all that kind of stuff. And if they happened to draft me, will I sign with them, all the time, that kind of stuff. And then I hung up, went back to doing my, I was doing some homework. Mm-hmm. And then I got another call. It came from the Harrisburg paper. And the guy said, what's it like to be drafted in the first round? I said, I don't know. I said, tell me. He said, they just came over the wire. Green Bay took you in the first round. I said, hey, that's great.
Absolutely. Cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Well, some of those guys are going to find out here tonight. But again, if you're waiting to get into the draft, waiting to find out if you can get in, why don't you come check out the distillery? You can hear some of these incredible stories from some of the guys that have been here all day. Right now, I'm live at the distillery in Ashwaubenon. Tom and Melaine, back to you.
Caitlin, we appreciate the update from there, and we will have much more from the draft zone right here on Local 5 as Titletown's turn continues.
With the first pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects licensed journeyman Eduardo Rios. The second pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered apprentice Megan Barrett. The third pick in the IBEW draft, Local 158 selects registered electrician Jeff Kroll.
Do you think you have what it takes to join our team?
Hi, I'm Ron Tussler, and I help bikers get back to their regular lives after an accident.
Ron Tussler's been a friend of me for 12 years now. He's been a friend of my brother's. I've had several brothers that have had motorcycle accidents, and Ron has just stepped up and helped them out. And that's why Ron Tussler is the only guy I would call.
You can call or text me right now on my personal cell phone. I'll give you free advice. Let's get you back on the road.
You got to call Ron. You just get him on the phone now.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
From Bell and Health Titletown Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, Local 5 Titletown's Turn Draft coverage is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
The land of the free and the home of the brave. Tom, we just had an incredible moment as helicopters came over top of us in Lambeau Field as the national anthem wrapped up here at the draft.
Yep, exciting moment. People applauding here and the choppers going past us. This was better than a game day.
It was a wonderful experience there, and Luke Sampe is everyone's favorite meteorologist this evening because he's got good news for tonight.
We do. We have excellent news. We've made it through the entire afternoon dry, even though we had the threat of some rain not too long ago. That has fizzled. That's gone. Let's take you to a live look right now from the Stadium District high atop the Legacy Hotel. Just had the fireworks with that flyover from those 4 Blackhawks. 54 degrees in Titletown. It is cool. You're going to need the sweatshirts and jackets, and tomorrow you're going to need the umbrella, especially in the morning. You can see some of those rain showers just south of Lambeau. They just dried up. We really lucked out with the weather here at the draft campus today. The rain and steady rain is off to our west. Temperatures are cool. This is April, and we should expect that. So we're going to have 40s and 50s this evening. That northeast wind will continue and eventually dropping temperatures to around 51 at 7 o'clock, which is 11 minutes away, and 48 degrees here late this evening. For tomorrow, only 50. Some morning rain showers exiting into the early afternoon. And we're expecting temperatures to eventually rebound to sunshine on Saturday. So rain eventually moves in late tonight. Highs only around 50 for your Friday, and your 7-day planner is showing rebounding temperatures with the sunshine on Saturday and eventually warming up close to 70 by early next week. But that was really neat to have those Blackhawks. I mean, they came right over where we were.
Yeah, you had the best seat in the house here. You were looking straight
Tomorrow
out
night,
over Lambeau.
drones. 1,200 of them. Going to be decent for viewing?
Yeah, the rain is going to be in the first part of the day. I think we cleared out.
Excellent. You're making a lot of people happy. Okay. We thank you, Luke.
You
And
got
we
it.
are back with more of our NFL draft coverage right after this.
I think this is going to be a great event. This community deserves it. The franchise deserves it. And I think it's going to be great for the NFL and this country.
Smart, efficient marketing can make a good business great. Digital advertising offers specific targeting of customers and can provide a great return on your investment. People are streaming their favorite TV series, sports, and movies every day. WFRV can help businesses like yours reach potential customers with an audience verification process that guarantees your ads are seen by real people, not bots. Scan the code to reach WFRV sales for your customized digital program.
Taking pride in providing exceptional auto, home, business, farm, flood, and life insurance for over 40 years. That's Delane Insurance Agency. We give you peace of mind and coverage for you and your whole family at the best price, while also providing the highest quality of customer service. When it comes to your insurance needs, your peace of mind is valuable to us. Visit us at DelaneInsurance.com for more information or call us today for your free estimate.
It is Titletown's turn to host the NFL Draft just 15 minutes or 8 minutes from right now. I'm Tom Zalaski along with Elaine Wells here. We are right smack in the middle of it all. Green Bay is hosting the draft, of course, for all 32 teams. And We're all wondering what the Packers are going to do in this first round tonight.
And the best insight we have gotten is from Lauren Helmbrecht and Kyle Malzahn. They join us for an update.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field for one final time. Kyle Malzahn, Lauren Helmbrecht here on the 5th floor overlooking what is a pretty full bowl of overflow crowd. Just not sheer numbers of people here in Green Bay to watch the Packers pick at number 23, right, Kyle?
Yeah, this is so special, Lauren, and I hope people around here and that come to Green Bay don't take this for granted, because you don't see the smallest market in the NFL host an event like this, the second largest next to the Super Bowl. This is incredible.
So the Packers have 8 overall draft picks. We've talked all day about who we think they're going to take at 23. So if they don't move up, if they don't move out, where are you feeling they're going to go?
Well, you got a variety of ways you could go. You go wide receiver, obviously a glaring need as Christian Watson's out. Cornerback's a huge emphasis with Jair Alexander possibly on the move this offseason. And then you got defensive line. They have to get to the quarterback, and they have to rush at a larger number, because they were feast or famine last year. They would have a really good game, then they'd have a bad game, or offensive line. That seems like a safe pick, but because you have Jordan Love, $220 million quarterback, you got to keep him upright. There's a variety of ways they could go. It'll be telling to see how this one pans out.
And some insights from Packers GM Brian Gutekunst came on Monday. He said he doesn't need his first round pick to make an immediate impact. Example A, Jordan Morgan last year, who dealt with a lot of injuries and wasn't playing a lot of the season. Also, he said that the Packers are going to take the best available player. So just because you think the Packers need a wide receiver, just because you think the Packers need a quarterback, if Green Bay has someone on their draft list that's still available at 23, that's who they're going with. They don't focus on positions.
Now, I will say this. If Brian Gutekunst said it's time to compete for championships, at 23, you have to be aggressive and get a superstar in the building here at Titletown.
Well, for one final time before the draft kicks off, we are going to say goodbye from Lambeau Field. For Kyle Malzahn, I'm Lauren Helmbrecht reporting live for Local 5 Sports.
Thank you both. Look at that countdown clock. We're down under around 4 minutes. Let's get our final check now inside the footprint.
Timothy Leteau, what is the update in there? There's a lot of fans hoping that the NFL finds a little more room, or that a few people decide it's time to go home early.
Oh, timing is everything, Tim.
You know what? It's football, it's fans, and we are excited to see most of it. Let's go with that.
Well, Tim's out there making friends. That's all. He's gonna join those two guys for a couple after this is over.
We are so proud to have brought you all of the sights, or most of them, from the footprint here as the draft takes over Titletown. This has been so many months in the making, Tom.
We even brought you some sites you didn't want to see. What a way to end it. But truly, thank you to everybody who was watching us all throughout the day from all of our coverage. And a big shout out to all of our production people, all of our engineering crews who made this whole thing happen, and they continue to make it happen. It's
absolutely.
It's an all-night. It's 24 hours for all those folks.
And you know, that clock may say 3 minutes, but that doesn't mean this is over. It means it's just beginning. There is so much happening in this district and around our community over the next several days, Tom. Whether you're going to see Brad Paisley on Saturday night, maybe your kids want to take part in the bike tradition. There's a bicycle event for kids to take part in. Really, your family can enjoy a hands-on experience at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It is, and we are so pleased to have been able to bring it to you. But fear not, we will be back here again tomorrow to bring you more coverage of the NFL Draft here in Titletown. For Wayne Wells, I'm Tom Zalaski, and for our entire team out here, we thank you so much. I'll see you back here again tonight at 10.
In his pink suit.